I think it's I was fine it's like play with my crack, don't be a mercy. Like
Can you guys hear me? We're gonna go ahead and get started. So I guess welcome to Kansas. We're happy to have all of our friends from the West in the River Basin. I knew we had hosted WRP at one point in time prior to me being the coordinator. Turns out, looking into it, we actually did this joint meeting between these two teams in 2005. So 20 years ago, we did this, and I guess we're doing it again, and we're happy to have you all. I actually think there's two people that made that meeting and this meeting. So Kim Bogenstutz and Jeff Harris. Congratulations on still being 20 years old. So I guess you know you're welcome to go out here on the breaks and look at the river. The Bowersock Dam is fantastic. It's our only hydropower dam in the state. Family owned. I can't remember how many generating in the same family, but so it's super cool. All the park folks know I talk about that dam all the time, so I'm glad to get to see that too. Yeah, so I guess I'll let the panel co-chairs speak a little bit, and then we'll get going.
Yes.
so everyone online.
Yes.
To see you? Yeah.
Oh,
That's
sorry.
okay. That's okay. I don't want to interrupt you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tanner Davis. I represent South Dakota Game Fish and Parks, and I'm the co-chair of the Mississippi River Basin panel. I am especially proud to also stand with all of you as members of the WRP and the MRBP, bridging our two regions and reflecting our shared mission. On behalf of our MRBP members, I warmly welcome everyone to Lawrence, Kansas, as we convene for this important joint meeting with our Western Regional panel. Thank you to Chris Steffen, Vanessa Salazar, Michael Parr, and our other Kansas Department of Wildlife Parks employees for hosting us and for orchestrating what promises to be an engaging and productive gathering. Over the next few days, we will have an outstanding agenda with presentations, panel discussions, and opportunities to network and collaborate across regions. This partnership reflects our collaborative resolve to confront aquatic invasive species threats wherever they arise and to share solutions to transcend geographic and political boundaries. Friday, September 19th, provides a special opportunity to step away from the conference room and into the field. Thanks again to KDWP, who will host our field trip to Gardner Lake and to the Kansas River, an immersive experience where we can observe firsthand our invasive threats that challenges us, and that would include dreisseniid mussels, silver carp, and bighead carp. As co-chair of the MRBP, I've witnessed the countless ways our panels contribute to the national AIS efforts, from advancing technologies and innovation to sharing policy to coordinating rapid response protocols. This meeting underscores those roles. We will hear about watercraft movement modeling, UVC technology for invasive plant management, carp control strategies, and much more. Our panels are very powerful together, and we bring together diverse experiences through state agencies, federal partners, researchers, NGOs, and the private sector. It's this diversity that drives innovation and ensures our solutions are grounded in reality. Together, we inform the Aquatic Nuisance Species Task Force, contribute to the national response strategies, and strengthen the management of AIS across watersheds and jurisdictions. Over these few days, I encourage you guys to engage deeply in discussions and seek new collaborations. Share knowledge, whether that be field experiences, policymaking, or emerging tools. And strengthen connections across our regional panels, building new relationships across the country because we are stronger together. In closing, I extend sincere appreciation to our sponsors, Astonish, Clean Wake, CD3 Systems, Marine Taxonomic Services, and CPRO for making this meeting possible. To the WRP for engaging with MRBP and having this joint meeting, and to the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks for your leadership and hosting, and to each of you for being part of this vital gathering. Let's make the most of this together today. Welcome again, and here's to a successful and inspiring joint MRBP WRP annual meeting. Thank you.
It's going to make a really technical adjustment. Just make sure we can, the camera,
Just wish to napkin.
trying to make it so people online can see your head instead of your neck.
That was great, Tanner. Well done. So my name is Tom Wolf, Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks. I am the current chair of the Western Regional Panel. Welcome everybody here today. To kick things off, I'd like to just put a thank you out there to the executive committee for the Western Regional Panel, including Josh Leonard from Wyoming, Lane Parker from the Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission, Stephen Phillips, Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission, Vanessa Salazar, Kansas Department of Fish, Wildlife and Parks, Barak Shamai, Fish and Wildlife Service, Robert Walters, the Vice Chair from Colorado Parks and Wildlife, John Wolschlager, National Park Service, and Dennis Zabaglo, Tahoe Regional Planning Authority. Also, I want to give a shout out to our committees through Western Regional Panel, including the Annual Meeting Committee, which pulled this together after a lot of work working with the MRBP, Coastal Committee, Education and Outreach Committee, Membership Committee, our Decontamination Think Tank, and our Sampling and Monitoring Committee. So all of those folks really push the agenda of the WRP and the ANSTF to get things done on the ground out there. So they do some great work. I'd like to hear an applause. Okay, so we're kicking things off this morning. Before we get rolling, I really want to just speak to the opportunity we have here. So I've been in this invasive species business for almost 20 years now. Every year there's more and more things that pop up in more and more places, and it hurts me deeply to see, we're all passionate about this issue. We're all trying to hold the line to keep these things from spreading, and yet they do, right? But at the base of it, it's a human caused problem. These things aren't getting up out of the water and taking a walk. They're not like noxious weeds that can blow across the landscape. These guys are moved by us. So by definition, that makes it preventable. And so with this meeting is a great opportunity, bringing the central part of the country and the western part of the country together to put our minds together to figure out better ways to address these things. Pathways, we know the pathways, we know the way these things are traveling. So how can we work better to address those pathways? And I hope you take the opportunity over the next couple of days to work with our colleagues across the country to see if we can figure out better ways to do that. Because just in the last couple of weeks, we've had mussels pop up in a couple new locations in the West. It just continues, and we can do better. And that's I encourage you to see if you can do better out there. So try hard. We all have challenges, but working together, I mean, we have a great group of people here. Working together, we can get her done. Thank you, everybody. So our keynote speaker this morning, I just had an opportunity to meet her this morning. Her name is Dawn Butler. Dawn Butler is a Kansas River Keeper and Executive Director with Friends of the Caw. In her role as Kansas River Keeper, Dawn is a non-governmental public advocate that works to protect and preserve the Kansas River. Dawn holds a master's in science in natural resources, fish and wildlife conservation from the Oregon State University, and a bachelor's in business administration from Baker University. Dawn is Governor Kelly's appointee as the chair of the Kansas Water Authority and the governor's appointee for Oil and Gas Advisory Committee. Welcome, Dawn.
Good morning. Does everyone have their coffee?
Working on it, right? Are you comfortable holding that instead of this? Okay. All right.
Whatever works best. Well, as someone who travels the Kansas River multiple times a week, I'm really grateful to Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks because I've been hit in the head with more invasive carp than you could ever imagine. They landed my kayak, they hit me upside the head, just like everyone else, but they have been working on the lower part of the river. And I haven't told Chris this yet, but we were just on the river about 3 weeks ago and I did not get hit with one. So maybe there's a few less.
I think we're in business here. Oops. Oh, geez. There we go. There you go.
Great, thank you so much. All right, well, it's good to be with you this morning. Did you all, have you looked out the window this morning and seen the Kansas River? This is what I'm here to talk about today, our beautiful Prairie River. So I'm going to share a little bit of information about our nonprofit and the work that we do, but also I want to talk to you about just the river itself, a little bit of an overview, and some of the work that we do to take care of it. So I always like to start off by setting the place. Our beautiful Prairie River, this is a sunset on the Kansas River. I know that all of you come from all over the United States, but we do have some of the most beautiful sunrises and sunsets here in Kansas. And this is a spectacular sunset on our Prairie River right on a sandbar. And I think when you go all over the country, you don't often think of Kansas as being a place you want to go for tourism or that we would have a beautiful river. I was just telling Tom that I was actually in Montana in August and spent 3 nights camping on the Yellowstone River, and it was absolutely spectacular. But we have a beautiful river here too. It's just very different, a very different river. So this is just briefly a little bit about our mission. We work for the Kansas River. We do a lot of education and advocacy, but we also promote recreation and do a lot of work to enhance the Kansas River Water Trail. My job is the Kansas River Keeper. I get to use that pretty cool title because we're a member of Waterkeeper Alliance. It's a network of over 300 river keepers, water keepers, coastal keepers, bay keepers worldwide. And my job is to be the ears, eyes, and voice of the Kansas River and to hold the community accountable for the health of the river. Very briefly, just so that you'll have an idea when you leave today, our programs. I do all of our advocacy work. This can be with the state, with cities and counties on ways that we take care of the river. We are the only nonprofit that cleans up the Kansas River, and I'll share more about that in a little bit. We're probably most known for our educational paddle trip program because people see us at the boat ramps or on the river. This is where we take the public out for the first time on the river because we believe that when they connect with it, they're going to want to help you protect it. And that includes invasive species and everything else. We get lots of questions. If people are on the lower end of the river, what are those jumping fish? Why do they wind up in my kayak? And then we also have educational paddle trips with high school and college students. And a lot of those classes will do water quality testing or they'll learn about the geology of the river while they're out there. We also have a water quality education program, and this is in grades 6 through 12. And we actually take students streamside and they get to do water quality testing. In fact, we're at a school this week in the Shawnee Mission School District, which is a suburb of Kansas City. And these students this week will get to collect water quality data all day in the field. They'll have a data sheet They'll do non-chemical testing, chemical testing, dissolved oxygen, and then they'll same for macroinvertebrates. And you all in this room know the significance of macroinvertebrates, and they learn about what does that say about the health of a stream, and what does the absence of those say about the health of that stream. So we teach them that you don't really need all the fancy equipment if you can identify some macros. And it's a really great program. We've been doing it for a little over 10 years, and we find it's really impactful. So I'm going to talk a little bit about these three things. I'm going to start off with the Kansas River watershed. As a Kansas River keeper, I have the largest jurisdiction of any of the river keepers, which sounds insane, but our watershed is 61,000 square miles. It covers almost the upper half of Kansas. So you see the white line at the top and the white line to your left. So below the line is Kansas. The very northeast corner actually drains straight to the Missouri River. It's just a little bit of sliver of land. But other than that, almost the entire upper half of Kansas is in the watershed. Eastern Colorado, is anyone here from Colorado? Great state of Colorado. So Lyman, Colorado. If you stand in Lyman and you look to the east and it rains and we don't use that water or divert it for some other purpose, it'll flow right past where we are today. Then, of course, we have central Nebraska. Central Nebraska typically, historically, has been where a lot of the rain comes from. In the lower part, south of the Platte River, it drains into the Big Blue River, and then that is dammed at Tuttle Creek Reservoir in Manhattan, Kansas. And that reservoir has a lot of impact on the Kansas River. So if you look at this spot right here, that's where the Kansas River starts. And it's where two rivers meet in the town called Junction City. And it's called Junction City because it's where two rivers meet, the Smoky Hill River and the Republican River. Those two rivers drain this entire western part of the watershed. Once they meet in Junction City, then the river flows 173 miles where it meets the Missouri River. And along the way, you have four major reservoirs. We have Milford Reservoir, Tuttle Creek Reservoir, Perry Reservoir, and Clinton Reservoir. And those four reservoirs, while they're not on the main stem of the Kansas River, they're on tributaries. They really control the flow of the river for the most part. Now you get a big rain event, of course, the river can get high at certain times, but it's not particularly flashy. When it rains, it takes a while for the Kansas River to rise. And that's because we have those four major reservoirs that are holding so much of the floodwater. And also it's such a big watershed that it takes a long time for those streams to respond. Now the tributary streams are very flashy, whole different scenario. But like today, we're getting a lot of rain out by Manhattan. And long story, but we're also starting a historical project at Tuttle Creek called water injection dredging. And I guess this morning they've been delayed because of the rain, but that we'll see what that happens to the river today. All right, so I think I mentioned this when I started off that we are the longest prairie-based river in the world. And this is usually a surprise to folks to find that we have something so special right here in the middle part of the country, the longest prairie-based river. So what does that mean? I think all of you in this room probably can figure it out, but none of the tributaries of the Kansas River start in the mountains. So in the lower part of the southern part of Kansas is the Arkansas River. Obviously it starts in the Colorado mountains, but the Kansas River does not. It was completely surrounded by prairie at one time. And it's the Flint Hills and those beautiful golden limestone rocks that help to create our beautiful golden braided sandbars that we find in the Kansas River. And that's the hallmark of our river. It's those beautiful sandbars. It's a home to a wide variety of plants and animals. We find turtles, we found otter tracks, which is pretty exciting because there was a time when we did not. Beaver, great blue heron, bald eagles. This photo on the top right was taken just in March. I have never seen that many bald eagles in one tree before on the Kansas River. So it's not a great photo, but it shows you that they are back and they are thriving. And here's one of the biggest reasons why our work is so important. 950,000 Kansans get their drinking water from the Kansas River. So how we treat the watershed and what we do on the land greatly impacts our source of drinking water. And for some of the communities along the Kansas River, this is their only source of drinking water. For some communities, they get it from the alluvial aquifer, but there are some that get their water straight from the surface water of the Kansas River. This is our river access map. And I'm not going to talk about recreation today, but I just want you to know that if you have time or if you come back to Kansas, maybe you'll come through here on a trip sometime. We do have 19 access points along the Kansas River, so 19 ways for you to enjoy it. They're about 10 miles apart. There are a few smaller sections, one larger one. But all of the information you ever want to know about being on the Kansas River, you can find at kansasriver.org. We have information location on each one of those boat ramps, which make great places also to do our work. So I'm going to talk a little bit about cleaning up the river. You know, I grew up on the banks of the Kansas River on a 2,000-acre vegetable farm around the town of DeSoto. And when I grew up there, you know, there weren't any boat ramps. There were only like 2 on the entire Kansas River. My dad would get a trailer full of canoes and he would put it in at the town of Eudora. And I think a few of you were on the river yesterday, got off at Eudora at that ramp. That ramp has been there a long time. My dad would get these canoes. This was in the 70s. Don't ask me where he got them. I have no idea. And we would put in a group of us and our families, my husband's family. So we've been doing this a long time. And we would canoe down to our farm and we'd get off the river. But that was because we had access. The Kansas River is completely surrounded by mostly private land. So those 19 boat ramps are critically important to make sure that the people of the state of Kansas can access their river. It's one of only 3 public rivers in the entire state of Kansas. All other rivers are private unless they're surrounded by state, federal, or local land. So this makes the Kansas River one of the most important wild spaces that we have. But because we couldn't get on the entire river, all 173 miles, it wasn't until I truly started Friends of the Cause started putting in all these boat ramps with Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks about 20 years ago. And we realized the extent to which the trash dumping had occurred. Once we realized it, we started doing what we call the trash inventory. We would kayak the whole entire river, document everything that we find, and put it on a trash map. Well, we've been busy. We have a goal that by 2030, we will remove all of these old sites, and we are well on our way. I think we're going to smash the goal, but it has been a very difficult and laborious process. So we have so far removed over 4,000 tires in the last 5 years. Many of you probably know this from your own states. At one time, we collectively as a society thought that tires would be great for stabilizing the banks and to keep a river from taking your farm. We now know that doesn't work. We need trees and deep-rooted grasses. But those tires, what happens, at least on our river, is the river gets really high and it dislodges them, and then it puts them into sandbars and they get covered by sand. So all you see is black specks everywhere. So when it comes time to remove them, you have to dig them out with a shovel. They're full of sand. You can't recycle them. The recycle facility doesn't want them because of all of the sediment and the sand that's lodged into them. We can give them to landfills to put down to hold the liner, which is what a lot of these tires have been used for. But 4,000 tires in the last 5 years. We're not done. We have one landowner just downstream of where we are today, about 15 miles. This landowner, so far, we've removed 600 tires, and I do think it's going to be over 1,000 from one location by the time we're done. So we're going back in 2 weeks. In fact, Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks brings their airboats to help us because they're so heavy, we can't remove them all. We have John boats. This is not John boat material. This is full-on airboat material. So the agency partners with us to get all of these tires off the river. We also have removed 35 tons of battery cases near Manhattan, Kansas. And those battery cases, I'll show you a couple photos here in a minute and tell you more about that. We've also removed old metal bridges. In fact, we removed one just below Bowersock Dam. So if you look out this window, there used to be a big pile of metal when the river was really high. So we just use a bunch of hot saws and heavy equipment. We partner with the Evergy Green Team, which is a utility here in Kansas. And we removed some of the metal from that bridge back in 2017, but we couldn't get it all. That stuff is heavy. We're talking the bridge, pillars, the big steel beams. It used to be that the bridges, when the state was done with them, they just drop them right into the river and leave them. And this happened, I don't know when the practice changed, but not in probably my lifetime, but I'm talking older bridges. But we find those because that steel really doesn't break down in the rivers. And so when Bowersock Dam had to dewater, they had to dewater this part of the Kansas River, and they had to do repairs to the face of the dam. When they did that, they brought in heavy equipment, and we asked the owner of the Bowersock power plant if they would ask the contractor to pull the rest of that metal out with the heavy equipment, and they did. That's how we finally got the last of the steel out of the river. So that's been removed, and then there's plastic appliances and more. Well, my picture on the right didn't show through. The important picture is the one on the left. So this was decades ago. This is drone footage. It looks like donuts, doesn't it? That's what I think it looks like. It looks like a bunch of donuts. This is a Kansas River sandbar from a drone footage. And this is the site at DeSoto that we're working on right now, where we've already removed about 600 tires. Every single one of these tires has to be picked up by hand. Every one of them has to be stacked. And then once the boat comes, you have to load them all again into the boat, get to the boat ramp, they get unloaded onto a skid steer, put into a pile, finally put on a truck and taken to the landfill. It's a very labor-intensive process, but it's very rewarding. It's very rewarding to see that they're gone. These are just a group of volunteers. I put a few photos in here so you can see what we've been working on. These are lots of volunteers and partners working on removing tires. We removed them from several locations. I know a lot of those locations, if you're not from Kansas, they won't mean much to you, but there are many locations along the Kansas River where we're finding tires. And then, of course, the river comes up, it goes down, it turns over, the sandbars turn over, and it exposes more. So we might be picking up the odd tire here and there for a while, but we have a motto: one tire off the river is one more tire off the river. And we will take it, just like my friend Marcia here, and put it on the back of a kayak. And if we leave it at the boat ramp, the city or the county that owns that boat ramp site, they'll take it for us. They know we like to leave them gifts. They don't seem to mind. I've talked to all of them, said, no, you're not going to be upset with me, right? If I leave you like 10 tires. No, Don, we'll take care of them. So we're very fortunate. We have some really great partners along the river that want to help steward it. So again, my right side picture did not come through. But anyway, here's another drone footage of that same site. And then this photo on the right, these are the battery cases. So let's talk about these. What in the world are battery cases? So do you guys know, like a big truck battery that sits down in an actual rubber case? So over 60 years ago, there was a company that recycled batteries in Manhattan, home of the K-State Wildcats. So just to differentiate that you're here in Lawrence, the home of the Jayhawks. It's very competitive in Kansas. You either bleed purple or you bleed red and blue. There is no in between. At my house, it's both colors. My grandson runs around with a little t-shirt that says house divided because his mom and dad are very divided. So anyway, near Manhattan, there was a company that recycled batteries, and the cases, they would throw it on the back of their property, and they were recycling these batteries for Fort Riley, which is military installation located out by Manhattan, Kansas. And these battery cases, I don't think that, like, over 60 years ago, they did not do anything illegal. The laws back then were not like they are today, even if they had dumped them, but there's no indication that that's what happened. Everything that we've been able to read about the history of these is that more than likely it was a high water event that caused the cases to make their way into the river. We walked this property, which this company no longer owns. We walked it with some of the folks from the city of Manhattan, and we were looking to see if we could tell whether or not there were eroded banks that were like sending more down the river, because if there were, we wanted to get them on land before they got in the river, and we could not find any. I mean, we scoured this entire property, and we do know that some of these cases were taken to a landfill. Some of them were buried on site, but a bunch of them, like hundreds, thousands, wound up in the Kansas River. So we started again removing them by hand, because you're just going to have to dig in and do it. There's no other way to do it. These things don't really break down. I mean, they're still there 60 years later. Some of them are completely still intact. But if you take one and you drop it on a hard surface, like a hard dried sandbar, they will shatter into a million pieces. So we know that more than likely these little microscopic particles are floating around in the water. And they're heavy, very heavy. So we removed so far over 35 tons in 7 years by hand. Now, these are our volunteers, our partners, and students from K-State. So we've had a lot of people out on the river over the years. This has been a very successful project for us. We have a lot of partners. Of course, Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks brings in their airboats and ferries all of these back to the boat ramp, because again, they are so heavy. Let me tell you a little story. This is how naive we were. I like telling the story because it's just how much we've learned about doing this work. The first year, I learned about the battery cases, and I was like, well, we're going to get them. We're not just going to leave them there. So we took canoes, and there was probably 12 of us, and we went out on the river, and we're like, yeah, we're going to go. I got these great Tyvek like bags from Home Depot, contractor bags. We're going to fill them up, and we're going to canoe them to St. George. I'd called the town of St. George, which is downstream, and said, hey, can we put these in your dumpster? Yeah, all sounds good. We didn't realize how heavy they were. So we had a canoe full, all of us, canoes full, and just full disclosure, like, yeah, I've canoed my whole life, but it is not my preferred mode of transportation. It is a backbreaker. And I prefer my kayak, where I gotta rest in the back for my back. And anyway, the person that I was in the canoe with, I'm not sure whether it was the back breaking paddling those heavy battery cases back to St. George. We had to canoe them 12 or 8 miles to St. George. And we got there and we unloaded them. We were so exhausted. And I said, this is not going to work. There's no way we're going to get them off doing this. So second year, I'm like, we have a John boat. I'm going to bring the John boat. We're going to ferry them with the John boat, get them in the John boat. The boat wouldn't even move. It was so heavy. You take a bag off. Okay, will it go now? Nope. Take a bag off. Will it go now? Nope. Take a bag off. You got to the point where there's only like 3 bags in the boat. Like, that's going to take forever. So then Chris knows who I'm talking about. I call up Jesse, the game warden. Jesse, you're the only one I know that might be able to get battery cases off the Kansas River. And then our partnership started, and Jesse and other game wardens, but Jesse has not missed a single one, comes to every battery case cleanup and gets 35 tons. He's probably moved most of those 35 ton just in his airboat alone. So partnerships are what make this happen. The city of Manhattan is a partner, BHS Construction, Manhattan Parks and Rec, Kansas Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. Lots of folks involved with making this happen. So these are the battery cases. I know they're big in some cases, but they're really, really heavy, really heavy. Some other things that take creativity. This is a septic tank. It was empty when we found it. We had gone past it, honestly, for about 2 years. It was upstream of Manhattan. And every time we'd go past it, we'd say, how are we going to get that off? Because our river is not deep enough and it doesn't have enough water to get the kind of big boats that you might think you need. It's not like on the Missouri River where you can get a barge to stop and pick up the big stuff. We really do have to get creative. So we brought out a chainsaw and we cut it up into little pieces. And then who do you think we called? Jesse, the game warden. Jesse came out, we put it all onto the airboat, took it back to the boat ramp, and those partners at Riley County came and picked up all the pieces. Hot tub, same thing. We used a chainsaw, cut up the hot tub. We put the pieces on a sandbar, and then we called Jesse, the game warden, to come and get it. Same way with the water tank. These are some other interesting finds. You know, it is interesting. I strapped a refrigerator door on the back of my kayak. Somebody dumped a boat full of trash, like right out here, in front of Spring Hill Suites. I'm pretty sure, if I remember right, I think Wildlife and Parks was able to find the owner for that one. If we can get those KA numbers off of it, we're golden. And refrigerators, all kinds of appliances. It's amazing what you find. This is a double axle trailer. This is down in Kansas City, and we used a hot saw and cut it up. There was no way to get it up the banks. It was disconnected from the bank by water. And then in 2003, we found a really, really big, bad trash eddy. And this is downstream of Manhattan, the Big Blue River. And this is the next thing. So all of this stuff that I showed you before, my generation has vowed, we're going to clean this up and we're not leaving it to our kids and our grandkids. This is old stuff. We can get it off. But this problem, I think my son and my grandson's generation are going to have to figure that out. We have got to get a handle on single-use plastic. The amount that we find in our rivers is unsustainable. And I know you all see it too. There's no way you don't. This is the trash eddy that it was nothing but plastic bottles. And it was deep. You can't even see how deep it was. So we had a team of people, we were supposed to be picking up battery cases that day when we found it. I went and took the students to go clean up the battery cases, and we had a team of 5 people and they did nothing but this all day. It's a lot of plastic. So downstream of every major city on the Kansas River is what I call a trash eddy. So downstream of Manhattan, Topeka, Lawrence, down in Kansas City, you'll find a trash eddy. And it's usually the one that drains kind of the big street areas. So in Topeka, which is our capital city, there's a river called the Shenandoah. And when that river comes into the Kansas River, it is nothing but trash. And it's a huge pile. And so now what we're trying to do is are there any ways that we can work inside of these cities and these communities to try and work on the trash that's in the neighborhoods? One of the things that we think is happening is A, storm drains, and B, trash cans that overflow at gas stations and ball fields. A lot of ball fields in Kansas are situated along stream areas. And it's because, you know, that land can flood. And so we're trying to ramp up some outreach opportunities. There is a pilot project right now with the city of Lawrence and the city of Topeka, their stormwater departments. They got some money from the state to test the trash coming out of stormwater outflows. And so in Lawrence, we are going to inventory that trash and do like a PSA video on it. They're going to let us do some education around the fact that we find all of this trash. So we'll see what happens with that project, but that's one of our next big things. And I don't know why my pictures aren't coming through, a couple of those. So I just wanted to put up a slide to show you, this is not all inclusive, but we work with the cities. We work with Rotary groups, we work with nonprofits, with corporations, state agencies, utilities, basically everyone. Because the river belongs to all of us. It's our river. And a lot of these companies and organizations really care about protecting our drinking water source. All right, so I'm going to wind out with a little bit about advocacy. I have a few minutes left, but just a few slides. So I was appointed by Governor Kelly, which are governor of the state of Kansas, as the chair of the Kansas Water Authority in 2021. And we work on water issues across the entire state of Kansas, not just on the Kansas River. And in fact, a little bit about the Kansas Water Authority, we're all appointed by the governor or by legislative leadership. But really, our job is to advise the governor, the legislature, and the director of the Kansas Water Office on water policy issues to approve the state's water plan, which is the plan across the state on how we're going to deal with all of our challenges, and then to make recommendations for the budget for that water plan. We also approve federal contracts. So all of our federal reservoirs have a marketing contract that allows downstream users to use that water in a water marketing contract. So like the city of Lawrence has a water marketing contract in Clinton Reservoir for their drinking water supply. And we also prepare and issue an annual report to the governor and the legislature where we detail out what it is that we think are policy issues across the state of Kansas. So these are the top issues for us in our state. And I'm going to guess that it might not be all that different in your state. But for us, one of our big issues is to conserve and extend the High Plains Aquifer, which includes the Ogallala. So I know the Ogallala Aquifer, it is under several states. I think it's 7 total. So anyone here from Nebraska, right? Nebraska, that's your big Ogallala Aquifer. I've been on the Niobrara River. It's absolutely stunning. So we've got, a lot of issues across the state with the aquifer. It's in deep decline in Kansas, but it's also that decline is impacting the Kansas River because the tributary streams that flow in western Kansas have less water and they're becoming less and less able to provide water. And one of the concerns is that they'll become disconnected from their base flows, and we might not have any water that flows east. So there are a lot of challenges, and not to mention the economy of Western Kansas. We have a huge agricultural economy that was built out there with the use of water, and we've got to get a handle on that water use and also find a way to maintain our economy. Secure, protect, and restore our federal reservoirs. I mentioned earlier, we have a pilot project going on right now that's kicking off today. Our reservoirs are filling in with sediment. I don't know if you have that problem in your state, but we have a lot of sediment in Kansas and it moves constantly. And these reservoirs are filling up. So Tuttle Creek Reservoir, which is out by Manhattan, Kansas, again, home of the Wildcats, that reservoir is over 50% filled in with sediment. Now, originally they had a lifespan, right? 50 years, and we're reaching that lifespan. But there are no other places to build a reservoir. It's not really something politically that people want to do. I don't know about you, but I don't really want to dam any more streams. And so what's the answer? We still need flood control. We still need drinking water that the cities rely on downstream. There are a lot of needs that these reservoirs provide. So right now, the state of Kansas has started a water injection dredging pilot project. This means that they're going to send water down into the bottom of the reservoir near the gates, stir up the sediment, shoot it downstream into the Big Blue River to mimic bypassing. They're going to bypass the sediment. They want to try and create what a natural sediment downstream flow looks like. We don't know if this will work. Friends of the Cause, my nonprofit, we've said, we have a policy statement that we wrote on it. We want there to be heavy testing downstream, aquatic testing, testing for metals. We're not, as an organization, convinced that it won't be harmful to the Kansas River, but in the interest of the entire state of Kansas, we are interested in the state doing a pilot project to see, so that they can monitor it, do the testing, and see what the outcomes are. So that pilot project started today. And so I'm going to be leaving here shortly, and I'm going to put on my field clothes. And I've got my turbidity meters and my DO meters, and I'm heading to the river. So we're going to go and do some of our own testing to see how things look today once that sediment starts traveling down the river. So we'll see how that works. But we do have some really big challenges with our federal reservoirs. Improving the state's water quality, reducing our vulnerability to extreme events, and of course, the last one, education, all really important. So these are our challenges, the big water picture for Kansas, and I'll wind up with these. We do not have enough water for unlimited growth. When we talk of bringing in data centers, which they are happening in Kansas, we don't have enough water. So we're going to have to start making some decisions about what we're going to do about unlimited growth. The streams are running dry in some parts of the state. We battle water quality issues. We battle invasive species. We are overburdened by our collective overconsumption of plastic, and climate change is here, and we are not ready. So here's the good news. We have some of the best data in the world. The state of Kansas has the best data on the Ogallala Aquifer. There's no disputing that. We have increased funding. The state went 15 years without funding the full statutory funding for the state water plan. And in 2024, the plan was funded at 41 million. So we've essentially doubled it in the last few years. We have a strong team of scientists. This is why we're in favor of the pilot project. The scientists that we have at the state, the federal, and the local level, and the NGOs and the universities, they are some of the best, and they're out there today monitoring our rivers. And Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks has worked diligently to address the aquatic nuisance species. But like other agencies across the entire country, there's never enough funding. Funding continues to be a limiting factor. So here are some few thoughts I hope to have created for you. If you leave today, remember that the Kansas River is a drinking water source for over 950,000 Kansans. And the river is a reflection of how we use the land. For us, prevention starts with education, and it matters at every age and stage. And we believe that connecting people back to a place helps them to want to protect it. And it takes all of us. I think we are proof that partnerships are key. We have 4 full-time staff. If we didn't have partnerships and over 700 on-the-ground volunteers, none of this would be possible. So I know most of you are not from Kansas, but maybe you want to create something like this in your state. Our annual fundraiser, Beers of the Caw, is on November 2nd. It's next door to this place at Abe and Jake's Landing. We use beer to teach people about watersheds, and we're not ashamed of it. People come, they have a beer, they learn about the watershed and where the beer is in their watershed, and they have a great time. And then they get a hotel here at Spring Hill Suites. Walk next door. Here's my contact information, and I always like to end by saying small progress is still progress. Remember that the one tire that you pick up and throw in your boat when you're out doing your work is one more tire that's off your river. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Standing presentation. So to keep up on schedule, we'll keep rolling. Next up is our Kansas session. Chris Steffen has been working with the AIS program of Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks since 2010. He's held many positions, including seasonal technician, bait program lead, and since 2016, AIS coordinator. Chris has served on the executive committee at WRP as co-chair of MRBP and on many other AIS working groups and partnerships. And he's also an avid bird hunter. And he's going to tell you how things work in Kansas. Welcome, Chris.
Thanks. I want to start off by thanking Dawn for that. I know it's a little different than the work that we do, but there's so many parallels between what we do and what they're doing. You know, big problems, small number of people to address them, but that consistent work making big progress through time. So it's really inspirational, and I hope you all took some things away from that you can apply to your own invasive species program. So thank you again, Dawn.
If you want this, or you can use that.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. So I'm going to do an overview of our aquatic invasive species program. Vanessa and Michael are going to talk about kind of their areas of focus. So I'm going to kind of talk big picture, and then somehow Liam, our carp biologist, got out of speaking. So I will spend about half my presentation talking about carp. So we'll just kind of start with a big overview of Kansas. I think we are the middle of everything, flyover country for a lot of people that don't know better. I think Kansans are really proud of Kansas, and I think that's going to come through today. So I won't sell you too hard, but we have a lot to offer here. Don't tell your friends, but it's all a secret. So just keep flying over. One thing we don't have is coast. We are a long ways. Coastal issues, fortunate we don't have those. I feel for you guys that do work diligently on coastal invasive species issues. Unfortunately, we also are a long ways from a national park. If any of you guys have friends that can help us with that. It brings up really interesting things. Since we're in the middle, we're kind of a mix of the east and the west and the north and the south. We have very minimal Forest Service presence in the state. We do not have any Bureau of Land Management lands in the state of Kansas, but we do have Bureau of Reclamation reservoirs just in the kind of western end of the state. So 23 federal reservoirs in the state, 7 of those are Bureau of Reclamation, primarily for irrigation in the west. And then the rest are Army Corps in the east part of the state, primarily for flood control. So We are kind of a diverse state in that the west to east gradient really changes. But one thing I wanted to point out, and Don mentioned it too, is the Flint Hills, which is kind of where our office is located. We're fortunate to live there. Tallgrass prairie is the most endangered ecosystem in North America. There's only 4% of native tallgrass prairie remaining, and almost all of it is here in the Flint Hills. We're lucky. There's some rock that keeps people from being able to plow it. So it's just tallgrass prairie as far as you can see. No trees in sight, and lots of cattle and prairie chickens. So talking about west to east, the state generally kind of slopes downhill as you go to the east. We do have some locations over 4,000 feet in the west. The red dot is Mount Sunflower. You can drive to the top of it. It's just kind of it's not really a mountain, but it's the highest spot in the state. Robert's hogging all the real mountains a little bit farther west. So what's really interesting too is we see this kind of extreme gradient in precipitation across the west. In the southwest corner of the state, it's under 15 inches of annual rain, and then 50 inches in our extreme southeast corner. So it really changes as you go across the state. And Don had mentioned this too. We are dry in the west. That shaded area is the High Plains Aquifer. Basically in that part of the state, all of the drinking water, all of the water for irrigation, that's all groundwater use in that part of the state. And then as you move east, this is where people use mostly surface water, where we have these flowing streams and rivers. And again, we're split. As Don mentioned, the north half of the state flows into the Kansas River watershed, which goes into the Missouri River Basin. The south half of the state flows into the Arkansas River Basin and flows south. So we're lucky enough, we get to be on the western panel and the Mississippi River Basin panel, but then within the CARP working groups, we're members of the Missouri Partnership and the Arkansas Red Partnership as well. So here are the water bodies that the state manages, kind of follows the map of where the water is. The red dot is our office, about an hour and 15 minutes southwest of here is where all of our aquatic invasive species folks are located. While we're farther on the eastern side of the state, we're actually pretty central to where most of the water is. And one thing I want to note here, this is a total of about 186,000 surface acres. Essentially, these are all man-made water bodies, impoundments and quarries. We have a very limited number of natural lakes. So I just wanted you guys to have that background before we start talking about aquatic invasive species and just know the resources that we're working with here. So our kind of AIS story in the state starts in 2003. We had our first zebra mussel infestation at El Dorado Reservoir. For the WRP folks, that was the second location within the WRP footprint to have zebra mussels. Oklahoma beat us by about a decade. And that was in the navigation system down there. But as you can see, this was following a drawdown, zebra mussels on all the hard structures in the lake. Really brought this issue to the forefront. And in 2005, we had our management plan approved by the ANSTF. Very similar goals, I'm sure, to many of you. Lots of prevention, eradication and control, education, research. So I just want to talk about what are the major aquatic invasive species issues in the state. The first one might surprise a lot of you. We haven't discussed white perch a lot at these meetings. For us, if you ask our fisheries biologists, this is the biggest problem in our reservoirs, at least the ones that have them. So they're similar to a white bass, but they're smaller. They're native to the Potomac drainage. Accidentally stocked here with some striped bass about 35 years ago. So we have these in several 6,000 acre reservoirs. There's a billion of them. They're 3 inches long. you can't hardly put a night crawler in the water trying to fish for anything, and they come over and steal your bait. So because of that, a lot of our hatchery resources are dedicated to growing larger fish to stock. You can't just dump walleye fry in these lakes. The white perch just eat them immediately. So you've got to stock larger fingerlings. And then zebra mussels, we have 36 water bodies now in the state with zebra mussels. And then one of our other traditional priorities has been the invasive carps. 1987, we had our first big head carp in the lower Kansas River. 1991, we had silver carp in the same river. Now it's mostly a silver carp issue in the river. And we do have grass carp. We have never had our hands on a black carp in the state, but we did have a USGS tagged black carp swim up the Missouri River where the confluence with the Kansas is. So that one's kind of new for us. So white perch, some of these are major reservoirs. The other issue is down in the Wichita area. That area of the state has a lot of sand pits. And for whatever reason, I don't think it's a lot of folks moving them. It almost seems like someone has made it their life's mission to spread white perch to all of those sand pits. Every year we're getting reports of new locations down there. Again, very little fishing value. Like that's a big one. You know, a 5-inch white perch is a big one. Here's our zebra mussel distribution in the state. Mostly what we saw was kind of the higher use, larger reservoirs. We found zebra mussels there first. And then the last several years, we've actually been picking them up in smaller, 50 or 100 acre state fishing lakes as well. So we are pretty fortunate with our invasive carp. The dam outside the window here prevents most movement upstream. So we've got carp below that dam down to the confluence with the Missouri, and then the Missouri River itself. And then in this bottom right corner, we've got kind of a shared population of big head carp that run between Grand Lake in Oklahoma and the Neosho River in Kansas. One that's emerging for us, and Vanessa will talk a little bit more. In the last 5 years, we have discovered rusty crayfish population in one lake, red swamp crayfish in a private water body. And then we haven't found marbled crayfish in the wild, but our game wardens did locate an individual with a breeding facility in Kansas City, and those were all confiscated and euthanized. And I did mention the black carp. We haven't had our hands on one yet, but we do believe that they're probably swimming in the lower Kansas River. We do not have quagga mussels. We've done, I believe last year at the WRP, Michael presented, we've done some testing for them within our zebra mussel infested reservoirs and did not find any evidence of quagga mussels. We do not have snakeheads here. The closest location is in Missouri. Of course, there's some in Arkansas as well. But every time you guys run an article, all the news folks up here call me and it's like, hey, you guys find it yet? It'd be a great story. So just give me a heads up when you're going to put something out. So what's our program look like now? We have 5 full-time people, myself, Vanessa, Michael, Liam, and Brendan. So we've got Vanessa and Michael are AIS biologists, but they work on different things that they'll talk about in a bit. And then Liam and Brendan are mostly working on removing carp out of the river out here and down in the Neosho. We're all located in that one office in Emporia. So we've got all our stuff there. We travel around a fair amount. So like all of you, we do a lot of education and outreach. Here's kind of some examples of a lot of our stuff. Since Michael came on 3 years ago, we've really revamped a lot of it based around information and stuff that's come out of the different committees that these panels are a part of. Michael's really creative. So he handles our social media. Engagement's been a lot better since Michael came on. Turns out if you don't write really dry government things, people respond a little bit better. So thank you, Michael. We're also a member of the Don't Let It Loose program, as many of you are. And Michael will talk a little bit about that as well. So I'll jump into carp. This is the river system outside the window here. The Bowersock Dam is kind of the upstream dam. That's the one that stops most of the carp. Downstream, about 37 miles, there's a Water One weir. So it's really important to know from this slide is the Bowersock stops almost everything. The next one stops a lot of them. So this is the one outside the window here. Clearly it's pretty tall, pretty big issue for fish moving upstream. So the Water One weir sits a fair amount lower. Takes a flow event of about 13,000 CFS, and some fish can kind of squeeze around the end. As Don mentioned, though, we've got quite a few reservoirs in the system. So other than those big rain events right in the river itself or below those reservoir dams, we can hold a lot of that back. So what we see happening is 0 to 2 days a year, we'll have a flow event where carp are able to come upstream and over this weir. So as I mentioned, Liam and Brendan are focused on carp removal in that area. For the folks sticking around for the field trip Friday, you're going to get to see some of this in action. But I will say we've removed about 100,000 pounds of carp to date, primarily in that section between those two dams. We know we have a limited number of fish there. There's limited reproduction. There's limited migration into that section. So we initially focused our efforts there starting in 2022. And so what these graphs are showing is that section where we're working is that red line. So in 2023, there was a little bit of difference. After a year, we could see that those fish, as compared to the green and blue lines are unfished locations, control locations. Initially, all three lines started the same. After a year of work, we kind of pushed those carp where we're working. They're a little bit bigger, a little bit fatter. Growth is changing, which is what you would expect if you're removing a bunch of the fish. The remaining fish, instead of being stunted at 6 pounds like the other locations, we started seeing 7-8 pound fish. A year later, and many thousands of pounds later, the difference between that fish population and the unfished is huge. We only saw a few fish yesterday for the folks that were lucky enough to float the river with us. But those fish now, instead of 6 pounds and skinny, they're 15, 18 pounds and super chunky. So we've actually now begun working below that lower dam as well, down near the confluence with the Missouri. Based on a lot of work the Missouri Department of Conservation has done showing the value of those types of removals in those lower tributaries. So we'll have some couple display fish from this heavily fished location, and then we'll bring those down Friday so you guys can see the difference between where we've been working and kind of where we're just starting to work. One other project we had on the Kansas River, again, we've got a chunk of river with no carp, a chunk of river with some carp where we've taken a bunch out, and a chunk with a lot of carp where we're just starting to remove them. And this is a really complicated graph. I don't pretend to be an expert in this, but what it shows is where there's no carp is that tightest black circle. In this case, these are gizzard shad. They can select what they want to eat. They have a pretty tight circle, meaning they're all kind of focused on the same food sources, preferred foods. You add some carp, they expand what they eat because of what's available. And then that largest black circle is they're just eating anything they can find in the presence of a lot of carp. Mostly detritus and just other really low value foods. There's just not a lot available. So they're eating whatever they can in the face of lots of carp. So the dam out front, we do know carp would like to get over that dam. You can probably sit out there and watch them jump by that north powerhouse. For the most part, we know that that dam is holding them back, but we are a little concerned when the water comes up. That North Powerhouse was added in 2015. And this water that you see in the picture here is those kind of 4 bays on the north side. That's not going through a turbine or anything. That's just water that comes flat from the backside and pours out the front in a high water event. So when you get to about 50,000 CFS, a big eddy forms there, and then you've got this low velocity water just kind of rolling through those bays. This is the front side, so you can actually see right through those bays. So what we're working on there is we want that to maintain being a barrier to upstream movement of carp. So we're looking at installation of it's really low tech headbanger system, just a grate that hangs out over the river. So when they try to make that jump into that flat water in that bay, they just literally hit that grate and fall back into the river. We were really hoping to show that to you all by now. But the engineers got involved and kind of slowed us down. Nobody wants to be liable. And we'll have some folks present about this on Friday during the field trip. The takeaway here is our biggest, most fished reservoir is Milford Reservoir, 14,000 acres, which is in the upper part of the basin. We didn't know a lot about this river previously. We did this survey in 2022. We wanted to know what people thought about the carp, how they experienced the carp. We also found out there's only 3 access points on this lowest 15 miles of river. And there's 2/3 as much fishing effort on that 15 miles as our crown jewel reservoir. Like, we knew a lot of people fished it, but holy cow, there's a ton of people. It's incredibly important fishery for us that we just hadn't been looking into nearly enough. And real quick, I'll mention those big head carp down in the Neosho River and Grand Lake. Super collaborative with Oklahoma. They're actually doing most of the heavy lifting. It's a really weird story. The first carp was caught in 1991. And over the next 30 years, it would be a fish here and a fish there. No one had a really good grasp on what was happening. The system is completely isolated from other carp populations. There aren't carp in the reservoirs, 2 or 3 reservoirs below this. There's just big head carp in this river, and they run up the Neosho into Kansas, presumably to spawn. And so our paddlefish anglers snagging would just catch one here and there. So when the carp money came along, just for reference, they're huge. They're 80 plus pounds. What's the world record now? 118, 117? 117. So low density carp population, they're getting huge. So ODWC did a whole bunch of outreach. New technology in the form of live scope came along, which actually allows these guys, these fishermen, to go out, and you see the image there. They can pick up that 80-pound fish, and then they're individually targeting that fish, dropping a hook over them and snagging that fish one at a time. And they can follow them around. We've gone out with them and they'll follow them for 200 yards until they get that fish snagged. So all of a sudden, there was a whole lot of fish. You know, we had, I don't know, 6 or 8 records over 30 years. And then after Oklahoma did this, there's roughly 80 fish turned in that next year. So more than we thought. Traditional sampling has been really difficult to catch those fish. So now there's an ongoing telemetry project that will help us hopefully zero in on where to remove the rest of these carp. So we've got a lot going on. We're proud of the work we're doing. We're proud of the partners we have. It's really cool work. With that, I'll leave you with one more picture of the Flint Hills.
Thank you, Chris. Great work. Yeah, and appreciate Kansas hosting us. That was really impactful to see what's going on right here where we're standing. Great work, Captain. Next up is Vanessa.
I think it's Michael.
Michael.
Here's Michael.
Right. Next up is Michael Parr. Michael Parr has been an aquatic invasive species biologist for the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks since 2022. Michael's work is focused on monitoring organisms in trade and coordinating AIS outreach and education efforts for the state. Welcome.
Oh. Screen sharing. Sounds right. Elizabeth, is it sharing the right one? It is? Meh. So. There it is. You saw that. It was not letting me just share that screen. Okay, thank you, Michael.
All right, well, in addition to coordinating education outreach efforts for our program, I also coordinate our commercial fish bait dealer program in Kansas. So I'll be primarily talking about that today. So 2005, we produced our first aquatic nuisance species management plan. And one of the major goals of the management plan was to implement a coordinated strategy designed to minimize the risk of AIS introductions into Kansas through all known pathways. And prior to 2012, the commercial sale of live bait went largely unmonitored and wasn't well regulated in Kansas. And as we know, the live bait trade pathway does pose a high risk of AIS introductions. So by 2012, Kansas had developed a commercial bait program and enacted several regulations that would change the use of bait, both wild caught and commercial. So for instance, wild caught bait, there's more restrictions on harvest, use, and movement of bait, such as not being able to move live fish, including bait fish, from AIS designated waters. Also required bait dealers to keep records of who they purchased their bait from. And then if dealers were getting their bait imported into Kansas, it would, some of those regulations required that disease testing be required for those imported fish. And then also a big one to have oversight over the bait program is inspections of bait stores. So our commercial bait dealer guide booklet was produced. So it has all our regulation summaries, complete fish bait regulations and statutes. It has our application there to apply for a bait permit. And then also includes bait fish and crayfish ID guides of the permitted species that were allowed. And I will have those available after this session too, so you guys can check those out. So in that bait booklet, there is that application I mentioned. And so if I were someone wanting to purchase bait in Kansas, after familiarizing myself with the information in the booklet, I then fill out this application. And the front page is where you'd insert on the left side here, your business information. Each person can add up to 3 business locations per permit. And then I'll kind of go through the back side of the application here. So we do have on there, if folks would like their business information posted on our website for the public to know where to purchase bait from. So, there's a good resource for the public to know where they can get their bait from, and then also a good resource for dealers to know where they can purchase their bait from as well. Since if you are a dealer, you do have to purchase your bait from either another certified dealer, have it imported, or we do allow limited harvest opportunities too. And then our permits are issued just like a license, so it is tied to their social security number and federal employer ID number. And then the types of live bait that they can sell or import, those regulations only allow 7 species of live fish that bait dealers can sell and 3 species of live crayfish. So those fish species include the black bullhead, yellow bullhead, bluegill hybrids, green sunfish and hybrids, golden shiners, fathead minnows with the variant of rosy reds, goldfish, and black salties. And then for the crayfish, they can sell the Boreal, Calico, and White River. So when they do fill out the application, they have the choices of who they're purchasing their bait from, and they can have up to 3 suppliers they can purchase their bait from. And that would be in-state suppliers. And then you can also, if you choose to be just a jobber or a hauler, you can also do that too without purchasing bait. You can just deliver bait to other certified bait dealers in the state. And then like I said, we do allow limited harvest opportunities. So if people do want to harvest on their own private property, an isolated water body that they have, then they'll put those coordinates on their application. And then when we get the application, I'll check those out on Google Maps to see that, make sure that it is an isolated water body on their property. And if it requires more oversight, I'll make like schedule an appointment to go out there and physically look at it before I do approve that harvest location. And then they also can get their bait imported from out of state. And if they were to get it imported from out of state, we do require that they have or obtain pathogen free documentation from the facility that they're getting it from. And that facility must be tested. Their fish must be tested twice a year. And whoever does the testing has to be part of the USDA APHIS. And they test for these 4 federally regulated diseases, which are the spring virema of carp virus, the infectious pancreatic necrosis virus, viral hemorrhagic septicemia virus, and infectious hematopoietic virus. And then at the end, they do sign the acknowledgement that they understand that the bait permits aren't transferable. So let's say they do sell their business in between having their permit, they can't just transfer that to the new person that takes over, since the permit is tied to your social security number. And then we also have to have proof that they've taken our department's online aquatic invasive species course and completed that. And again, if they are getting bait imported from out of state, they must provide that proof of disease-free status, that 2 consecutive years is a pathogen documentation, and then a payment of $52.50. And that aquatic invasive species certification course I mentioned, that was actually a regulation that was enacted last July, I believe, in 2024. So this requires that anyone applying for or renewing a commercial bait permit must take this online course that we developed. So this course educates the commercial bait permit holders on AIS related issues. They can better inform their anglers that are purchasing bait from them, and also highlights important bait regulations and misconceptions as well, such as, people thinking birds move or primary vector for moving AIS and stuff like that. And so when we do receive the application, every application is reviewed, and we do contact them via phone to ensure that they understand the rules and regulations of the program, verify that they're using secure water sources, well water, rural water, city water, and then clarifying the application entries. Since they are filled out by hand, sometimes you can't read them, so you have to call them and make sure that you're getting the right information on there. And then, like I mentioned, every location for harvest is reviewed for risk and legal requirements. And as of now, only about 11% of our certified bait dealers harvest their own bait to sell. And so again, the commercial bait permit, so $52.50, that permit is valid for 3 years. Like I said, it says you'd like a license. You can kind of see on the left there. It's part of, like, if you got a fishing license, hunting license, that commercial fish bait permit is right there with those licenses. And currently we do have 151 permitted bait dealers in the state. And so, you know, one of the biggest things come out of this program are bait inspections to have oversight of the bait that's being sold in the state. So with those bait inspections, we visit all the permanent bait dealers. And like when we do get a new permit or new application for a permit, we do inspect them the same year to make sure that they're in compliance, that they have all their questions answered or concerns answered so they can move forward in compliance. We do check for secure water when we do inspections, make sure they have legal species, you know, those 7 species of live fish or 3 species of crayfish, and that they're maintaining accurate logs of who they're getting their bait from. And then, so when I go in to do an inspection, I usually will look at their logs and match and compare that with what their bait stock is to kind of see how much bait's being moved, what species they're selling. And then since those permits are good, valid for 3 years, it's a great opportunity to validate business information, you know, make sure that they're in the same spot, that they haven't changed locations or anything like that. Educate the retailers on aquatic invasive species issues. Like I said, again, track bait quantity and movement as well. And so when we go in, they are required to keep track of who they purchase their bait from. So this is our purchase and sales tracking log sheet. So for each supplier that they do have, they have to maintain a sheet for each supplier. So when I come in, they'll pull out these sheets. I can see their most recent purchases and kind of get an idea of how much bait that they are purchasing and moving, and making sure that who they're purchasing it from is either a certified dealer or someone that is out of state that they're getting it imported from. And this is just a kind of an extreme example of doing an inspection, what our inspection sheet looks like. So again, we have our species that they can sell up there. I'll record the quantity present and compare that to the quantity that was last delivered. Make sure those kind of match up, make sense. Then I will look to make sure that they have those legal species that they're supposed to sell. You know, most of the time, if I find something, it's something that isn't usually not a non-permitted species. Usually, it's like a tadpole or one of those 3 crayfish that they can sell, but since they didn't purchase it or didn't intentionally purchase it, we kind of consider that as, you know, something that shouldn't be there. So in this case, we consider it as a contaminant. So usually I'll have them on site, humanely euthanize that species, or sometimes they'll, you know, want to keep it as a pet at home, and that's fine. You know, my whole thing is as long as they don't let it out into the wild and that they understand that and what the repercussions of that are, and we're good to go. So if if they don't take care of the issue while I'm there, then I will within a couple of weeks come back to make sure that they have taken care of that issue. And then if we do find something that's not permitted, like a bullfrog, or let's say for some reason they get hold of a snakehead and they're trying to sell that there, you know, in that case, we get a game warden involved immediately, you know, have them seize that snakehead. But if it's something like a bullfrog or a tadpole, like I said, I'll have them humanely euthanize that usually when I'm on site, if they're comfortable. If not, then I'll return in a couple of weeks to make sure they have taken care of that issue. So bait inspections, you know, majority of the bait inspections are unscheduled. We do have a minimum goal of having 90 inspections done per fiscal year. Usually can hit almost every bait shop of the 151 we have, or 163 locations. They can usually get to most of them in a year, if not every other year. We do recommend having a crew of 2 inspectors. Just for safety concerns, and it also kind of just helps make the process go a little bit smoother with one person recording, one person looking at the bait stock. On average, you know, Kansas, especially in Western Kansas, might be a 2-hour drive to the next bait stop. So on average, it's been about an hour and a half per bait inspection, including drive time and that inspection itself. So not a whole lot of time. And, you know, seasonally, do these inspections from March to October. I like to try to keep them random throughout the state, not showing this up at the same locations, because our bait dealers do talk with each other. So, you know, trying to pick different spots in the state. We're doing inspections throughout the weeks or month that I'm doing it. So this is a really interesting. So, you know, when you think of a bait shop, you might think that it's just a little shack on the side of the road that just sells that bait. As you can see here, maybe it's just in Kansas, I'm not sure, but they can be anything really. Like, you know, there's general stores that sell bait, hardware stores, computer repair shops, a delis, food retailers, you know, your one-stop shop at the adult erotica store. So yeah, so what you think a bait shop is, it doesn't match reality. Like most of our, you know, only 11% of our bait dealers only sell just bait. You know, we do have those bait wholesalers and producers, 5 in-state, 9 out-of-state that are part of the program. But overall, our top 3 or top 1, you know, are attached to homes. So you wouldn't even know that there was a bait shop there unless you drove by, saw the sign in the yard, and went and knocked on their door to see if you could buy some bait. And, you know, and we have the outdoor stores like Cabela, Shields, some smaller operations, and then a lot of gas stations that sell bait as well. And so this is kind of how I keep track of when I'm doing inspections. So again, that same year that someone applies for and gets a permit, I will go and inspect them. And then usually every other year for a lot of places, especially out west, but you know, out east near Kansas City, those guys will most likely get inspected every year. There are some folks that do even sign up for a permit just because they want to make sure they're in compliance to sell worms, which they don't technically need a permit to do, but it's good to know in case, you know, I'll stop at these locations too when I go inspect just to make sure they're still just selling worms and haven't decided to sell live bait. And if they do, then I can conduct an inspection of their live bait while I'm there. And then also keeping track of those follow-up inspections if they did have something in their tank that they weren't supposed to have, or they weren't in compliance with keeping up to date on their logs, and I'll come back a couple weeks later and make sure that they've fixed that issue. And then kind of keeping track of our bait wholesalers that are out of state and in state as well. And then, you know, a big part of this is education outreach. So I did design some posters to give to our bait dealers. The one on the left is kind of more for their customers to let them know not to release bait while they're out. And that's even illegal to release fish or other wildlife in public waters or lands, kind of make that a point that they're not, you know, dumping their bait back into the water on the land. And then also giving them a big printout of the 7 species of fish that they can sell and the 3 species of crayfish. And that's kind of more for them and their employees. So if, let's say that permittee is not there and they have an employee there that gets the shipment of fish that day, they can screen through their shipment and make sure it is one, you know, that they're getting one of those 7 species and not something else. And they really appreciate just getting stuff to hang out that looks cool too. And this also presents a great opportunity while I'm doing inspections. So if your state is partner with the Don't Let Loose program and you provide any materials to the partnering pet stores, it's a great opportunity to do some in-person visits to those pet stores while you're out inspecting bait. And in Kansas, you know, we provide them with the Don't Let It Loose branded outreach materials like stickers, posters, fish bags. And it's a great opportunity too to address any concerns or questions they may have. So the key takeaways this program is, you know, at this point, after 13 years of the program starting in 2012, it pretty much is self-regulated. You know, a lot of times you'll have multiple bait shops in one town, and that kind of drives competition up between them. So if someone's down the streets doing something they're not supposed to, then the other bait shop will usually call us and let us know, because, you know, they want to be everyone held to the same standard. Like I said, applications don't really match reality. So without oversight, both AIS and disease can quickly spread with bait. And, you know, seeing that the highest percentage of bait dealers in the state have their bait business attached to their home. So without the inspection process, you probably would never have known that. And then You know, it only takes about 8 to 12% of my time annually to do these inspections, especially having another dedicated staff that processes the permits. So I just mostly focus on contacting the bait dealers, education outreach, and doing these inspections. And then it's also a great opportunity and potential to develop a positive relationship with the agency. You know, a lot of these folks are just happy to see us and kind of make their concerns known and be able to talk face to face with someone from the agency. So it is really impactful in that way as well. And so for recommendations of doing a bait program, you know, recommend again a minimum of 2 employees for safety reasons and just to make things a little bit smoother with the inspections. Designated staff to process applications and issue permits. So in our office, we do have one of our administrators, Laura, she's great, handles a lot of the phone calls for the bait applications and permitting and does the permitting for the licensing side. And then providing aquatic invasive species education materials during inspections, like the posters, brochures, stickers. We've done bait bags before, just something for the dealers and even, you know, the anglers purchasing the bait. So you've seen it out there, those carp air fresheners. I might give like a handful of those to our bait dealers to kind of hand out to their anglers too. And then again, like I mentioned, randomize where you inspect, since those bait dealers do talk, and you know, even like the drivers and jobbers will hear something and that news spreads pretty quickly throughout the state. So just randomizing where you are so people aren't like, oh, he's going to be coming tomorrow. And then also gaining interest and support from law enforcement, you know, to help regulate and issue any citations or tickets if needed. You know, there's been a couple times where I've had to get law enforcement involved because I had like a bait dealer complain that the guy down the street was gathering gizzard shad from a zebra mussel infested impoundment. So it's like, you know, stuff like that, to have your law enforcement support on that is fantastic. And then with that, I'll take any questions. Awesome.
Thank you much. Appreciate that. So last up for our Kansas session, Vanessa Salazar. Vanessa is an aquatic invasive species biologist for Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks. Her current focus is to increase capacity for watercraft inspection and decontamination, and to lead invasive crayfish detection efforts to prevent the introduction and spread of AIS in Kansas. And she's also on the executive committee of Western Regional Panel. Vanessa.
Good morning. I hope you're not tired of hearing about Kansas yet.
Cool. Come on. To share it with the Zoom Landia.
Steps.
It is kind of a lot of steps, but we got this. Got it. I think I got it figured out until we have a remote speaker. Okay. Vanessa.
All right, sorry about that. Okay, so today I'm going to be talking about our AIS monitoring and prevention in Kansas. This kind of changes throughout the years, what reports we're getting from the public, things like that. So this isn't everything that we do, but it's some of the stuff that we've been working on more recently. So I kind of just wanted to start out showing you guys a list of invasive species in Kansas. I kind of know we're known for having it all, but we actually don't. So there's some species that the West has that we don't, and vice versa. So out of this list, though, there are a few that are our priority species right now, such as big-headed carps, white perch. Chris talked a little bit about that. For plants, we actually only have reservoirs. We don't have, natural lakes. So aquatic vegetation even if it's invasive in Kansas, isn't necessarily a bad thing. Some vegetation is better than no vegetation at all. So for our fisheries, management fisheries, we really need all the vegetation and macrophytes that we can get. But the one thing that our agency is working on is Phragmites. We spend millions of dollars a year, more recently, trying to kick that back, because once you have it, it kind of spreads everywhere. I'm sure some of you noticed it on the Kansas River just yesterday, if you got to go on the float trip. For invertebrates, of course, the zebra mussel. And as you can see, we don't have quagga mussels. And crayfish. So rusty crayfish and red swamp crayfish have come up in the last few years. So here's just a zebra mussel map. We have 36 positive water bodies. It sounds like a lot, but it's not as many as you think. So you can kind of see it all started in 2003 with El Dorado Reservoir. At this time, we didn't even have an AIS coordinator yet. And so things happen and spread quickly when you're kind of in that situation. So we've had some good years where we didn't have any new zebra mussel lakes. And, we've had some bad years like 2024. You can see we had 3 new infested waters added. But these are all the water bodies that we're currently villager sampling for that don't have zebra mussels. So, they're not everywhere, even though that's how it seems sometimes. We use ArcGIS and Survey 123 to do our villager sampling. So it kind of does both a navigation and lets us input our data into that, which is really nice, especially when you're traveling across the state multiple times a year to do this. So I was just going to talk a little bit about our villager sampling, what we do, but then also why we are using these methods. So we are sampling twice annually in the spring and in the fall. In the spring, we do all water bodies, and then in the fall, we kind of focus on those high priority locations to get a second sample. The water temperature that we target is 68 degrees. And we did a study a few years back on El Dorado Reservoir, so our first infested impoundment. And the reason we choose that water temperature is because there's this kind of good period where there's peak villager densities. And so that happens to be between, May and September. Our sample sites, we use just boat ramps, docks, marinas, things like that. So those high use areas. And then we're doing oblique tows. And so I'll kind of talk about a little bit this villager sampling study that we did. This was on Pomona Reservoir. This study was done in 2015. And just a little background on Pomona. It's really turbid, not very deep in comparison to some other states. But zebra mussels were discovered there in 2014, and this study was done just a year later. So villager densities were pretty low at this point. And what we wanted to find out was what methods we should be using if we really wanted to detect villagers in their early stages of infestation. So not only did we use different plankton tow methods such as vertical, horizontal, oblique, but we also did different locations within the reservoir as well. So, offshore, out in the main lake, or near structures. So I'm going to run through these really quick because I know we're running a little behind. But method 1 was just main lake. So you can kind of see in that bottom right corner, we're just out in the middle of the lake, kind of where waters are converging. And we just did vertical tows from the boat. Then method 2 was offshore. So we did 50 meters offshore from a boat ramp, and we did vertical tows. 3, we did off boat ramp docks for vertical tows. And then 4 are horizontal surface tows. So just straight off the dock, we're throwing a surface level tow. And then last but not least was the oblique tows from boat ramp docks or marinas near any hard structure. And so what we found out, our results were some methods worked better than others. As you can see, our oblique tows had a significantly higher probability of detection at around 69%. So that is the method that we use when we're doing our own villager sampling. All right, so now we're going to go into crayfish. This is a little a northern crayfish. Well, it's a big northern crayfish, actually. So crayfish have come up a lot in the last couple years. The first one being the red swamp crayfish that was actually found during a bait shop inspection that we were doing. We always kind of look at, the fish, look at the crayfish, make sure that they have the right species that they're able to sell. One of our seasonal technicians was like, hey, this one looks a little funny. It's kind of red, it's kind of big. And he was right. It was a red swamp. We talked to the bait shop owner, and he really didn't know. He couldn't even tell us. He had his receipts and all, but he kind of just was trusting what he was buying. So from there, we went and found out, where he bought it from, where it was sourced. It ended up being a private impoundment. So unfortunately, there wasn't a lot we could do about that, but we sure tried. But just to note, like, it's great that we have Michael out doing those inspections because we can find things like this, and it brought crayfish to our radar in the first place. So in 2021, we had a graduate student kind of start looking into crayfish sampling. And the second site that he went to, he found rusty crayfish. So it's like, oh, crayfish are kind of everywhere. So, and then an honorable mention, Chris mentioned this earlier as well. We did have an instance with marbled crayfish in 2022. So in just 3-4 years, we're kind of having different species of crayfish coming at us from left and right that we hadn't even been looking for before that. So because of all of this, we decided we needed to do a crayfish research project. We looked online at the literature, and there's kind of a lack of sampling methods. There's a lot of information out there, but everyone's using different trap types, different times of year. Everyone's using different bait methods as well. So there wasn't anything that was standardized, and was the goal. So let's see. So the project in general had 10 sites. Our objective was to compare suite of sampling gears. So there was pillow traps, modified minnow traps, and then regular minnow traps. We wanted to see what the size selectivity was. So what size of crayfish we could catch for each of those trap types, detection of probability. So how much effort is needed to find crayfish. All right, so the results, minnow traps worked best in lentic systems. So, your lakes, minnow traps and modified minnow traps kind of work interchangeably. The only difference is the size of the opening, and you can kind of see them in the background there. But our primary sampling window in Kansas was May through July 15th. After that period, I don't know if the crayfish are molting or it's just super hot and they don't really want to be out. I wouldn't either. There's another resurgence starting in the fall. So October through November, we can kind of go back and get a second time period for sampling. But we did see that bait type was insignificant. We choose to use dog food. It's easier to transport, not as messy. One of the methods that was tested was grinded up fish. So that was kind of gross. So from McPherson State Fishing Lake, that is where we found the rusty crayfish. We've been sampling it twice annually since its discovery, so since 2021. And you can kind of see on that graph on the right, it isn't a majority of what's in the lake. Actually, the northern crayfish, which is one of our bait species that can be sold, is the highest in abundance. And the rusty crayfish, they're kind of here and there. But we haven't seen any negative effects in Kansas anyway, for now. We'll see what the future brings. So we've kind of turned this into our own statewide sampling using this research study. And we started in the Kansas City area, just with the reports from the marbled crayfish, and just in the urbanized area, we figured that might be the best place to start. You don't know if people are dumping their bait. There's a lot of urban ponds, things like that. So what we have found is the crayfish that we're finding, you can see Northern and White River, those are both able to be sold as bait, and that's what we find in the highest abundance. Golden crayfish, those are really cool. I should have put a picture of that instead. And then our biggest issue with our statewide sampling is stolen traps. It really sucks to haul out 100 traps and set them out and go back the next day and there's some missing. We do flag them with KDWP floats. And most of the time, it's not people being malicious, but they go out there and they're like, people aren't supposed to be doing this, and they feel the need to take it upon themselves to remove it. So another thing that has kind of come from the crayfish sampling is mystery snail. So this is one of the things that was a bycatch in our crayfish sampling. And we kind of found a few more sites of mystery snails that we didn't know were there previously. So it's kind of been a topic of discussion in our office. So as well as finding them with our crayfish sampling, there's also been an increase in public reports. They die off in the middle of the summer and it's really smelly. They wash up on shore and we have people call, the officer send an email, reporting what is this, things like that. They tend to be found near city lakes, urban ponds. So I imagine it's coming from people dumping their aquariums or not wanting their pets anymore. But something that we're tracking and taking a closer look at as of late. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our watercraft inspections. I started doing our WID efforts in 2023 for the first time ever. It was very intimidating because I hear so many success stories from surrounding states, and ours are voluntary. So, if people ask, do I have to stop? We have to tell them, no, you don't. People generally had a really good attitude, but you're always going to have your people that feel it's an invasion of privacy. All of our WID efforts so far have been grant funded. So BOR and US Fish and Wildlife specifically. So for our first year in 2023, we did BOR waters specifically. So we had 5 reservoirs in Northwest Kansas. I only had enough money to get 4 inspectors, and we did 1,126 inspections. What was the most interesting about doing this first year was Western Kansas, there's not a lot of people out there. There's not a lot of water either. So we saw a lot of out-of-state boaters from Nebraska, Missouri, even Texas, some of the Dakotas, Colorado. And I just thought it was very interesting because I didn't think Kansas was a destination, but so 2024, I only could get 2 inspectors. And so we decided, well, let's focus on those infested reservoirs. They did have the highest traffic. So I decided to put my people there. But somehow we only got 363 inspections. I will say there was a lot of bad weather that year. There's strong winds, storms. A couple of my techs got stuck out in it. So it wasn't the best, I guess, we did our best, but it's fine. And then this year we moved east. We decided if we're going to continue to do WID, we should focus our efforts on high priority areas. And so we selected 4 reservoirs that are our highest use in the state. These are all reservoirs that actually were in Dawn's presentation. So Clinton, Hillsdale, Perry, Milford, all right off of the Kansas River. We figured we would get the biggest reach at these locations. But again, money's always an issue. We can only get 2 inspectors, which is fine. But we had a great experience out in Eastern Kansas. People tend to be a little bit more pliable or friendly compared to Western Kansas, no offense. But we got 613 inspections only even here. I did have my techs work together instead of separating them. I went out with them a few times and kind of have some weirdos, and I had a female tech. So I was like, you're not going to be alone, but it just worked out that way. So for compliance, the biggest takeaway I saw, so for 2023 and 2024, boat flood compliance did increase. It's hard to say for 2025 because it was our first year at that location, but I thought that was pretty awesome because it showed me that we were making a difference in the behaviors that people were showing when they're at the ramps. And then inspection compliance, this is who was willing to stay and didn't drive off after they asked if they had to stop. So it's kind of all over the board, but it's honestly better than I thought it was going to be. So, can always be worse. So some of the challenges, what isn't mandatory? It's voluntary. It's kind of hard to get the people to rally behind you if they know they don't have to do something. And then compliance really varied based on where we were. Western Kansas people seem to be a little bit more private, have a lot more pride. And then just credibility, getting the public to care. A lot of what I heard just even at WID station was, why are we doing this? We already have zebra mussels everywhere. So, you know, a big component of WID is talking to the public and changing their opinion and educating them. So it's great to get that firsthand experience. And then hiring, I thought it would be easier. It's not. It's really hard to hire people that are willing and wanting to stay at a boat ramp. It gets really hot in Kansas. I'm sure you guys have figured that out by now, being here. So it can be grueling being out in 105-degree weather, just sitting at a boat ramp. So another thing that we use is CD3. So we actually have 12 of these statewide with how many issues we have with hiring WID inspectors. The public seem to really love these. We have 4 trailered units that were purchased with water plan funds. Don kind of talked about that a little earlier. And we got these trailered ones because we were able to move them within the regional advisory committees, move locations, get people to see new eyes on them. And it's really an education and outreach component too. We got a custom wrap, tells you what you're supposed to be doing. And, you know, something out there as a tool is better than nothing at all. So we hope when people see these, it makes them ask questions and, you know, shows them that they do have some of the tools to drain water at least. And that's all that I have. So if you have any questions, be happy to take them.
Thank you, Vanessa, and thank you for Team Kansas. Those were some great presentations. So we are moving into a break. I apologize, we didn't have time for questions for any of those folks, but all these people are still in the room, so please seek them out during the break and hit them up with those questions. We'll be back at 10:10. Thank you.
I would be waiting, so.
Hey, everybody, if you want to take your seats, we are going to start the next session. Hello, hello. We need the whistle. Hello, everybody. If you can please take your seat. We are going to start with our next session here, discussing a fishery commission for the Mississippi Basin. Erica, if you want to share your screen, we will work on trying to share on our side here.
All right. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Great. How does that look?
Yeah, we can see it. So here, Chris, I'm gonna give you the stage here. And hope,
Thank you.
yeah.
So our next session here is a panel, or Fisheries Commission for the Mississippi River Basin. So this is something that's kind of been in the works, for the Mississippi River Basin. For a little while now, it's been an idea for a long time. And so to kind of help folks within the Mississippi panel understand what a commission is and what a commission can do, which we have a lot of experience with in the West with Pacific states, and there are other commissions around the country. And so what we wanted to do was bring in those experts, people from those other commissions, to kind of talk to us about the commissions, the work they do, how they do it. So that those of us without experience have that information to bring back to our administration, so that hopefully we can help with the idea and move on this Mississippi River Basin Commission. So we've got a panel of 4 folks here today. They're each going to give a presentation about, I think we gave them 20 minutes apiece to talk about the commission that they're a part of. And then we're going to end it with questions and kind of a panel discussion. So our first presenter here is Erica Jensen. Erica Jensen serves as Executive Director of the Great Lakes Commission, when was appointed in July of 2021. As Executive Director, Ms. Jensen directs operations, manages relations with the Commission's Board of Directors and Commissioners, oversees policy and advocacy efforts, and collaborates with the agency's numerous partners to advance strategic regional priorities. Prior to her appointment, Ms. Jensen directed the Commission's Aquatic Invasive Species Program And in that role, she served as coordinator for the Great Lakes Panel on Aquatic Nuisance Species and Invasive Mussel Collaborative. So as soon as we have the technical part of this sorted out, which will be shortly, we'll have Jessica give us her presentation.
Erica.
Erica.
Erica, we can see you through the Zoom perfect. It's just the room can't see you.
Okay. Well, if you can see my slides, people
No.
don't need to see my face. Oh, okay.
Just close other things, but like, we don't see anything up there, do we?
No.
Okay, the year, okay, so we're, sorry, guys. No, this is weird. It's here.
Like speechless.
I'm a little speechless too.
See, technical.
Well, my slides, if you just want me to talk and run through kind of the questions you asked, I can just speak to your presentation prompts if that's easier.
We could also try sharing her presentation from our end. Yeah, everybody online can see things perfectly. It's just in the room we can't, so give us just a second and hopefully we can figure it out.
Should we call Amy?
That's it, right?
Mm-hmm.
There it is. No, we just kicked her off. Sorry. My bad. Okay, you need to project. For some reason, we stopped projecting. I don't fix that. Switch screens, like, is it control F7? No idea. Just grab my computer.
Is that what
No,
we would do?
no. Did we have one of our, they need a presentation on my hand.
Right, can't we just show her which slides from here?
Yes, we can, but Zoom isn't showing here, like, not, see, it's like down. Okay, who's our tech people?
Not us.
We need our tech person.
We leave this meeting and come back to it.
We can, but we're gonna lose her. Like, that should be the short.
It's crazy. It's last week. It was like.
It's F7 on my computer, but it's not here. Okay.
Really, we worked on this yesterday. So,
It's just, why isn't it showing up there?
I don't
Like,
know.
there's a
I don't know.
Is our projector plugged in? Did it get kicked out?
No,
Is it plugged in?
man.
Worked so good this morning. Yeah, Robert, thank you, Robert. Please come help us. So everything
Why
looks
isn't it
great
not
here, but it's
showing
just not
here?
showing up there, like
See.
control F7 or something?
Yeah, it's probably, I don't know what it is on this particular computer. Yeah, we want to duplicate. I just don't know. Here. This computer's not the fastest.
Guess not. What did you just ask it? Oh, just.
Yeah, because because it's extended right now, you just want to duplicate, so it's showing the same thing on both screens.
day yesterday. That's the
But I don't know. It's normally one of these, like a function F6 or 7.
So Chris and I are
I
gonna
don't know. I know I used to write this down.
Everybody's saying that.
It's slow. It's because it's trying to search.
stretch session.
It's not color.
Yeah, check on a different computer. What? No, it's.
Here, multiple displays, we want to duplicate.
Robert, stuff's happening. Progress.
And this is why he is the AIS leader of the West. Yeah. Okay, I'm getting off the go wrong. Okay,
We good?
I think we're good. Erica, we've done it, so you can speak now.
Okay, great. Well, hi, everyone. I'm sorry I wasn't able to join you in person. There's just a lot going on here as we prepare for our own meeting later this fall. So I'm happy to talk about the Great Lakes Commission, how we work with AIS and how we work with the Great Lakes panel. If you haven't noticed, we are not a fisheries commission, and I will address that a little bit later in my presentation. So the Great Lakes Commission, we are an interstate compact agency, which interstate compacts are provided for in the Constitution. So in 1955, the 8 Great Lakes states developed the Great Lakes Basin Compact that established agreements among the 8 states about collective management, development, conservation, use of the water resources of the Great Lakes Basin. And that compact was ratified once 5 of the states signed, and then eventually all 8 states signed onto the compact. Congress in the US also gave its authorization and consent to our compact in 1968. Each of our states passed state legislation implementing the terms of the compact and how they would engage with the Great Lakes Commission. So that Great Lakes Basin Compact established our agency, the Great Lakes Commission, to help the states execute the agreements in the compact. It also lays out, how the Great Lakes Commission is governed and our financial structures and things like that. So Article 1 of that Basin Compact outlines the principles and the primary mandate for our commission, again, related to Great Lakes Basin water resources and collective management. So we are an agency that is in state and federal law. Ontario and Quebec are not signatories to the compact, but we did establish a declaration of partnership with the 2 provinces, recognizing the binational nature of the Great Lakes water resources and the important role that the provinces play in that, and to help us work more formally with those 2 governments. So we have a declaration of partnership with Ontario and Quebec, which was signed in 1999. Just a couple of excerpts from our compact that kind of outline the type of work and the focus areas for the commission that we were mandated to do within the compact. So we look at data collection, compilation and reporting on data related to water resources. We are a recommending and advisory commission, so we do not hold regulatory authority. Our primary role is to make recommendations to the states and provinces, to the federal governments and other entities about Great Lakes water resource management. We can prepare and publish reports and other related powers. Article 7 of our compact outlines some of the specific issues that the states identified in 1955 as important areas for the commission to focus on. So that includes things like lake levels, pollution, erosion, water withdrawals and diversions, hydroelectric power, navigation, flooding, etc. And there is one particular section of that, or subsection of that Article 7, that is sort of where the compact speaks to invasive species. So I've highlighted that here. So in that Article 7, commits each of our states to consider the recommendations of the commission with respect to those issues. So one of those you see here in very formal, compact language, coordinating action related to destructive and parasitical forces endangering fisheries, wildlife, and other water resources. So that's sort of the tie-in to our role with invasive species. You may be aware that there is a Great Lakes Fishery Commission, also established in 1955 through a treaty between the US and Canada, who was specifically directed to work on invasive sea lamprey. So we actually have a separate commission who does fisheries management and also runs our sea lamprey control program. So that is separate, and we at the Great Lakes Commission don't do too much with sea lamprey, except provide a mechanism for the Fishery Commission to share out what they are working on. In terms of our relationship to the Great Lakes ANS panel in particular, the authorizing legislation for the regional panels, as well as the task force and other federal programs and coordination through NANPACA in 1990. If you've read that legislation, in the section on regional coordination and regional panels, it expressly establishes the Great Lakes panel and expressly calls on the Great Lakes Commission to serve as administrator for that panel. So we were, through that legislation, legislatively mandated to serve as the coordinator for the Great Lakes panel. So we established the Great Lakes panel in 1992-93, extending invitations to all of those entities outlined in NANPACA that should be involved in the Great Lakes panel. That authorizing legislation also specified that the Great Lakes Fishery Commission should be an advisor to the Great Lakes panel, and that we were encouraged to invite representatives from Canada to participate. So that very basically is our relationship, how that was established with the Great Lakes panel. So since the early 90s, we have served to coordinate the Great Lakes panel to be the fiscal administrator. So we receive the panel funding from US Fish and Wildlife Service and expend that on coordination, meetings, facilitation, and other Great Lakes panel work and projects. So I'm happy to talk more about that relationship in discussion if you'd like, but moving on to some of the other questions about the Great Lakes Commission's broader engagement in AIS. So we have, as part of our governing documents, a strategic plan that outlines various goals for the commission. So it's a 5-year strategic plan that kind of takes our mandate under the Great Lakes Compact and specifies some particular actions and goals to work on over that 5-year over that 5-year period. So our goals are pretty perennial and consistent with the overall themes that you see in the Great Lakes Basin Compact. And under those goals, we have a series of strategic actions that kind of direct the specific types of work and activities that we will undertake over this period of the strategic plan. Our invasive species work, including our coordination of the Great Lakes panel, falls under that healthy aquatic ecosystems goal that you see listed here. Our strategic plan also outlines in a little bit more detail the how and what of our work. So we, through the compact, we have a strong role in communications and outreach, in information management and delivery that really speaks to the regional compilation and provision of data, facilitation and consensus building, so serving as a convener and a coordinator, not just on invasive species, but on other priority issues that we work on at the commission. Policy and coordination and advocacy, and I know folks had specific questions about legislative priorities and lobbying and advocacy. So one of the values and strengths of the Great Lakes Commission is where our 8 states agree on specific pieces of legislation, federal policies, programs, funding. We have the ability to go communicate and advocate to Congress for those policies, programs, and funding. So we have an annual legislative priorities document that we release that I'll talk a little bit more later. But where we have consensus, we find that it's very powerful for the commission to help the states speak with one voice on these particular issues. And we also do a lot of regional project management. We have several programs where we grant out funding to local restoration projects. So we can help facilitate the movement and distribution of federal funds out to partners in the region. So we do a lot of project management and work as well. So to describe a little bit our invasive species work beyond just the Great Lakes panel. So our coordination of the panel is really the core and central organizing force of our invasive species work, because it does include the AIS coordinators from all 8 of our states, plus the 2 Canadian provinces. It includes, as you know, AIS leads from the regional offices of the federal agencies in our region, as well as non-government stakeholders from the private sector, from the NGO sector, research and academic institutions. So we have great participation and representation on the panel. And given the panel's role in setting AIS priorities for prevention and control, you know, that is sort of the central organizing force that informs a lot of the work that we do separate from the panel, but in coordination with the panel on aquatic invasive species. So a number of the projects that we help facilitate and coordinate, again, we lean into that facilitation, coordination, and convening role. So bringing regional partners together to tackle specific invasive species problems, be they pathway-based, such as on ballast water or recreational activities, or organisms in trade. Some of you may be familiar with the gladiator work that we've done in support of regional prevention and control activities, looking at internet pathway of invasive species and trade. The Landing Blitz event that we help coordinate for the region to educate boaters and other recreational users in the summertime about AIS and how they can take action to prevent movement of invasive species. We also facilitate several species-specific collaborative groups. So where we have a widespread or challenging invasive species that's present in the region that needs some concerted, focused effort to advance control and management, we've been able to facilitate groups focused on advancing management and control for those specific species. So Phragmites, zebra and quagga mussels, European frogbit, etc. We've also been able to support regional coordination efforts around early detection and response. So working with the states and federal entities, as well as our partners at the Nature Conservancy, have facilitated a regional detection, surveillance, and response plan, and continue to support coordinating efforts around early detection activities in the region. So helping to inform surveillance at the federal and state level. And many of these projects are funded through the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative. So based on our compact, we have the ability at the Great Lakes Commission to receive federal grants and contracts. We can also receive funding from private entities and philanthropy. So we are pretty flexible in who we are able to receive funding from and how we are able to receive funding. So because the Great Lakes region is fortunate to have the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative, which has put an influx of funding into AIS prevention and control, some of that funding eventually makes its way to the commission to help coordinate these regional efforts. And in large part, many of the folks that are participating in these projects and groups that we help facilitate and efforts are the same people who are sitting on the Great Lakes panel. So we try to maintain a strong connection to the priorities of the panel as the priorities of the region on invasive species. So briefly on legislative activities. As I mentioned, the commission has a role on behalf of the states to advocate to the federal government on a wide variety of policies and programs that impact Great Lakes water resource management. One of these is aquatic invasive species. So on an annual basis, we work with our board of directors and commissioners to develop a list of federal priorities that we take to Congress at our annual Great Lakes Day in Washington to share what we think is important legislative action for the Great Lakes region in that year. So this does include invasive species. And for this latest 2025 year, I'll mention just briefly our specific priorities that we took to Congress were to provide full federal authorization for the Brandon Road Inner Basin project to address invasive carp. So currently that's at a 90-10 cost share with the federal government. We continue to advocate for full federal funding for both construction and operation and maintenance of that project. We advocated for funding for essential invasive species programs, including those established under NAMPACA and NISA. So the task force, the panels, the state management plans, as well as the Fishery Commission Sea Lamprey Control Program, the Invasive Carp Action Plan, and other related programs. And we also advocated for legislation that would authorize the Fish and Wildlife Service and Department of Agriculture to implement pre-import screening and quarantine measures for non-native species and to prohibit the interstate transport of listed species. And related to that, we want to make sure that the federal lists of banned species are consistent with the Great Lakes least wanted species list, which has been developed by the 8 states and 2 provinces. So that is some of what we have advocated for. Briefly, as I mentioned, the Great Lakes Commission is one of 3 binational commissions that operate in the Great Lakes region. So there's our commission, which I've described, the Great Lakes Fishery Commission, which was established by the Convention on Great Lakes Fisheries, and their operations are directed by their Joint Strategic Plan, as well as the International Joint Commission Great Lakes Regional Office, established through the Boundary Waters Treaty and has authority for oversight of the Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement. Both the International Joint Commission and Great Lakes Fishery Commission are treaty organizations established by a treaty between the US and Canada, which make them different from our commission, which is an interstate, state-based agency that has congressional consent. So a little bit of differences there. We have an MOU with the other 2 commissions that outlines areas for us to coordinate more formally. But we do a good job of staying in communication and coordination with our partners at the other 2 commissions to leverage each other's strengths and expertise and authorities, and where it makes sense to be consistent in our recommendations to the government, since all 3 of us have responsibility to make recommendations to the governments on different Great Lakes issues. So I think we do a pretty good job of working together and making our priorities coordinated and in some cases consistent where we can be. And then I think hopefully I've covered most of the prompts, but just quickly, the last one hopefully is self-evident on the emphasis on freshwater versus marine or inland work. So because of the way our compact is established, our mandate is specific to the waters of the Great Lakes Basin. So, that pretty clearly delineates that we would focus on freshwater species. We also do facilitate some inland work as it connects to their connecting waters to the Great Lakes Basin. So in some cases, we do work inland as well. And I think that hits my time exactly. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Erica. The plan is to kind of hold the questions till all four presenters have talked and kind of generate a discussion. So we've got 2 hours for this session. The first 2/3 will be these presentations, and then hopefully you all have some good questions, and we'll throw them at the four panelists then. Next up, we have Charlie Robertson. Charlie is the Fisheries and Sportfish Restoration and Aquatic Invasive Species Coordinator for the Gulf States and Marine Fisheries Commission. He has nearly 20 years of experience working across the Gulf on restoration and management projects, ranging from coastal wetlands and oyster restoration to aquaculture-based stock enhancement and reef fish management. So thank you, Charlie, for coming today and presenting to us. Well outside of the Gulf.
And show how far you are from the coast.
Yeah, you can't get much farther away from the coast there, so thank you.
Yeah, a couple flights to get here. Is this thing on?
Robert says yes.
Testing. You guys hear me?
Hold on, we're now we gotta do all the bells and whistles here, people. Let's see. Okay, wait. No, hold on. You gotta go. Oh, geez. Okay. So there's that, and then I go like this.
What's that up there?
Yeah, but it has to be shared on.
Yeah.
And then I go like this. I go like this. And then I go like this. I think I did it. We gotta go back to. It's not gonna be there. Don't even touch it.
Yeah, I think he's.
I think you're good to go, Charlie.
All right.
Yeah.
Microphone.
Use that.
Yeah, is this microphone on? Can you guys hear me?
No.
It may be dead. And this is why this works real good too.
Works.
It's stupid.
How about now? Better?
Yeah.
Okay. Sweet. I get to use the stand around walking one instead of the microphone. Thank you, Erica, for that presentation, for kind of setting the stage for the talk on the commissions. Thank you to the Mississippi River Basin panel and the Western Regional panel for inviting me to talk a little bit about the Gulf States Marine Fisheries Commission. And I noticed on the agenda, this is just a minor distinction, but we are a Marine Fisheries Commission, unlike the Great Lakes Commission, which is a freshwater. So a lot of you guys might know about some of the stuff I'm going to talk about here today. Is this what I'm supposed to use?
To get past the first slide. Then I'll do it. Some odd reason.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Okay, now try it.
There we go. All right, so they'd given us some prompts to talk about. A lot of you guys might know what I'm going to go through here today, but just kind of general background on the Gulf States Marine Fisheries Commission, talk about our commissioners, kind of the organizational structure of the agency, and then talk about our involvement in AIS, as well as
with the panels and the task force, go through some of our funding legislation and then priorities and collaboration. So a lot of what Erica just talked about. So the commission, the Gulf States Marine Fisheries Commission was established back in 1949. We were not established through the same mechanism that the Great Lakes Commission was. We were actually authorized through a congressional act. And this was ratified through a compact similarly to the other commissions by the Gulf States. We were the third commission after the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission in the early 1900s, and then the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission in the mid 1940s, excuse me. And our principal objective is to work on the conservation, development, and full utilization of the fishery resources of the Gulf of America, formerly Gulf of Mexico. Always slip up on that one. And provide food, employment, income, and recreation to the people of the United States of America. And an important note here is that the states provide annual membership dues to be part of the commission. Most of our awards and projects that we work on are from federal awards to support the implementation of regional projects, but the states do contribute as well to be part of our organizational structure. We have a board of commissioners, so we've got 15 commissioners, 3 from each of the 5 states. And the way that those are separated is there's 5 that are appointed by the state legislatures. Those are usually senators. In the case of the current seats that are filled by those positions, we've got 5 private citizens that are appointed by the governors. In Alabama, that's a CEO of a fisheries distributor. In Louisiana, that's a retired secretary from the Department of Wildlife and Fisheries. In Mississippi, we have a former university research lab director who's filling that seat. And then in Texas, we've got a vice president and board member for CCA Texas. And then the last of those 5 commissioners are the 5 state marine fishery resource agency directors. So that's Alabama Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission, Louisiana Department of Wildlife Fisheries, Mississippi Department of Marine Resources, and Texas Parks and Wildlife Division. And then just to give a little bit of context geographically from the different fisheries commissions, I thought it might be important to just show this slide. The Pacific States has 5 member states, and the Gulf, we also have 5 member states. The Great Lakes Fisheries Commission are the 7 states in the northern area around the Great Lakes, and then some of the Canadian provinces. And then the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission has 14 states all along the Atlantic seaboard. And so you'll notice, I guess there's in the context of what the conversation we're having today is there's a big gap kind of in the Mississippi River Basin area. And so that's, I guess, important to consider when we're talking about the potential to form another fisheries commission that would include some of those states. And just a quick timeline, I mentioned we were established in 1949. Throughout the 1950s through the 1980s is really kind of when we developed our portfolio of projects. Some of the early programs focused on exploratory fishing and habitat protection. We added programs like the Sport Fish Restoration Program, CMAP. There's a data program called Gulf Fin. We've also done a little bit of work in aquatic invasive species through the years. And so we've also done some disaster management, Hurricane Katrina, the Deepwater Horizon oil spill, so that we could get funds out to stakeholders in the Gulf that were affected by those disasters. And then more recently, we've kind of worked on some aquaculture and pilot projects to establish some aquaculture throughout the Gulf. But moving forward a little bit, in 1999, the Gulf and South Atlantic Regional Panel was developed. And we became involved with them a couple years later in 2002, which is about the same time the Sport Fish Restoration Program expanded to allow us to work on invasive species as well within the context of that program. And so we began helping to administer GSARP and then working on invasive issues through Sport Fish Restoration support. And we did that for about 20 years. And a couple of years ago, in 2023, the commission stepped back from providing the administrative support for GSARP for a number of reasons I'll talk about here a little bit later. But we are still involved with the panel. It's just that the states have begun now coordinating the activities of the panel. And so the three main players for us, at least with respect to aquatic invasive species, are the Gulf States Marine Fisheries Commission member states, the GSARP panel, which is the Gulf South Atlantic Region panel, and then the Aquatic Nuisance Species Task Force. A lot of you guys may know a little bit about each of these, but I'm just going to kind of break it down a little bit more. The member states are really more or less the primary implementers of AIS management and response. So a lot of you guys are kind of the boots on the ground. And you guys share regional priorities with us through the commission and through the panel. And then you're also coordinating a lot of cross-state coordination to help address AIS issues as they might cross the boundaries of the states. And then obviously you're the local experts. You have the capacity to detect and manage and respond to invasive species within your state. And then much like the commission itself, GSARP serves as kind of a regional forum for us in the Gulf. They help us review proposals for specific to AIS, set priorities, and make recommended actions at the regional level. And one of the main differences between GSARP and the commission is more kind of broad scale fisheries focused, and GSARP is specifically focused on aquatic invasive species or invasive species. And so GSARP really forms a connection between the state federal partners, and then also provides kind of a structured mechanism to elevate recommendations up to the national level, which brings us to the National Task Force, the national leadership body within the U.S. And so they're receiving input from the members and the regional panels, and then taking that information to inform national policies and guidance that are developed. And so the common thread really here between all of these different groups is the commission. One of the strengths that we bring is that we're involved with each of these groups. And, you know, I think Erica mentioned earlier, we help to kind of facilitate development of these regional projects. And in our case specifically, we're able to help expedite development and implementation of projects because within the Magnuson-Stevenson Act, we are specifically mentioned as being able to receive non-competitive projects from the federal government. So they can come to us and use us as a mechanism to quickly get funds out to the member states or to the panels to help implement projects. So specific to the panel, we've been involved with the panel for over 20 years, I mentioned before. Within the panel, we've got 8 federal members, 14 state members, 10 NGO, 2 public, and 1 international. Not all of these seats are currently filled, but probably all but 3 or 4 or 5 are filled. From 2002 to 2023, we provided the administration and coordination for GSARP. What that means is we provided staffing at the meetings. We helped coordinate the meetings. We developed and maintained the website for GSARP. We provided fiscal agency, helped develop plans for management plans and project proposals. And as you can imagine, over a span of 20 years, costs for these things just continue to go up while the funding for GSARP and to administer the program just kind of maintain status quo. And so unfortunately, those limitations required us to step back from the administrative role of GSARP. I think, you know, it wasn't something that we wanted to do, but I think it was to the benefit of everybody, especially the panel. It gave them a lot more flexibility to use the funds for panel specific activities instead of having to pay someone to do the admin. And they've been able to step up to the plate and take on the role of coordinating and providing a lot of the support to have the meetings and coordinate. So we are still a very active member on the panel, and we'll continue serve in that role moving forward. And we still do provide a lot of support. It's just not on paper anymore. So some of you may have seen this slide. This is the structure of the task force. Saw Susan around here somewhere. I stole this from you, so thank you. You'll notice in green, these are the federal members and the ex officio members. The Gulf States Marine Fisheries Commission is listed as one of the ex officio members, which gives us a voting seat on the panel. And then you'll notice in orange, each of the panels for the different regions are listed as more of a kind of an advisory capacity. And then there's the standing committees. So the National Task Force really serves as, it gives us the ability to facilitate state and federal coordination for our region, but really for all of the regions. And what we do at the task force is we kind of represent the Gulf States priorities and needs, as well as those of GSARP as an ex officio member. So with respect to resources and funding, we don't have any dedicated or permanent projects within our baseline operations for AIS. So what we're forced to do is kind of just leverage opportunities with other federal partners like NOAA, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Specifically, the Sport Fish Restoration Program allows us to do some work within the invasive species spaces. And as I mentioned before, one of the strengths that we bring to this relationship is that we're able to serve as sort of a pass-through entity and facilitate kind of expedited development and implementation of projects within the regional level and across states. And that is done through the Magnuson-Stephenson Act and the provisions for non-competitive federal awards. So as far as legislation and advocacy, similar to what Erica mentioned before, we advocate for the priorities and needs of the panel members in the Gulf states. We do not have any specific lobbying capacity officially, as we do not have any kind of direct regulatory authority within the Gulf. So any kind of actions that we take really require a consensus. Any recommendations that we come up with would require kind of majority support from the member states within the commission's purview. And we do take the opportunity to provide updates to the panel, the task force, our commissioners, anytime there is some sort of legislation that's pertinent to them knowing. As far as our priorities and projects, we develop kind of an action plan or a list of priorities every couple of years. In the latest edition of that, it does specifically mention early detection and rapid response as one of the priorities in the Gulf, as well as AIS research and targeted monitoring through things such like eDNA detection. And we still provide support for prevention. We've organized lionfish derbies in the past. We stay involved with the National Task Force. The previous person that was in my role was the chair of the prevention committee for the task force. We still are involved with outreach programs. We manage and maintain the traveling trunks, which have a lot of invasive species that we'll send out kind of by request to different states, universities, events, so that they can use those for outreach as well. Some of our past projects that we've managed are GSARP, as I mentioned before, the ANS Small Grants Program. We managed that for about 7 to 8 years until it went away. And then recently we were awarded the Regional Rapid Response Fund until that was paused by the current administration. Still not sure what the status of that is, but I think there's some optimism that that's going to be released in the not too distant future. We've also been involved with developing management plans for AIS. We helped develop the lionfish prevention and management plan through GSARP recommendations. And our emphasis, as I mentioned before, is really on marine and estuarine species within the Gulf region. However, we do recognize that there is oftentimes a nexus between the inland species and inland fisheries and the coastal and marine environments. So as far as collaboration, most of our collaboration is done through the National Task Force. However, we do kind of opportunistically look for opportunities to share information and learn through the different frameworks that are set up through and across the different regions in the US. And we really are wanting to focus on having some consistency across the approaches. So if there is an opportunity there, then we'll make sure that we're adapting to the needs of the Gulf, which could be things like the different tropical and subtropical invasive species that we're faced with, particularly in Florida, ballast water pathways, which is not a issue that's unique to us, but it could be different in the different regions based on different vessel traffic and frequency of different vessels coming from various areas of the world. And then, of course, impacts to any of the native Gulf fisheries. So some potential implications, I guess this was some thoughts that I had to close out just in respect to the development of another fisheries commission. One question or concern that always comes to mind is funding, right? So there's always limited resources. It seems like in the short time that I've been involved with invasive species that it's kind of waxed and waned with depending on the administration's priorities. And so that's always a question. However, I do think forming another commission does bring some strength in having a more coordinated voice throughout the regions, having enhanced opportunities to kind of coordinate more broad scale, not just in fisheries, but maybe specifically in invasive species. Filling gaps with inland needs, as I showed earlier in the map, there's a large gap in the kind of middle US territories where there aren't fisheries commissions to advocate for the needs along the river basin, the biggest river basin in the US. And then improve capability to acquire funding and develop projects. And then, of course, wouldn't it be great if we could have more staff and resources that could be dedicated to AIS projects and priorities? And then lastly, I think it would help to strengthen response capacity within the different basins and watersheds. And I think that's it. Any questions? I'll be happy to take them, or maybe we're saving those for the panel discussion here at the end.
Thank you, Carly. Yeah, I'm just putting on a man.
All right, next up, we've got Stephen Phillips, Senior Program Manager at Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission, located in Portland, Oregon, where he has worked for over 33 years. For the past 26 years, his primary responsibility has been managing Pacific States Aquatic Nuisance Species Program.
Thanks.
Okay.
It works. Hi, folks. Stephen Phillips with the commission. We were formed in 1947. We are a compact formed by the consent of Congress. We do have 6 member states now. We added Hawaii last year. So Alaska, California, Hawaii, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington. And our mission is to promote the better utilization of fisheries, marine, shell, and anadromous, which are of mutual concern, to develop a joint program of protection and prevention of physical waste to fisheries, also known as bycatch, in all of those areas of the Pacific Ocean, over which the compacting states jointly or separately now have or may acquire jurisdiction. We have numerous programs in the commission, including fishery information collection for recreational and commercial fisheries, fisheries data management. Our three large management databases help manage commercial and recreational fisheries, catch and value data. We also undertake fishing community support through our fishery disaster relief program. Under our fisheries ecosystem support program, we have Pacific Fisheries Bycatch. And this is where, and then invasive species management, habitat, and I kind of highlighted our Northern Pike Minnow Sport Reward Program. And what this does is removes a native cyprinid, Northern Pike Minnow or carnivorous cyprinid, and their population boomed once the dams and reservoirs were created in the Columbia River. So now we pay anglers to remove them to reduce impacts to salmonids. The highest earner on this program often touches $100,000 a year in catch. So some people are making a living off of it. We do a lot of administrative support. We have a staff of over 300 people. We received $800 million in grants in 23-24, and that included $500 million in disaster grants for the fishing industry. Our commission, like the Gulf states and Atlantic states, has commissioners and advisors. We have 3 commissioners, up to 7 advisors from each state. And each year, and we did this last week, we were in Boise, Idaho for our 78th annual meeting. And what we do is we pass resolutions that direct the commission on their activities in the coming year. And this includes aquatic invasive species. And I've listed a couple here over the years of direction given to us by our commissioners, including aquatic invasive species treatment tracking, PSMSC will track and report treatment efficacy of aquatic species eradication and management efforts, so the states can learn from that. We're doing that through LISA. We've got on our website a list of different types of treatments. So that's going well. Another 22I, aquatic invasive species. This is our long-standing effort to try to get a Office of Marine Aquatic Invasive Species program in Washington, D.C. There used to be a NOAA program. It was funded through earmarks, and that went away 10 years ago. And so now we're still pushing for the funding necessary to set that program up again. Watercraft inspection, we have been urging mandatory decontamination of watercraft at known locations of mussels at infested federal facilities. Some of you that have followed this over the years, since the infestation of Lake Mead with quagga mussels, and we have had numerous conversations to get that program mandatory for boats leaving. However, that's difficult legally. And so the good news is that because of all the work done at Mead and Powell, we have a much better handle on what boats are moving around and coming up to the Northwest and the West Coast from the lower Colorado reservoirs, thanks to hard work by people like Coley and Allen. What is our relationship with panels in your region? That would be the Western Regional Panel, and I've served on the executive committee for a number of years. Our AIS priority critters, invasive mussels take up most of our time, but we also have we do fund some green crab monitoring as well in Alaska and Oregon. Historically, we've worked on mitten crab, New Zealand mud snails, Atlantic salmon, flowering rush, tunicates, and there's others over the years. Vectors, marine, in the marine environment, ballast water is a big deal for us, and biofouling, and then on freshwater, watercraft and equipment. In terms of our program, I'll start off by saying most of the work done at our commission is done through contractors. Leah Elwell, who's here, Lisa Deborah Kerr, who's here, Elizabeth Brown, who's here, Robin Drawheim, and then Amy Stark is our project commander. In terms of communicating with the other regional fisheries commissions, we work with the Atlantic states and Gulf states on issues in Congress. We can lobby. We lobby on mostly on NOAA fisheries appropriations for recreation and commercial data gathering and surveys. And then when it comes to where do we work both in the aquatic invasive species and in our programs, because Idaho being a member state, they're not a marine state, but they've got salmon and steelhead, which obviously are of great importance to the West Coast. And so when it comes to AIS, we'll work on issues that the states have in common. They come to us and we we'll put working groups together to deal with different invasive species. I think I skipped ahead a slide I did. So back to this AIS projects that you undertake. Our program does database and mapping. We have a monitoring website. We've got a watercraft inspection station website. We have a European green crab, and then also a ballast water arrival patterns website done with the state of California and Christiani and his staff. Outreach and education, we have the watercraft inspection and decon training from Elizabeth, the Call Before You Haul program Lisa runs, got our newsletter, ballast water news, etc. On coordination, we administer the Pacific Ballast Water and Biofouling Group, the Columbia River Basin AIS team, when we do some green crab coordination, and then are involved in the different regional forums like Whiskey, Nassau, and QZAP. As I said earlier, we do advocate in Congress. And for the AIS program, we spent a lot of time starting in about 2010 to get the Water Resources Development Act, APC WID program to fund watercraft inspection stations and monitoring. We do track AIS legislation. I'll talk about more tomorrow. Rapid response, the Columbia River Basin has a rapid response plan. And then if you go to our website, there's also a rapid response toolkit that Lisa has put together. We do rapid response exercises. We'll be in Lake Oahe, Oregon next week for a rapid response exercise there. And Lisa is also working on potash registration. We're getting pretty close, correct? Yes, good. Grant management, we administer the APC WID program for the Columbia River Basin. And we also are currently administering the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Rapid Response Fund with the Western Regional Panel. I mentioned our contractors. Our funding comes from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Brock's here, Teresa's here. Thank you for getting us our money this year. I know it was painful. We also received funding from the beginning from the Bonneville Power Administration. They are the electricity transmitter for the Columbia River Basin. So probably know about BPA, but if you don't, they're very concerned about invasive mussels. Then I mentioned the core funds, and additionally, we do get some funds out of NOAA. And right now we've got a couple of projects, one being a green crab project up with a Metlakatla group in Southeast Alaska. Did that, and that's all I got, folks.
Yes.
Yeah, it's nice. But I might have missed the intro to this. He's got some, you know, even the pre-meeting and like when I caught up here. Yeah. So.
See you over there.
Okay. You're good. You go.
You said I have to advance the first slide on here.
I did it for you.
Oh.
So you should be
And
good.
then just click.
And do you want to have that thing or this? Okay.
Either one.
We are trying to regulate the room temperature in here too, guys. Like I know everybody's freezing. I'm sorry, but the request has been made. Make it warmer.
Great. All right, next up, we've got Greg Conover. Greg is the Large Rivers Coordinator for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Midwest Region Fish and Aquatic Conservation Program. He is stationed in Carbondale, Illinois, and serves as the coordinator for the Mississippi Interstate Cooperative Resource Association, also known as MICRA, and the MRBP.
Thanks, Chris. I let Chris read the whole name out and I can just say Micra from here on. All right, so I did want to pass along that Ben Batten, who is the chair for the Micra Partnership, was asked to give this presentation. And he does have another job as a deputy director for Arkansas Game and Fish Commission, and unfortunately wasn't able to participate today. So you get me, the Micra coordinator. So I'll do my best on this presentation in his absence. So we're going to start by talking about MICRA. Actually, the way this was set up, I think did a really nice job of leading into a conversation about MICRA and MICRA's interest in the initiative that they have for a Mississippi River Basin Fishery Commission. So background on MICRA. MICRA originated out of discussions that took place within the American Fisheries Society, and particularly the Fisheries Administration section back in the 1980s about increasing utilization and demand of fishery resources in the basin and concerns over exploitation of resources. And as they talked about the different challenges that they faced, one of the things that they keyed in on is the multiplicity of authorities and jurisdictions that manage fishery resources and water and the aquatic habitats within the basin, and then the different interjurisdictional challenges that brings along. So through those discussions, and with the help of the American Fisheries Society and the Fish and Wildlife Service, a Mississippi Interstate Cooperative Resource Agreement was drafted in 1989, and that was an agreement in principle for the agencies to shift from managing interjurisdictional resources on an independent basis towards a cooperative management approach. So developing cooperative fisheries management and research programs for the basin. And over the next 2 years, the directors from 28 state fish and game agencies
as well as 4 federal agencies and 2 tribal entities signed on to that agreement. Once that agreement was signed, the partners that signed on to that then agreed to form an association to try and put that agreement into action. So as Chris said, I'll do it one time. Mississippi Interstate Cooperative Resource Association is now what we know as MICRA. So one of the first things that they did once that association was formed was to develop a comprehensive strategic plan. And in that plan, they agreed to a mission, and they also identified 9 objectives, several of which I've listed here on the slide. And what I want to key in on here is that when the association was formed back in 1991, the thought at the time, the vision at the time was that MICRA would be an initial step towards the formation of an inland fishery commission. So you can see the first 2 objectives there are putting a structure for communication and coordination in place and securing stable funding source that would then enable the agencies to do the level of cooperative fisheries management that was outlined in the rest of the objectives in that strategic plan. And then I highlighted there the last one is basin-wide policies. And they had an objective for developing a number of different basin-wide policies, but one of those was for exotics. So ANS, exotics, AIS is something that goes back to the original intent for the MICRA partnership to address. So MICRA functions as a umbrella organization for 6 different multi-state partnerships that focus on interjurisdictional fisheries management in the basin. So you can see those different sub-basin groups highlighted here. Again, those groups come together through MICRA, through that MICRA structure, and provide or are able to communicate and coordinate on fisheries issues. With the exception of coastal Louisiana, there's no overlap for the Mississippi River Basin with the existing fishery commissions. And as Charlie pointed out, we have this large gap in the central U.S. where there are no fishery commissions. MICRA has not communicated or interacted a lot with the fishery commissions. But I will say, with the one exception, the primary area of overlap that MICRA has had with the fishery commissions is AIS. And they have partnered together over the years to communicate on shared AIS policy priorities. So for MICRA is an ex officio member of the ANS task force, and is the host for the Mississippi River Basin panel. MICRA also has an AIS committee, and where the MRBP focuses on implementation of the ANS task force strategic plan, the AIS committee is focused on addressing MICRA's priorities, which I put in the right side of the slide there, some of the priorities that MICRA is focused on, AIS priorities. So the AIS committee focuses on those. You can see a lot of those are more policy related than management action related. And then over the last 10 years, with the focus on invasive carp throughout the basin, MICRA stood up an invasive carp advisory committee, which is a basin-wide committee that works with the individual sub-basin invasive carp partnerships that are using U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service funds to identify and implement management actions within each of the sub-basins. Okay, how does MICRA relate or work with the regional panels? Well, I just mentioned that it's the host of the Mississippi River Basin panel, but I wanted to use this slide. I think it's kind of neat to point out the size of the Mississippi River Basin panel, the overlap that the MICRA member states have with each of the 6 regional panels. So MICRA doesn't work directly with the other regional panels outside the Mississippi River Basin, but through the Mississippi River Basin panel, we do have that working relationship with the other regional panels, like we're doing this week with our joint meeting. Funding. So MICRA is funded solely by voluntary membership dues. And they're a modest $3,000 in annual dues. So their operational budget is less than $100,000 a year as a partnership. So not a lot of money. They don't have any dedicated funding that goes to aquatic invasive species, with the exception of supporting that AIS committee. Most of the funding that goes towards AIS work in the Mississippi River Basin is the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services regional panel funding that comes through MICRA to support the MRBP. And then MICRA has gone out and pursued grant funding for some specific projects that were implemented through the MRBP, but that's not anything or something that that MICRA has done on a regular basis. It's just been an occasional grant here and there. And then also wanted to point out that there's a close relationship between the Fish and Wildlife Service and MICRA in implementing the National Invasive Carp Management Plan within the Mississippi River Basin. But the MICRA itself does not receive any of the services invasive carp funding. That's going to the individual states working through the partnerships. With respect to policy and legislation, MICRA actively educates and informs decision makers and legislators about issues that are affecting interjurisdictional fishery resources in the Mississippi River Basin. And over the last, I think since 2011, MICRA has been much more active in their congressional communications and have been going annually out to Washington, D.C. On fly-in and participating in congressional briefings and being more active in those communications. And they have since then contracted for policy coordination support. So hopefully Ashley Smith's online with this. I'm not sure if she is or not, but Ashley is the policy coordinator that's on contract for MICRA. And she helps them communicate their AIS policy priorities, track legislation, and communicate those policy issues with the MICRA partners. So that works well for me as a federal employee that's serving as the coordinator for the partnership. Ashley's able to handle the policy side of things, and I can stay out of the policy side of things. So, and I do want to point out too that the primary focus of their congressional outreach at this point or recently has been for the formation of the Mississippi River Basin Fishery Commission. So with that, we can transition a little bit into talking about the proposed Mississippi River Basin Fishery Commission. So going back to that slide earlier with the 1991 Comprehensive Strategic Plan, and I mentioned the majority of those objectives are focused on cooperative fisheries management, and that's not that hasn't been realized through the MICRA partnership. So we didn't have the formation of an inland fishery commission in the early 1990s, nor was there any stable funding that came to the Mississippi River Basin for IJ fisheries work. And while MICRA has provided a good forum for interagency communication and coordination over the years, we really haven't realized that true cooperative management. And that is something that is still desired by the agencies and seen as a need for the fishery resources in the basin. So in 2021, the agencies developed a joint strategic plan that's focused on cooperative interjurisdictional fisheries management in the basin. It calls out the need for a Mississippi River Basin Fishery Commission to help with that cooperative fisheries management. And 26 of the MICRA member states, directors from 26 of the MICRA member states signed a memorandum of acceptance to the Joint Strategic Plan after it was finalized in 2021 to reaffirm their commitment to cooperative IJ fisheries management in the basin, and also endorsing this call for a Mississippi River Basin Fishery Commission. So what is it that we feel that a Mississippi River Basin Fishery Commission would provide for the basin that MICRA hasn't been able to do? And there's I think four main things. I've heard it come out in different ways in the other talks about the existing commissions, but the first is that it would provide a formal structure for collaborative management. So MICRA is an informal partnership. It was formed essentially by fish chiefs, endorsed by the directors, but it's a fish chief level informal partnership. And this structure would provide a more formal mechanism to ensure that we get to the cooperative management. Secondly, it would help to provide high-level commitment and support from the state. So getting beyond the fish chiefs and the directors and having all levels of the state government committed to a cooperative approach to managing our fishery resources. And then I put tribes in parentheses here because I also want to make sure that I pointed out the recognition for having tribal representation and participation in the commission. And then the hope is that this would lead to federal recognition of the value of the fishery resources in the Mississippi River Basin, as well as a commitment and support from the federal government to the states in their effort to cooperatively manage our IJ fisheries within the Mississippi River Basin, and ultimately having that support result in funding that comes to support the actual management and research that's needed. So the Fishery Commission that's I guess the dream for the micro partnership would have three focuses, and that would be IJ fisheries management, aquatic invasive species with an initial focus on invasive carp. They certainly have been kind of the poster child of late and getting a lot of interest. So that's an area where they're getting a lot of support. Similar to the sea lamprey for the Great Lakes Fishery Commission, the invasive carp would be a focus for the Mississippi River Basin Fishery Commission. And then management focused research that would support both IJ fisheries management and the AIS. And then how would that fishery commission relate to MICRA? If and when a commission is authorized and becomes operational, then MICRA would be dissolved and all the IJ fisheries management coordination would occur through the Fishery Commission. That would also mean that MICRA would no longer be the host for the MRBP. So I would expect that the Fishery Commission would be the logical host for the MRBP going forward. And then the main difference that I see for how a fishery commission would impact aquatic invasive species has been, I guess, exemplified in the talks that our other three presenters gave, and the amount of support, agencies, or not agency, but staffing support, the ability to provide that additional coordination support, and just enable bringing the agencies together and helping them move forward with a variety of their aquatic invasive species needs. For MICRA, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is a member of the MICRA partnership, and rather than paying membership dues, they provide a part-time coordinator for the partnership. So I would be the entire staff that MICRA gets to have to advance their initiatives. So that's really a huge key thing that would make a big difference for being able to advance the priorities of a fishery commission, would be having the support staff in place to make things happen. So where do things stand with the Fishery Commission? There has been draft legislation that's been introduced in committee within both the House and Senate this year. So the Mississippi River Basin Fishery Commission Act of 2025. There is a website here, and I put in the box blew up the web address. So MRBFC or MRBFcommission.com, and it has a link to that draft legislation. Also has links to information on the co-sponsors for that, as well as how to support the legislation. And I want to make clear that I'm not endorsing this legislation. I'm just passing along the information, the facts of what's out there and what's taking place. So if you want more information on the legislation, you've got the website here. And if Ashley happens to be on with this, she's not, okay. We can direct questions towards Ashley to help with questions related to the legislation, as well as the coalition information as well. So last thing I wanted to just kind of point out here is there is a coalition that's growing in size and energy behind this idea of a Mississippi River Basin Fishery Commission. And, thinking back to the late 1980s, early 1990s, when there was the hope for an inland fishery commission, 35 plus years later now, this is the only time that I have seen in my career this interest in a fishery commission. So there seems to be a real possibility anyway, a real hope that there may be a fishery commission for the Mississippi River Basin sometime in the future. But with that, I put up my contact information. I'm happy to answer questions about Micra's ideas about a fishery commission, and then Ashley can be contacted with questions about the legislation and the coalition that's supporting the push for a fishery commission. And that's all I have. So we can go to the panel and hopefully have some interesting discussion.
Yeah, you get her face like. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so this is the, oh, there we go.
Go ahead.
Now, okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So this is the question and answer portion for our panel members. We do still have Erica as well. So I guess I'm kind of here to help facilitate, but just raise your hand and we'll just kind of work through them as we go. And I guess I'll say here, feel free, any of you, to jump in and ask questions of the other panelists as well. Whenever we're ready here with Erica.
Yeah, Erica's here. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't see it here, so.
Need a microphone?
This is for Greg. What additional decision support is needed for Micra to aid in evaluating its next steps in moving forward to affect the formation of the Mississippi Basin Fisheries Commission? Also, what does the proposed vision relating to interjurisdictional fisheries management include? Big question.
Yeah, there's a lot there. I'd like to see the chat. I was going to repeat your question, but I don't think I can.
What additional decision support is needed to push the commission forward?
I'm going to break that down into two pieces. So decision support, I would say right now, there's a lot of decisions being made within the micro partnership regarding how a fishery commission would be operationalized and things along the lines of governance. Those are some of the decisions that we're doing now. As far as the pushing for a fishery commission, that again it's kind of out of my realm and more in Ashley Smith's realm. And that's really, it's coalition discussions that I'm not partaking in. So don't know that I can really answer that push piece very well. What was the second part of that? IJ Fisheries?
Yeah, relating to interjurisdictional fishery management. Okay, there's a, does the proposed vision relating to interjurisdictional fisheries management include habitat and water quality management?
That's a good question. So habitat, yes, but water quality, no. So there's definitely Micra currently is interested in aquatic habitat. That's an area where the partnership feels they can have the most impact for IJ Fisheries, IJ Fishery Resources. And I don't believe that there's an expectation that Micro would necessarily be in, or I'm sorry, that the commission would be an entity to take on funds and implement restoration projects, but definitely to help raise awareness of habitat needs, align priorities, and help bring support to the different opportunities there are for habitat restoration based. And I think a lot of what is desired with the Fishery Commission and basin-wide approach to habitat and IJ fisheries is looking at things systemically. So, you know, if we have good habitat restoration initiatives in the upper basin, and we don't have it in other parts of the basin, but as different things come online, making sure that we're looking at those opportunities and how they contribute systemically, and not just locally. And I'll put it on.
It's in the room. Isn't it? Oh, okay. Anything else? Much of that here from Melvin. Okay, this one is mostly, I think, for Steve. I noticed that Pacific State was a part of the AMS task force as an ex officio member.
Yeah.
Is there positives or negatives to that?
Really? So we, so for the first 10 years, 15 years that I worked at the commission, we attended all the ANS task force meetings. And then I got onto ISACs and didn't have time for ANSTF, but we have so many partners that are involved in ANSTF right now, that we track what they're doing. We would, you know, if we were put on the task force, we would participate. But, you know, our world, our ANS world is, it's pretty small. And we kind of know what we're doing and we communicate really well. We've got a good relationship with Susan and her staff. So I don't need to go to any more meetings. But yeah, I think we're, you know, as we are right now, it's fine. Yeah, that's all I'll say.
I'll just add a little something that from a new person's perspective, I don't have quite the years of experience as Stephen does, but having newly been involved with the task force, I would say that's more of a technicality. I think the task force does a great job of taking the recommendations from the panels who saw in that diagram are all kind of in a very strongly regarded advisory capacity. And so it seemed more of a technicality. We think that there's a voting membership group, and then there's these advisory groups. The task force does a great job of kind of taking all of the information that they get and then put all of the various members.
Okay, another one from the online chat. What advice would the let's give to the MICRA or serving out the new commission? What advice would you give them to create a mutually beneficial partnership with the AIS community now that you've all been doing it for a while?
Well, first you got to get set up and you've got your legislation, so that's good. And then you've got to run a swap, probably got some appropriation. All right. So I think Greg and you, Wiley veteran, you know, and I think again with how involved you are with different states. Once a commission is formed, and I showed some of the resolutions we have, the states are gonna help guide you. And you've already got CARP, and that's, you know, a great, a great starting point. People see CARP jump. We don't have CARP in the West. So it took us a little while longer to convince people using quad and zeta buses. But you already got tons of content online. So I think it will organically, it will follow. But you got to get that legislation first.
I think our first and hearing headlines, so we just get a little louder with this mic, sorry.
Do we want the other panelists to answer? Okay. So.
I'm not really sure that I have a whole lot of advice for you guys. I mean, I just heard you talking a little bit in the first question, Greg, about habitat restoration. I know that I kind of leaned over to Steve and asked if they do habitat restoration projects. I know that we do with the Gulf Commission. So I guess when I think about that, maybe perhaps broadening the focus, maybe including something like habitat restoration. There's a lot of funding supporting that. And of course, we all know that you need funding to have a commission. So maybe including some of these other areas like habitat restoration, fisheries management could be something you might want to consider. Now, I noticed there was a question in the audience from somebody.
Eric, yeah,
Jump in.
yeah, we're gonna let
Oh, I'm
Eric
sorry.
jump in.
Thanks. Think I would just add, doing what you can to clearly define roles and responsibilities. So, the panels have clearly defined responsibilities through the authorizing legislation and the role with the task force. So kind of being clear how a new fishery commission leverages that, what their as that, whatever the establishing mechanism is, defining those roles and responsibilities and where they're complementary, and thinking about how a fisheries commission can leverage the expertise of the panel and add additional value beyond what the panel is able to do through their recommendations and task force advisory role.
So thanks so much for pulling this discussion together. I think it's pretty amazing that you're all here together talking. I have a question for each one of you. Is that what do you think has been so far the most successful or most effective way that you've been able to communicate your successes and kind of highlighting your accomplishments, and asking how that's changed over time? But then specifically for our legislators, what's been most effective in kind of garnering their support and
so in our commission, a lot of it, the expansion of our program started with Senator Ted Stevens. And it was Alaska was really concerned about Atlantic salmon. And most of it really because Atlantic salmon, farmed Atlantic salmon were driving down the price of wild Pacific salmon. But then some of those net pen fish started escaping. So that was an in for Alaska to raise hell. And that ended up with funding coming to our commission, because Alaska's a member state. They needed a vehicle so that they could send snorkelers out, not only in Alaska, but in Washington, looking for adult and juvenile Atlantic salmon, which we didn't find. But because of our relationship with Ted, and he was appropriations, one, and then two, quagga and zebra mussels. I mentioned Lake Mead. We had the quagga wars about 15 years ago. We had representatives since And again, Idaho for us, member state. And so we had a way to get in to appropriations, and funding flowed out of that. And also Simpson, Republican, and then Feinstein in California. She's the one that put the QSAT together. The California help, the Tahoe folks helped with that to get that into place. But having a voice of numerous states to be able to go, in this case, it was appropriators, to get funding. That's kind of how we, got, that was huge success. And it was Democrat Republican. Our old executive director used to refer to aquatic invasive species, as slow pitch issue, because you had both sides not a lot to lose if they support it. So that's how the success was built.
I would just add to that, that theme of, the more stakeholder groups and states you have united in an ask and being able to build that coalition of champions in Congress, I think is really important, as well as, there's nothing like a crisis to draw attention to these issues. So also, along the lines of what Stephen was mentioning, the zebra mussels discovery in the Great Lakes and the shutting down of a drinking water treatment facility because mussels were clogging. That is, one of the original drivers of the NANPACA legislation that you see. And so being able to tie invasive species impacts to local and human impacts. So explaining to congressional members how, people in their districts are being impacted by invasive species. Similarly with sea lamprey and the Fishery Commission, when sport fishing populations crashed in the Great Lakes region in the 1930s and 40s because of the sea lamprey, that's when you saw the drive to establish the Fishery Commission and their sea lamprey control program, and really drove a lot of investment in research and development in developing the lampricide. So it's unfortunate, but sometimes it's these big stories that impact real people and their livelihoods that is what gets the most attention and can drive action. And, most recently, we're seeing increased interest in what we can do about zebra and quagga mussels in the Great Lakes because of their potential tie to harmful algal blooms, as well as declines in whitefish in the Great Lakes. So those stories of how species impact livelihoods and the way people enjoy resources can help get congressional support.
So obviously we don't have, I'm not speaking for commission, but from Micro's standpoint, when I became the coordinator for Micro, they were investing a huge portion of their annual budget into publishing a physical newsletter. And they mailed that out to a number of, interested public as well as agency folks, but also had a list of congressional offices that they sent that newsletter to. And one of the things that they shifted to within a matter of years is to not spend so much of their budget on a printed newsletter. And that's when they began doing the office visits in DC, just committing to at least a once per year flying out to Washington, DC and making personal contacts. That was huge, as well as doing congressional briefings periodically and just sharing information. The couple of things that I would point out with this is, one is the personal relationships that were built and have been maintained. I think it is huge. I still hear the Micro members that participate in those fly-ins, talk about the individual staffers and staffers that they're, interacting with, and just there's relationships that have been built. They bring them out to the field and show them issues firsthand. And some of them get calls from offices when issues arise. So that building relationships and the personal contacts, I think, was a night and day difference from the newsletter approach. And then, Micro's worked with the commissions and some of the other host organizations to do briefings out in Washington, DC. And I wanted to make sure and take an opportunity while we're having this, that I think that that's something that hasn't happened in a number of years. And that's definitely an area of opportunity that you might be able to take advantage of again to, make sure that there is good communication amongst the partner groups and aligning of their messages, because I think Erica said, the more states that are communicating the same message, it's the same with the commissions and the micro partnership, and you have the collectives within each one of those, and then to align those different groups has been really powerful in the past.
You want to turn, Carly, to speak to that one?
I think everybody covered that really well. Have a whole lot to add to that.
Another online question. For Greg, does the proposed Mississippi River Basin Fisheries Commission include plans for law enforcement involvement? Or would you anticipate it being limited to traditional fisheries managers, AIS biologists, etc.?
I would say yes and yes. The structure is not set. The members within MICRA have looked a lot at the Great Lakes Fishery Commission structure as a potential model for what it could look like within the Mississippi River Basin. And rather than being focused around 5 Great Lakes, it would be structured around the 6 different sub-basin groups that are existing within the basin. The Great Lakes Fishery Commission has a law enforcement committee, and they definitely within the Mississippi River Basin had talked about having a similar structure with a law enforcement committee. And even within MICRA, we recognize the need for a strong relationship between the managers and law enforcement community to be really effective in what we're trying to do. So yes, but to be determined exactly.
Okay, quick follow-up to that in our last minute. How do the other commissions incorporate law enforcement into that AIS one?
For commissions, the green side, this is fisheries management, that's done through the Fishery Management Council. We don't have any regulatory authority. So for invasive species enforcement, we rely on the states. And so from the beginning, 30 years ago, we dedicated an effort to get law enforcement on board, and it took a while. Law enforcement has a lot to do, and when you give them something new, and they're like, the first talk I gave, it was Oregon State Police, and they said, why don't you just have the mitten crab eat the zebra mussel? So, but they've come a long way since then, and now we have, in the West, a lot of really good cooperation.
Yeah, I think in the Gulf, we have a similar structure maybe to the Great Lakes. We have a law enforcement subcommittee that meets as part of our annual or semi-annual meeting structure. And so we kind of stay engaged with them through that mechanism, but I think also to Steve's point, it's kind of within the realm of the states. We kind of bring it together. We also talk about it during the panel discussions at various instances where law enforcement or new regulations are brought up. So we kind of stay coordinated on that level, but we do have a law enforcement subcommittee as part of our Fisheries Commission.
Yeah, so the Great Lakes Commission, we similarly to what's been said, we are non-regulatory, so we don't have a law enforcement component. But the Great Lakes Fishery Commission, as has been stated, does have a law enforcement committee that provides an opportunity for the states and federal law enforcement officials to coordinate actions. That's mostly fishery regulation, but they do some AIS coordinated enforcement. We've had the opportunity to share some of the work that we've done on organisms and trade in particular with that law enforcement committee. So we do maintain connections with them and try to coordinate what we're doing with that group, or at least keep them informed. And then, like Stephen said, rely on the states and our commissioners to do the rest of that.
Got a question.
Do we have time or are we at the end of our?
Do you want to do one last question?
One last question.
Thanks. So oftentimes there's a conflict or perceived conflict between invasive fish management and native fish management goals. I'm thinking, we've identified invasive carp as a priority from the Mississippi River Basin. And obviously connectivity is often a goal for native fish managers. Have you dealt with any sort of conflicts in the area of invasive species management related to fish management, and how has that been resolved by your panel?
That's just a quick.
So much for a quick.
So one of the issues we face in the West is with spiny rayed critters, fish, walleye, smallmouth bass. In the invasive species community, we see those as something that be eradicated, but the bass and panfish clubs don't see it that way. And that discussion is still going on. It's tough because we've got some sweet walleye and smallmouth bass fishing in the Columbia River. So it's still a discussion. Meanwhile, on the coast, I think it's this week, Coquille River in Oregon, I think they're doing an eradication effort. There might be in Umpqua, or Keith can correct me, I think they're allowing spearfishing for smallmouth bass. Look at over on there. So yeah, it's an issue that we're continuing to discuss.
We see a lot of that with fish passage projects. So luckily the Great Lakes Fishery Commission, they handle both supporting fish passage projects, but also trying to prevent and maintain barriers for sea lamprey movement and spawning habitat. So a lot of that coordination and discussion and deliberation about promoting fish passage while not opening up new pathways to sea lamprey happens within the Fishery Commission. So I can't really speak to that directly, but I know that is an issue that comes up. And we know in some cases where we're trying to prevent invasive carp movement, there's also wanting to still facilitate the movement of native fish and not negatively impact their populations. Also, it comes up when we talk about controlling some species, how that might impact the complicated food web we have in the Great Lakes region. So because we are fortunate to have forums like the panel, like the Fishery Commission, like the Great Lakes Commission, those are forums where those discussions can be had and dialogue can be had, and hopefully can reach a path forward that keeps all of this in balance. But it is, as has been said, challenging from time to time.
All right, thank you guys one more time. I think this gives us a lot to think about, consider, and it's really great to hear the success these other panels have. And I, for one, look forward to having a commission to fill in the middle of the country. I think there's still a couple of you that won't have a commission. Arizona and Nevada, I guess you're gonna have to work on that. Yeah, like I said, thank you all.
Thanks for the opportunity.
So we made it to lunch. we're gonna have lunch, or, there's like a buffet out here, I think there's just plenty of food out. I think we're back up at 1:30 Central Time. And Astonished is our lunch sponsor, and I think, Jason may have a few words.
Yeah.
At some point, we're maybe, they've got to play this one. So, thanks everybody for being morning.
Got polluted wells.
But it's a good thing.
Yeah.
I need to.
Awesome. I'm unmuted.
Okay.
I don't
Can I try
know.
that instead?
Sure. She's gonna be double mic'd.
Is this better? Okay, I will try and keep this as close to my face as possible. Yes, so our risk assessment program, you might see Kate in the chat answering questions if there's any in there. So today I'll cover our golden mussel ecological risk screening summary. So first question, what is an ecological risk screening summary? It is an abbreviated risk assessment. So the service initially developed them around 2010 to fill a need. We had to screen a large number of species across many taxa for invasiveness. And then even though that was our initial push to potentially help screen species for injurious wildlife listing review, we have expanded the use of it and even beyond the service. We have a need to screen for invasiveness. How do we predict invasiveness? Luckily, we didn't have to come up with this on our own. There's a huge body of research. The two most consistent factors across taxa have been climate matching as a coarse approximation for whether or not a species could establish if introduced, and a history of the species being invasive elsewhere. So our ERSS process looks at those two factors and also the amount of information and the quality of the information available. And we come out with 3 different categories. So a high-risk species has a climate match that indicates it could become an establishment concern and a high history of invasiveness. So it's been introduced, there are known impacts. A low-risk species has a climate match that indicates that it has a doubtful establishment concern and either has no established non-native populations with a significant trade history or documentation of a lack of negative impacts. Everything else gets bumped into the uncertain risk category. So to determine history of invasiveness, we ask 3 main questions. Has it been introduced? And we're looking for introductions anywhere outside of its native range, any means, any pathways. Did it establish in that location? And we're looking for a self-sustaining reproducing population in the wild. And were there impacts from those locations? We'll note anything that's potential or possible, theorized impacts, but what we really need for our assessment is documented impacts. So things like studies in the wild, agency reports. The second factor, climate matching. We use our risk assessment mapping program. So we start with the species known global distribution. One of our main sources is the Global Biodiversity Information Facility, which this map is pulled from. We then compare the climate variables at those locations to over 30,000 points across the contiguous United States and come up with our climate matching results. On these maps, the darker pink purple colors indicate a higher climate similarity between the species' current range and that point in the US, and the lighter white colors indicate a low similarity. From this, we can calculate what we call a climate 6 score and relate that to establishment possibility. So going into golden mussel specifics. It is a freshwater bivalve. It matures in less than a year. Like many invasive species, it has high fecundity and recruitment. And similar to zebra and quagga mussels, uses vessel threads to attach to substrates. It is native to river drainages in Asia from the Korean Peninsula and potentially as far south as Indonesia. It is freshwater, but it does have some salinity tolerance, and there's a wide range of temperatures it can survive at, but reproduction occurs in a much narrower band. The specific temperature tolerances may depend on source locations. Populations in the Korean Peninsula have been reported to overwinter at temperatures of about 0 degrees, but laboratory studies were showing only about a 30% survival at 6 days with temperatures under 1 degree. It is more of a shallower water species and is not really tolerant of low oxygen conditions. So our first assessment element, the history of invasiveness, is high for this species. It has been introduced, it has established, and there are no negative impacts. So this is the species' current global range outside of the contiguous US. So this shows its native range in Eastern Asia, but it has also been introduced to Japan, Hong Kong, and Taiwan in Asia, and Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Paraguay, and Uruguay in South America. It was first recorded in the early 90s in Japan and 91 in Brazil. The main methods of introduction that were reported for initial introductions were ballast water, but also contamination of clams that were imported for the live food trade. Secondary pathways are very similar to zebra mussels. Commercial shipping, recreational boating, fishing equipment, water transport systems, and also movement of contaminated sand and sediment. This is, as about a week ago in the USGS NAS database, the distribution in California. It was first discovered near Stockton, California in October. The next presentation will go into details about the detections and response in California. So going on to known impacts. Being from the Western Regional Panel and the Mississippi River Panel, I'm assuming you guys are familiar with zebra and quagga mussels. All of this is going to sound really familiar. But coming out of the Great Lakes, when I was reading through this literature, one of the authors wrote down that they consider golden mussels to be worse than zebra and quagga mussels, and that just really stood out to me because I grew up with zebra and quagga mussels being everywhere. Okay, so bioaccumulation of heavy metals and pesticides. This is a concern, especially in South America, where a lot of recreationally and commercially important fish species are eating these mussels. Fouling of native mussels and plants. They've recorded up to 300 golden mussels on a single native mussel. And then changes in benthic invertebrates and plankton. The invertebrates have mixed responses depending on the group. Some have decreases in abundance and extirpations, while others are increasing in abundance and diversity. The significant concern, especially with all of the water transport systems in the West, is the fouling of infrastructure. It's pretty much everywhere: pipes, bridges, water intakes, water turbines. The image on the right is a water intake structure before and after infestation. Golden mussels biofoul 38% of hydropower plants in Brazil, and just those plants have about 120 million loss annually because of golden mussels. Some other impacts that had a little bit less support in the literature were mostly due to kind of their filter feeding capacity. Golden mussels can have high densities, with records up to about 250,000 per square meter on hard substrate and 2,000 per square meter on soft substrate. So these can create changes in light penetration, other water quality issues, can promote harmful algal blooms, and there's potential that a new fish parasite was introduced into South America with these mussels. The literature also reports what they're calling positive impacts for golden mussels. With increased light penetration, there's an increase in the vegetation, and a lot of places that was seen as a good thing. There's overall increases in biomass and diversity of invertebrates. And like I mentioned earlier with the bioaccumulation, it is a very abundant food source for many fish species. Okay, on to the second major factor for invasiveness, the climate matching. So we relate climate matching to establishment concern. This species is an establishment concern outside of its current distribution in California. So, and not just for the contiguous US, like Alaska, Hawaii, the darker the color, the higher the similarity between the species' current distribution and that place in the contiguous US. This is an update from what is currently published online in our ERSS. At that point, when we updated in November, due to the observations of it being found in California, there was an indication that the species was established yet. So we didn't use those locations in our climate matching. Since then, there is indication that the species is established in California. Using those locations in the climate matching did significantly increase the climate match in the West. we'll have this updated on the website in like the next month or so. For reference, here are the source points that were used. It's very hard to see, but the red points were the selected source locations representing known populations. So we've got the native range and introduced locations. So to recap, the overall risk assessment category for this species is high. It has a high history of invasiveness. It's been introduced. It has impacts. It is an establishment concern pretty much everywhere. And our certainty of assessment was high. There's a lot of information that's out there. We are constrained to looking at just information that's published in English, but there is a lot of information as well published in other languages. So I think I have time for questions. Yes, I love it.
Or Mexico in terms of understanding what kind of assessments are taking place there as well, so we have a complete North American picture.
I do not know the answer to that question. So I do know that some researchers have reached out to researchers in Brazil to try and understand the research that's going on there about impacts and potential control measures, but I am unaware of assessments going on in Mexico or Canada.
So the climate match update is definitely a huge change from with the addition from California. Do you know what changed that influenced them?
I am unsure specifically what changed. There's 16 different climate variables that are used. So for reference, on the right is what we did in November without California as the source points. And then on the left here is the updated ones with California as source points. If that is a significant question, we could probably devote some time to teasing out that answer, but it's not something that I could get within 5-10 minutes.
For the life cycle, you mentioned that they've been during more than a year. Do you have a more specific range for that?
I do not. I'd have to go back to scouring literature specifically on its maturity rate at that point. That is a very good question. It was not mentioned specifically in the papers we saw. So I don't know if there's been any work done specifically around PFAS. No question for you.
So are we aware of other invaded areas closer to their native range?
So
Counts of other invasions?
most of the information like on impacts and such has come from South America. So Japan is pretty close, and then I saw a brief mention that it has spread outside of its native range into northern China, going through their water transport systems. But a lot of the literature out of those areas is not published in English, so it's not something that we currently have support to be able to get.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, next up is Martha.
Martha,
We have two things on
I
here.
am here. Okay, great. Hold on. Now we got to do the fun tech
Our next
wizardry.
presenter is Martha Volkov, who will be sharing the California Golden Mussel
Do I let you
response.
share over there?
She should be able to share.
Okay.
Let me do that.
Martha is the California Department of Fish and Wildlife's Invasive Species Program Manager. She has been with the program since 2008. Martha is California's state member on the Western Regional Panel and a member of the California Invasive Species Advisory Committee.
Are
you able to see that, Leah?
Yes, it's in your edit mode, but we can see you and we can see your presentation.
Okay, 1 second. This little thing.
That looks great.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'm sorry I can't be in attendance with everyone over this week, but I'm grateful for the opportunity to be able to share our our update. And let me set my timer because I have a pattern of talking too long and too much. An update on where we are over the past couple of years. And thank you to Heidi. You covered a couple of my first slides to orient folks to golden mussel generally. So I will breeze through those. Including this slide, which gives a little bit of background on golden mussel and their native range relative to us and why they're such a threat to areas that they invade. And likewise, we heard the same thing right out of the gate relative to golden mussels, relative to dry-scented mussels. In California, we have long been on the watch for dry-scented mussels back prior to their introduction to Lake Discovery in Lake Mead back in 2007. So our Department of Water Resources, I work for the Department of Fish and Wildlife. My colleague will follow me, I believe, on our agenda today to talk about the State Water Project. But my colleagues at the Department of Water Resources were proactively monitoring for dry-scented mussels, quagga and zebra mussels, back prior to their discovery in Lake Mead in 2007. And we have been working, the Department of Fish and Wildlife created a program, again, around dry-scented mussels in following that discovery in Lake Mead. And the Department of Fish and Wildlife's authority is for animals and environmental protection. So I'll talk a little bit about our state governance relative to roles and responsibilities around golden mussels and dry-scented mussels. But all of that to say that we were somewhat anticipating dry-scented mussels and impacts to California in the Delta that I'll talk about. And we have leveraged those programs and that long-term capacity and staffing who has been in the program for a long duration in our response to golden mussels. And that response began in October of last year. October 17th was the first detection of mussels, which is this photograph of this buoy that was made by Department of Water Resources. And very memorably, I was sitting on our 2024 WRP annual meeting call remotely when the species identification came back. So this is a little bit of a, not deja vu, but irony that here I am a year later talking about this and sharing with you what landed on my desk while I was in last year's meeting. Okay. So we thought we had some breathing room here in California relative to calcium levels across our water bodies throughout the state with dry-scented mussels. However, that reset the scope and threat in California with the discovery of golden mussels because of their much lower calcium requirement than dry-scented mussels, as well as tolerance for brackish waters. So getting more specific about California and the impacts we are seeing, and I'll talk a little bit about some observations in the next slides, but in a nutshell,
golden mussel and dry-scented mussels threaten our environment and relative to species communities and recreation. Our infrastructures, we have a very complex system of water management and conveyances throughout the state. We've been dealing with that for dry-scented mussels in Southern California. We have been, I would consider ourselves successful as a state through the partnership with other agencies and the boating public to hold the line on dry-scented mussels in Southern California for the past 18 years. However, the footprint with the golden mussels has significantly changed, and the challenge of containment is monumental. And I'll talk a bit more about that. But they threaten our infrastructure, so not only water conveyance, but dams, pumping plants, and hydropower throughout the state, and also public safety that is tied to much of that infrastructure in flood control and fire protection. And agriculture. I have failed to mention agriculture, and all of these four facets are the foundations and core of our state's economy. So very briefly about the governance of water in California. Water is managed by, water and facilities are managed by multiple federal, state, and local agencies. And so too do they regulate access to those water bodies. I mentioned Department of Fish and Wildlife manages animals. And so that is our relative role in trying to facilitate across all of these other agencies. And in California, water is life and fuels our economy statewide. So these large conveyance systems move water where it is abundant through snow melt and our natural waterways into regions of the state where water is scarce. And that enables the development of those locations and really supports the state. So one of the significant and impacted is our state water project that is run by the Department of Fish and Wildlife, Department of Water Resources, and the Central Valley Water Project, these are flipped on that slide that I'm referring to them, run by the Bureau of Reclamation. And again, these move water from throughout the Central Valley, from the Sacramento River drainage down to the San Joaquin Valley of California, and for the State Water Project beyond down into Southern California. It's a very complex system that is orchestrated throughout the year to ensure water reliability and supply to support agriculture and municipal uses across the state. And in the hub of those two systems is the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. And water in the Delta is moved, exported, if you will, through these state water projects down south. The Delta is a very important hub for that water supply, as well as a recreational area, environmentally sensitive. It's a highly modified system that supports and is managed to co-benefit the environment and water supply. It is a vast network covering 5 counties of 1,100 miles of levees and agriculture, mixed use, urban interfacing, and increasingly urban development, agriculture, recreation, and species habitat. Very interesting system. We won't get into the details of that, but just an overview of the importance to the state system. And in the map on the right of the Delta is the location where that first, or the vicinity of where that first mussel was detected. There are 2 freshwater ports in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta, one in Stockton, which is that red circle, and one further to the north, the Sacramento port. So we believe via ballast water, that was the point of vicinity of introduction of these dry-scented mussels. So following that October detection, through the winter, we worked to add on an emergency basis. Golden mussel is a restricted species in California that would prohibit possession and movement of them. We convened an interagency leadership team that was later named a task force that consists of state and federal agency leadership. And I'll, in the next slide, talk more about that. And work to delineate where mussels were in the Delta, just on a rapid basis, just to get a handle on the situation, as well as statewide monitoring. We have an established early detection monitoring program for dry-scented mussels. So that has been going on consistently, but we try to double down during that fall-winter season as weather permitted and safety permitted to go out and again take a double look. And because so many waters with low calcium weren't necessarily on our priority to monitor for dry-scented mussels, to also look at those locations. We stood up a map, which with a database behind it that is available on our website, updated in real time. And in addition, we report detections to USGS because we know there is the national audience and the ability to subscribe to their alerts. So I encourage you, if you're concerned about keeping tabs on this, subscribe to USGS NAS alerts. And also, if you want the nitty-gritty details, make sure you also subscribe to the bonus alerts, they term them, so you get all of those notifications. We did our best to get outreach and education out to the public. We revised our, what we call our rack cards that previously addressed quagga and zebra mussel, added golden mussel to them, refreshed it a little bit, and worked with those water managers, again, federal, state, and local agencies who manage access to water bodies. And there's a diversity of types of programs out there, from no management of recreation to a very hands-on inspection programs. And that's very variable across California because it is based on their capacity and ability to implement those programs. And lastly, coordination, which segues us to the Golden Mussel Task Force. Again, those are state and federal agency representatives on the steering committee. And then under the steering committee, we created 8 sub-teams of staff and representatives from agencies, academia, and interest groups to participate in developing content for a rapid response plan. And all of this was concurrent with the other things we were doing, monitoring, outreach. So all of those priority actions continued while this task force and response plan was being developed. And then a little bit, I mentioned the Department of Fish and Wildlife's program. We have laws that are specific to dry-scented mussels. So we have been operating in sort of a deficiency of authority, but working within our existing capacity and our existing capacity across the state of California for this response, and apply the same methodology and approach we have for dry-scented mussels to golden mussels. So folded it in, again, working within existing resources. So under the leadership of the task force, in April, we published the response framework document, which is not a prescriptive of what we will do, but it is a identification of what the needs are and how they might be met. And is an instrument to communicate across governance in terms of what our priorities are and give some context around and prioritize what we are doing across the teams. And the objectives of those better aligned with what we in the invasive species community sort of partition our activities around. And of those, I will be very clear, containment and population suppression are not capacities that we are implementing. There are many slipped and moored boats in the Delta, in infested water bodies, that there is no management of upon their exit if they're removed. So I throw that out there as a caution to others that highly fouled watercraft may move across the landscape. We're seeing it with them show up at other water bodies and attempting to launch. So nod to prevention programs across our state and across the West. And population suppression. The Delta is a vast environment. At this time, we are not, there's no realistic environmental population suppression. To protect facilities and closed water systems, different story, not my area of expertise, so I defer to others to talk about that later in our session. What we are focusing on is communication, information sharing, prevention at uninfested, non-hydrologically connected waters. And I've got a slide, our next slide will show you the area of infestation and partner engagement and science capacity. So where are they? Where have detections occurred? This is the similar map to what Heidi shared, but this one, the blue line, is the State Water Project. So if you do subscribe to our alerts or watch our map, why I'm made the point to have our State Water Project line depicted is that so that you see those detections are expected in a sense because they receive delta water. And in addition, on this map, the yellow triangles are water bodies that receive water from the Delta. And if there's not a red dot there, they haven't, there has not been a detection there yet. And there may not be a detection because there are some water treatment plants on some of these, don't have the time to get into the detail, but that this is all these dots. We have not yet had any detection outside of the downstream flow of Delta water, is my take home. So what are we seeing in the Delta and in the State Water Project? These are a couple of examples of photographs Department of Water Resources has shared with us, depicting some of their observations in the Delta. And so impacts are occurring, is my point here. And this was a piece of equipment deployed, and in October of 2024, it was free of mussels, and in August of 2025, it was fully encrusted with golden mussels. So clearly additional maintenance will be required to maintain in water. We're seeing the same on boat hulls in the Delta. In addition, this is in photos from the State Water Project's fish facility and grates. We're seeing a lot of adult mussels, excuse me, detaching and reattaching elsewhere which explains some of those initial detections where there were no mussels found when surfaces were checked prior to the October 17th, and all of a sudden there were these giant mussels. So our leading priorities moving forward, as I'm approaching my last slides, is maintaining operation of infrastructure, supporting prevention programs at uninfested waters, and shoring up our authority and funding. And to some specific things are the department offered a $1 million in grants for those prevention programs. We're in process of awarding out that funding right now. And the Department of Fish and Wildlife is getting more into coordinating those prevention programs and watercraft inspection programs statewide across those agencies who manage access to water bodies. We are working to track, and ourselves and our other departments in California develop information and science to inform the highest priority management questions. And so we're, number one, maintaining a list of needs that are identified, looking more into revising suitability parameters, and validating that the methods we use for watercraft prevention programs apply to golden mussel as they do and has been demonstrated by the literature for dry-scented mussels. In addition, there are some toxicology work, again, around managing golden mussel in closed water facilities. Some exciting news to report. We're working on the permanent addition of golden mussel and other invasive golden mussel to our restricted species list. And just last Friday, in a trailer bill, our state legislature has put on the governor's desk, adding golden mussel into our existing authority that we have for dry-scented mussels, and in addition, a $20 million grant to our department to support response efforts. On the federal front, again, I'm not the expert to speak on it, but there has been some listing efforts for around the injurious species list, and a bill introduced at the federal level, taking into account, the federal priorities at this moment. Maybe doesn't have the legs we would hope for, but it is important nonetheless. And lastly, Susan Pascoe has led the creation and meeting of an ANS task force work group around golden mussels that has met twice, very robust discussion, and gets it to a national conversation. So I greatly appreciate that and the opportunity to participate in that. And with that, we have no times for questions, but I'll look forward to any later after all of our presentations. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Martha. For the sake of time, we're gonna hold questions, but there are a few in the chat, Martha. Maybe you want to take a look while you're online.
Will do.
The presenter is Christiani. Chris represents the California State Lands Commission and is the Environmental Program Manager for the California Marine Invasive Species Program. Chris is also the outgoing chair of the Coastal Committee for the Western Regional Panel.
Sorry, I want to go full screen. So. Not full screen, Martha. Not full screen, Martha. Full screen, Chris.
Apologies, I shared and then I couldn't get back to the screen to get my audio on, so I will reshare.
Perfect. The full screen, I did it, I think so. Yeah. All right, Chris.
Okay, you can see that? Perfect.
Yep, good to go.
Okay, thank you. And I want to say at the outset, I'm a little disappointed about not being able to be there in person with you all. Yeah, I am fortunate that we can do this remotely, so I appreciate that. And I do think I'll have a better opportunity of getting to the next WRP meeting next year, given its location. So as Elizabeth said, my name is Chris Shiani. I'm with the California State Lands Commission. I'm the Environmental Program Manager of our Marine Invasive Species Program. And Martha did a good job of teeing up this discussion now, referencing the likely role that ballast water played in the introduction of golden mussels in California. And I wanted to spend my time talking about what we know about the introduction and specifically the role that ballast water played or likely played and what we don't know and some of what we think we know. And just try to put information out there knowing that we don't know everything at this point, and in some cases, we likely will never know some of the answers to some of these questions. So we will start. Okay, so our program regulates commercial vessels, and we know commercial vessels are the primary pathway for shipping is the pathway for moving aquatic non-indigenous species all around the globe. It's the biggest pathway for California, for North America, any country around the globe. And ships move these aquatic species through two main mechanisms. One is ballast water, and we'll talk a lot about that in this presentation. The other one is vessel biofouling. So these are the organisms that are attaching to the underwater or wetted surfaces of the vessel. So in this picture here in the bottom, we have barnacles and tube worms and bryozoans, and it could be organisms that physically attach like those, but also mobile organisms that live within the three-dimensional structure that's created by those larger organisms. And as we all know, I think everyone's pretty well aware that these organisms usually attach to these ships when they're larvae and they grow into these large adult forms. So I wanted to spend one slide really quickly talking about how commercial ships move species around through biofouling, and this just a pretty simple 3-panel cartoon here. The first one is the source port. For example, we'll say that's the port of Los Angeles. The little green dots are larvae that are looking for a place to settle and attach. And if the timing is right and there's a ship there, that's a potential substrate for them to attach to. On the second panel, the vessel now is moving from the port of Los Angeles to Oakland. And those organisms are on the hull of the vessel. And then the third panel is in the recipient port, and there's an opportunity for those organisms to be released, either releasing larvae or they could get knocked off by a tug that comes alongside, or the vessel could be cleaned in water and those organisms can be released. It's a really simple cartoon. We know that obviously for an organism to release larvae, it has to grow to be reproductively capable. So the easier way to think about this is that these ships are usually in the water for 5 years in between successive dry dockings. And so during those 5 years, every single port that a vessel visits is a potential source port where organisms can colonize the vessel and join the existing biofouling community. So over the 5-year period, you have a concatenation of organisms that are from all the ports, could be from all the ports that the vessel has visited. And then at the same time, every port that vessel visits could be a recipient port that receives the larvae or the removed organisms from the vessel. So it's a bit more complicated than shown here in the image. And then with ballast water, I think we're all pretty much aware of what it is, but I wanted to go through this slide really quickly to make sure that we're all working with the same set of information. So basically, this is water that the ships will take on board for trim and stability purposes. So in this cartoon, this first panel would be a vessel, we can say Port of LA again, and we could say that this is an oil tanker. So it's discharging all of its oil losing a lot of weight in the process. So the vessel would start to float a bit more and become unstable. So to counteract that loss in weight, they will take on ballast water into dedicated ballast tanks from the local environment. So the Port of Los Angeles water going into the ballast tanks, and all of the organisms that are in the water are also entering the tanks, and thousands, tens of thousands of organisms per cubic meter of larval invertebrates. And then in the second panel, the vessel is moving to its next port with an empty cargo hold, but full ballast tanks with all those organisms. And if it's not managed, then for number 3, if it gets to its next port of call, they start to load cargo, get heavier. So they need to counteract that addition of weight by releasing their ballast water and release all those Los Angeles organisms into this new port. And that's basically how it works for the most part in the world where we're not managing ballast water or not requiring the management of ballast water. So obviously we do require ballast water management, and the first way that it has been managed, and so when our program was created in the year 2000, we were solely relying on ballast water exchange. And so exchange was the law of the land in California for a long time, across the US and across the international boundaries as well, through the International Maritime Organization. And basically what they're doing is, en route from one port to the next, they are emptying ballast tanks in the middle of the ocean and filling them again in the middle of the ocean. So they're exchanging high concentration coastal water, or high concentration of organisms in the coastal water, with mid-ocean water with a much lower concentration of organisms, and organisms that are not suited for survival in the coastal environment. So it always has been a risk reduction method of management and not a risk elimination method. That's an important context. Over the last 5 or 10 years, there's been a shift at the state level, at the federal level, at the international level, to move away from ballast water exchange and towards ballast water treatment to provide a more consistent and lower, higher level of risk reduction, of reducing the likelihood of a successful introduction. So when the ballast water is being taken on board, it passes through a ballast water treatment system like the ones shown in these pictures that usually have a first stage of filtration. So you usually have a filter that is intended to remove things that are larger than 50 microns in size. And then a second stage that would provide a treatment, either UV irradiation, or they'll produce sodium hypochlorite and inject that into the stream to act as a biocide and kill the organisms in the tank, and then neutralize that biocide before discharging. So these treatment systems allow the vessels to meet these performance standards that have been put in place at the state level, at the federal level, and at the international level. And so this table here is showing us the performance standards for California and at the US federal level. And they're very similar to, the numbers are the same at the international level. The wording is a little bit different. But I wanted to focus on the first row here, the organisms that are greater than 50 microns in minimum dimension. The standard is no more than 10 organisms, living organisms per cubic meter can be discharged. And so the golden mussel villagers will be in this size class. So through the treatment doesn't necessarily sterilize the water, so it still allows the potential for living organisms to be in the discharge. So in the uptake water, you can expect to have 5,000, 10,000, maybe more, tens of thousands of organisms per cubic meter in the size class. And so what the treatment system does is have a nice 1,000-fold reduction in the number of the organisms, but it doesn't eliminate them completely. So even for a vessel that's discharging, say 1,000 cubic meters, there's 10,000 organisms that are allowed to be discharged in a compliant discharge event. So because of that, again, even with a fully compliant vessel, fully complying with the discharge standards at the federal level and at the state level, there still is residual risk. we're not able to eliminate the likelihood of a successful introduction. And the only way to really do that is to prevent shipping in the first place, and that's not a realistic outcome. So we are constantly striving to improve the regulations we have in place to further reduce the likelihood of those impacts. And we'll talk about that at the end of this presentation. So that's all the background. Now about the introduction, what we know and what we don't know. So we know, we heard a couple of times already that the first detection in Stockton was in October of 2024. Multiple size classes involved. So the assumption is there were reproductively capable adults. And so we know at least October 2024. What we don't know is when the actual introduction took place, because we know that there were likely reproductive adults. They had to have been there at some point. We just don't know when that was. And we also don't know whether this was a single introduction event or multiple introduction events. So I think for both of those are answers that we're probably never gonna find. We know, and we heard about this already, that we know the native range, we know the known introduced range where they've been detected. And so our assumption is that the mussels that we got in Stockton, California came from one of these known locations where they already exist. What we don't know is if there are other areas where they have also been introduced and established and just not detected yet. And so we're working on an assumption that we know where they came from, and we're looking into vessel traffic from these areas, but there's always that a little bit of uncertainty about if there are other locations out there that could potentially have been the source for us. So we know that initial detection was at the port of Stockton. And because of that, we have a pretty good idea that this was a ship introduction. We have a pretty good idea that it was a ballast water introduction because of the life history features of the golden mussels. Their larvae are in the plankton for 2 to 3 weeks. Perfect amount of time to get trained in a ballast tank and moved to a new location. And the fact that they were detected here at the port of Stockton is a good indicator that it was likely a ship. Do want to say that we don't want to eliminate the potential for biofouling being the reason. We know Dreissena mussels can close up and withstand extreme temperatures, being moved across land for a long period. We don't have a good idea, I think, of how long these golden mussels can protect themselves during a transit through saltwater. And so I think that's one of the questions that's being looked at right now. The potential is still there until we can show otherwise, but I think we all have the same assumption that it was a ballast water introduction, and I think that was a good one. But just to reiterate, the thing that we don't know with certainty that it was ballast water. Okay, then a few more assumptions that have been made. We've heard a lot of folks ask us that, like, was there a specific ship that was non-compliant that discharged ballast water without treating it or without managing it? Obviously, something could have had to go wrong. And I just want to reiterate the point that I made earlier, that compliant ballast water management at the state level, at the federal level, at the international level severely reduces the likelihood of a successful introduction, but it doesn't eliminate that risk. There's still residual risk because there's these systems, even with the best treatment, don't kill everything in the tank. There are things that we can do to improve though, and we'll talk about that. There's an assumption that we can determine which vessel was responsible. So we've gotten questions like that. Also, are you going to hold them responsible? Who was it? Can't you look in your data? And the reality is, because we don't know when the actual introduction took place, it's very difficult to try to narrow down to which vessel it was. We can and we are looking back into the recent past, looking at pressure from the known locations, the native range, the introduced range, to look at how many ships have come from fresh or brackish water ports in those ranges going into our fresh or brackish water ports in California. So that's Stockton, it's Sacramento, and the Carquinez Strait. So we're working with the Smithsonian Environmental Research Center on this project, looking at data that we have in California from the ships coming into our ports, looking at the Federal National Ballast Water Information Clearinghouse. They get data as well from every ship that comes into any US port. And so we're trying to do a bit of forensics to look into our past to see how many ships and from where and what their activities were. Were they discharging ballast water? And so we hope at some point in the near future to have a lot of answers that I'm sure everyone would love to hear. And so maybe we'll follow up on during the next WRP meeting. We probably will have a lot of things come out before then, but that's something that I'm sure we'll be talking about next year. We also are using the data sets that we have to now look at traffic leaving Stockton and Sacramento and Carquinez, so our fresh and brackish water ports here in the Bay Delta area, that are moving to other fresh or brackish water ports in the US. So to get a sense for the pressure from us to these other ports that are going to be vulnerable. So what are we doing now to try to reduce the likelihood of future introductions like this and further reduce or further improve on the regulations that are in place to put better management on these vessels? So I mentioned that the world has shifted on towards ballast water treatment and leaving ballast water exchange behind. And in general, that was a good thing. It made ballast water management more consistent, safer, really reduced the number of organisms that were being discharged in the marine environment. One thing that we think we could do better with these ships that are moving fresh or brackish water to our fresh or brackish water ports is to go back to exchange and introduce salt water into the tanks, because salt water is a very effective biocide for these freshwater organisms. And so we adopted an emergency rule earlier this year that added ballast water exchange to ballast water treatment for a small subset of vessels that were going to Sacramento, Stockton, and Carquinez, and we're intending to discharge fresh or brackish ballast water. So our estimate was about 24 vessels per year would fall into that category. And so we adopted this emergency rule that only lasts for up to a year. And so we're working to make that a permanent rule. So our goal is to have that in place before the emergency rule expires. And so that would be something that would be forever in our future, that these vessels that are carrying fresh or brackish water into our fresh or brackish water ports would have to add salt water through an mid-ocean exchange to be more effective at treating the organisms. And then one more thing we're doing is we're alerting our neighbors to the north, Oregon and Washington, especially because there's a lot of concern in the Columbia River system. So for us, anytime we see a vessel that reports to us that they're in Stockton and they're not discharging ballast water. So in Stockton, we get a lot of bulk vessels that either discharge a lot of ballast water, or they discharge a lot of ballast water because they're taking on cargo, and bulk vessels kind of do an all or nothing sort of thing. So if they're not discharging ballast water, we're assuming that they're unloading cargo there and they're taking on ballast water. And so anytime we see a ship that's not discharging ballast water in Stockton, we're assuming they're taking on ballast water. And if their next port of call is in Oregon or Washington, we're sending that information immediately to Oregon and Washington to alert them so they can start engaging with the ship before it even leaves California, to make sure they're managing the ballast water appropriately, and to identify any concerns that may show up and give them an opportunity to fix those concerns before they get into their waters. And that's what I have. I don't know if we have time for questions right now, or we're going to take those later.
Hey, thank you, Chris. We are gonna keep moving for the sake of staying on schedule here. Awesome presentation. All right, I'd like to invite Valerie Goodwin to come on up. We have, this next presentation is actually gonna be given by two speakers. We have Valerie Goodwin with DUDEC here in the room, and then Tanya Veldhusen from California Department of Water Resources on the Zoom. Tanya is an environmental program manager with the California Department of Water Resources. For over 25 years, she has managed aquatic invasive species, including quagga mussels in the State Water Project, a large water storage and delivery system that supplies water to over 27 million Californians. She is leading DWR's golden mussel response, including the development of biofouling mitigation measures to protect water conveyance and power generation infrastructure in the State Water Project. And then Valerie Goodwin is a biologist with DUDEC. Valerie has over 10 years of experience researching aquatic species. The majority of this research focused on oyster restoration until 2024, when golden mussels arrived in California. And she began utilizing her understanding of free spawning bivalve ecology to assist DWR with researching and developing control strategies for golden mussels. Thank you for making the trip here, Valerie. Let me pin this on you here. Or you can pin it on yourself if you're more comfortable and wherever's that spot. Strong. Perfect. How's that? Can you hear?
Can you all hear? Is it working? Or you could, if you're more comfortable, you can use this
Maybe,
bad
yeah.
boy.
Seems like we've had better luck with the microphone.
Yeah, we can do that. please.
Okay. Great. Yes. Crap. Okay.
All right, here we go.
Awesome.
We'll do this and I'll turn this.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sense this up. All righty. Thank you all so much for having me. As Elizabeth said, my name is Valerie. I'm a biologist at DUDEC. And so I am going to be talking about some of the work that we've been doing. You can't hear? Okay. It's my first time holding one of these. Sorry about that. So I'm going to be talking a little bit about the work that we've done to support the California Department of Water Resources in their efforts to respond to the recent invasion of the golden mussel. All right, awesome, thank you. Work? Nope.
I need to arrow the first slide.
There we go. Okay. Anyway, before I get into it, I just wanted to take a second to acknowledge the wide range of people that have been super pivotal in making this work happen, starting with this kind of panel of experts that we have collaborating to make this stuff work, starting with Tanya Veldhusen at DWR, as well as Renata Cloudy with RNT, and then Stephen Burkholder with Blankenship. These three have a combined just decades of experience dealing with problems like this and developing control methods and applying them in systems just like the State Water Project. In addition, I think it's also important to acknowledge the number of actual hands-on staff that have been required to get all of this work done. One of the main goals was to get it all done really, really quickly so that we could get some answers super fast. And so each and every one of these people have been necessary to make sure we get this project up off the ground and running. So get into the actual invasion of the golden mussel in the State Water Project. Just as like a little brief overview, this mussel is a member of the Mytillidae family, which is different from the two dry-sided mussels that we're more familiar with in North America. However, they do have some things in common with dry-sided mussels like byssal attachment and rapid free-spawning behavior, both of which make them spread really easily and really difficult to control. This species is native to China and Southeast Asia, and in 1990 it was found in South America, closer to us. And in that time, we have definitely been able to see the amount of damage they can cause to man-made systems. Unfortunately, back in October of 2024, this species was discovered in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta up near Stockton, as well as within the State Water Project at O'Neill Forebay.
And so finding the species in the State Water Project is of particular concern because the State Water Project, which is represented by this blue line, does provide water to 27 million people in California. And as you can tell, it sort of operates like a main water artery in the state, which means there's a high potential for this species to be able to be spread throughout the state, putting over 30 pumping and hydropower plants at risk. We flash forward to this year, less than a year since the initial introduction was discovered. Golden mussel has invaded over 400 miles of the State Water Project, making its way all the way down to Silverwood Lake near Los Angeles. So the specific risks that the golden mussel carry in the State Water Project are sort of what we commonly think of when we're thinking about invasive mussels and water conveyance infrastructure. They can foul and reduce the functionality of many different types of equipment, like condensers, fire suppression systems, small diameter pipes, intake screens, trash racks, intakes, penstocks, the list goes on and on. And then they can also cause damage to more specialized equipment like this fish facility louvers that you see here. And other specialized equipment like water quality meters. Recently, facility staff found that one of their water quality meters wasn't working and they pulled it up and there was only one mussel attached to it. And so that was enough to reduce the functionality of this thing. Beyond just creating a risk to actual equipment, the presence of this mussel is likely going to result in very high additional costs to DWR through increased maintenance as well as facility retrofits. I believe DWR is projected to spend around $20 million just for UV systems to prevent settlement of the species, as well as an increased $30 million a year for increased maintenance. So knowing what we know about this species' ability to spread and rapidly colonize, it was recognized pretty quickly that we wanted to fast track research to understand what kind of control methods we were going to be using. So in this context, with the State Water Project, there are some control challenges with this species. First, we know that they tend to have a higher stress tolerance, which has been talked about a couple of different times. They definitely have a much higher tolerance to anoxia. They can hold their breath a lot longer. They also seem to have a higher resistance to heat, as well as other different environmental stressors. In addition, we also have no North American studies. Makes sense, they just got here. So everything that we know about them is from different locations. And when you're thinking about mussel control approaches, the way that you treat these problems is tied really closely to the water, like the local water chemistry of the area. And so we can't necessarily directly transfer our knowledge of how to treat them to this particular system. We also have to consider impacts to downstream drinking water. A lot of these control options involve releasing chemicals into the water. And since the State Water Project provides water to so many people in the state, we do have to consider the end user and sort of fine tune our approaches to make sure we're not introducing excessive amounts of chemical. So with all of these challenges together, it makes it kind of unclear exactly what our strategy is going to be for treatment in the State Water Project. So we need to take what we know from golden mussel studies in other locations, as well as what we know about treatment of quagga and zebra mussels, and sort of calibrate those treatments specifically to the golden mussel. So we can break down this strategy into two different parts. First, we need to figure out what our treatment methods are going to be, and then we also need to figure out what our treatment timing is going to look like. So in order to figure out our treatment methods, we want to look at the response of golden mussel to different chemicals and stressors like chlorine, copper, heat, and many others. And then, like I said, this is also going to help us fine tune our dosing to address those drinking water concerns. Understanding the golden mussel response to different chemicals and stressors are also going to help us understand our treatment timing by looking at the seasonal differences that we might see in those responses. We also want to take a look at life history, like reproductive timing and settlement timing and growth rate, to be able to identify our treatment window. And then understanding this life history is going to help us, again, fine tune our treatment methods as we're able to look at the responses by the different life stages. So in addition to that, we have this other challenge of like figuring out how golden mussel are going to respond specifically in California. Like I said, the best case scenario is going to be conducting these tests at the location that you plan on treating, so that you know that you have the correct like water quality parameters that are appropriate for that particular type of treatment. So this is where the mobile lab comes into play. This is like an RV toy hauler that was retrofitted to be a laboratory. And this particular model has actually been used in the past for just like this kind of research with quagga and zebra mussels. So previously it was used to test UV as well as Equinox, and it allows you to test these treatment methods on site using the source water, with the sort of crown jewel of this lab being the flow through system. So what this does is it's going to pull water from your source into the trailer, and then that water is going to come through these modified coolers called bio boxes that are all treated with different things at any given point in time. So we acquired this trailer in February of 2025 and placed it at the Skinner Fish Protective Facility up in Byron, California, which is pretty much near like ground zero of the original invasion. After we got it in February, we went through and we rebuilt the flow through system. It had one in place already that was full of like zebra mussel shells, so we decided to pull it out and then rebuild it. And then this lab was operational by April of 2025. So that's when we started running experiments. So now I'm going to kind of like run through everything that we have been working on between April and now. I'll quickly go through the methods that we've been using, just a quick overview of everything. And then once we get into the treatment response tests that we've done, I have some more like descriptive results to share, and then I'm going to sort of put them in context of what we know about quagga and zebra mussels. All right, to start off, we started looking at the life history in terms of the different growth rates. And this is useful information because it can help us inform our treatment frequencies. So like, for example, if we find that mussels are growing super quickly and getting to a point where they can more easily clog different systems, this might mean that we have to do more frequent treatments during the spawning season, as opposed to just like one at the end of the season. So we did this 2 different ways. Right now, we are working on a growth study where we basically just have a bunch of babies, subadult mussels under 13 millimeters in mesh bags, and we're growing them out in the lab. They get photographed bi-weekly, and then those photographs are used to measure the change in length of these mussels. We're also using tile arrays. These are deployed throughout the State Water Project. 2 of the tiles on the arrays have grid markings, and what happens is every month one of those gets scraped, and the mussels get measured so that we can look at cumulative growth over time. We are also looking at reproductive timing by using those tile arrays as well. And so it's like a slight difference basically at the bottom of the smooth tile, and every month that gets scraped to track monthly settlement. And then we're also doing bi-weekly villager sampling using this like really cool system that was set up in the lab. So basically we pull water from the flow through system, run it through a hose that runs through plankton tow net, and it just hangs out for like an hour. And then at the end of it, we can count the density of villagers that are in that sample that day. See, and then this is important again because it's going to help us determine treatment timing. We know that a lot of treatments need to happen during the spawning season. So what we're trying to do is identify when that spawning season actually is in California. Okay, so going into our treatment response testing. So we started with instantaneous hot water tests, and the goal here was to figure out how long it takes to achieve 100% mortality at a variety of temperatures. There's a couple different applications for hot water. At lower temperatures, we can use them to treat pipes that are sort of more sensitive to super hot temperatures. Lower temperatures, that are effective enough to kill them are a lot safer for these piping systems. And then those high temperatures are going to help us with decontamination in watercraft programs as well as with gear. And then the benefit here is that there's like a relatively low environmental impact compared to chemical treatments. So what we did here is basically we just put mussels in a mesh bag, acclimated them to 24C, and then we submerged them in a hot bath, in this case, a culinary sous vide for varied time periods until we achieved 100% mortality. And then we allowed them to recover for 24 to 72 hours before assessing mortality. So the sort of descriptive results are presented in this table right here. Basically it shows the timing of mortality at the different temperatures. And so as expected, the time to 100% mortality does decrease with a higher temperature, except in the case of 46.1C, not really sure what happened there. 2 of the 3 replicates that we were cooking did have 100% mortality by 60 minutes. So I think at the end of the day, we're just going to have to repeat that particular one. So if we are going back to those like high temperatures that we can use for decon, those are all in the orange box down there. We wanted to verify and see if the current guidance for decontamination taken from the Watercraft Inspection Decontamination Manual is still relevant, and we did find that that is the case. So the recommendations are 140 for 10 seconds and 176 for 5 seconds, and it looks like we were able to achieve 5 seconds to mortality at an even lower temperature. So this guidance remains suitable for the golden mussel, which is great news. Let's see. So taking a look at those like lower temperatures, we did find if we compare them to other studies done on golden mussel, but in South America, we actually saw a lower, like a quicker time to mortality than they found. But this is most likely because we did instantaneous exposure and they did a sort of gradual climb to the target temperature. So this may underestimate the true time in mortality, but that's going to need to be verified in the field. We also didn't see an effect of acclimation temperature, which was interesting. That only seems to happen at very low temperatures though. So comparing these to the zebra and quagga, basically the summary here is that it does seem to take a lot longer to kill this species at the lower temperatures. But again, this does need to be verified during application. And this could potentially be due to its morphology. So they've got thicker shells, potentially can hold on to more water, which might slow down the time that it takes to kill them. I'm going to try to move through these last 2 quickly. We looked at copper using the flow-through setup. These 2 numbers are wrong. We actually tested 200 and 300 parts per billion free copper ion continuously to see if we could reduce mortality and then prevent settlement. And so we looked at adult mussels in bags, settlement plates to see if we could prevent settlement. And then we also sampled dead individuals to measure copper accumulation. It's a little tour of this. Top one's control, middle's chlorine, bottom one is the copper treatment. So at the 200 level, we saw mortality between 11 and 16 days. And then at 300 ppb, we saw mortality in 7 to 11 days. No mortality in the controls. And then we did not see settlement on our plates, which is also great news. Let's see. So if we just compare the what we found for golden mussel to what we have seen for quagga and zebra, it does seem like based on what we're seeing here, if we're looking at the x-axis, it's we're looking at copper concentrations. On the y-axis, it's days to 100% mortality. And then each species is represented by a different color. This set is not it's not comprehensive of all quagga and zebra mussel studies. And then it's important to know that many factors do influence mortality when exposed to copper. But the thing to keep in mind here is that it does appear that it takes longer to kill golden mussels at similar and even higher doses of copper. Let's see. What's extra interesting is that the disparity between these 2 data sets or 2 pairs of data points. So at the top here, we were, the researchers were looking at copper mortality in spring prior to spawning. And then the lower two dots, we were looking at, those represent our studies. And we were looking at copper response and copper mortality post-spawn. So it does seem like the post-spawn body condition may make it faster or easier to use copper to kill this species. So overall, though, they do appear to be more robust to copper, but we will know more once we have the results from our lethal body burden testing. And the final thing that we looked at that I'm going to talk about is chlorine. We looked at 0.5 ppm intermittent injection, mainly to see if we could prevent settlement and induce evacuation. Looking at bagged adults again, settlement plates, as well as translocation using these uniquely colored beaded mussels. And the sort of big picture here is that this did prevent settlement, which is really exciting. So we did see settlement on our controls. We did not see any settlement or fouling at all on our chlorine plates. We saw very minimal translocation, but not a lot of mortality. So basically, in summary, we can say that this particular regime does effectively prevent settlement. And we're going to be doing continuous chlorine dosing to see if we can induce mortality or evacuation, which feeds nicely into our upcoming studies and in progress studies. So right now we're looking at 30 parts per billion copper and 0.5 ppm continuous chlorine, as well as that lethal body burden. And then we're going to be doing more hot water studies to look at a winter acclimation temperature, as well as potassium chloride studies. And then we're going to be repeating those copper tests on pre-spawn mussels. So with that, thank you all for listening.
You have time for questions and discussion for all of the golden mussel. For all of our golden mussel speakers. Thank you. Fantastic job.
Stay here.
Yeah, yeah, hang on. I'm sure they'll have some. That was great. I'm gonna stop the shares.
Thank you. In regards to the slide that showed the time and temperature for hot water, it was 55 seconds at 125. Then it was a pretty big decrease in time as it went to 130, 10 seconds. Any thoughts on that? Big difference.
Let me pull it up really quickly.
Should have watched it. It looks like
okay.
you may be back.
Boom. Okay, so, oh yeah, the 55 seconds to 10 seconds. Oh, thank you. What I would say is that we had 3 replicates for each one, and I believe there were either 10 or 20 mussels in each bag. And so I think that if anything, it would be the low level of replication and number of individuals tested in this case would probably contribute the most to that jump.
Any of the speakers.
Guys are all ready for break.
No questions online. Okay, we really covered it.
Okay.
Here's a question.
I might have missed it. Did you? Yes.
And you repeat that question?
Yeah. Did you mention that you know when spawning season is for the golden mussels, or are you just going to
Do we know when spawning season is? We do not yet know. That is something that we're still trying to work on. A lot of different reports. Another unfortunate thing about this species is that it does seem like they do go through a longer spawning period, potentially around 10 months, potentially all year. So we started our plankton sampling in July, right in the middle of what the spawning season would likely be. And so once we get a full year, then we'll have a better understanding of when that is in California.
And Doug Jensen asked in the comments, how long do these mussels live?
Well, or they just,
Sorry, can you repeat that?
do golden mussels like being that vegetation as substrate as juveniles, or is it merely just being parts of this that they run into?
You're asking if they will be on soft substrate as well as hard substrate? That's a good question. I don't actually know the answer to that. I will say that from personal observation, we've really only seen them on hard substrate, specifically in like cracks and crevices stuff. They don't like the plates that I've been putting out for them, but they do like the corners of the cement block that holds those down for sure.
What is it that indicate that they will take soft substrate, but at much lower densities than the hard substrate?
Thank you.
And Heidi also had a photograph in her presentation of golden mussels on an aquatic plant. So we do have evidence in the Delta that they will attach to plants.
Okay, so that was Tanya, and Tanya was saying that we do.
That was
have
Martha.
Oh, sorry. Oh my gosh, you guys sound very similar. Okay, so Martha said that we do have evidence that they will attach to aquatic plants.
And we've also found them in our benthic substrate monitoring or benthic monitoring out in the Delta. So this is using a ponar dredge to pull up the soft sediment, and we have found mussels there. I don't think it's a preferred habitat, but they are occupying it.
Can you repeat that one more time? We just got a microphone for the computer.
So we do benthic organism sampling in the Delta, where we use a ponar dredge to take up samples of the soft sediment, and we are finding golden mussels in that soft sediment samples. There's not a lot, but they are present. I don't think it's a preferred substrate for them, but I think some just end up there, not by choice.
Thank you for that.
The other question in the chat was how long do the mussels live? And if you can repeat it.
Or Heidi might have an answer too.
Yeah.
So what was the lifespan of the mussel?
You know the answer?
It's like Heidi knows the answer.
I think I saw 4 years somewhere.
We'll put it in the chat for the online answer. Any other questions? Yeah.
Maybe for you, Heidi, but it's with regards to spawning, do you know the water temps that they'll begin spawning at?
Okay, here you go. Okay, there's the question. So you can see.
Oh, I see.
Click around the skin.
Okay, that's the, yeah, so it's it. Okay, we have 2 questions in the chat. These will be our last ones. Sorry, go ahead.
Let's see, have there been any examples of golden mussel and dreissenids within the same water body? Thinking of potential out competition like we've been seeing between quaggas and zebras in the Great Lakes. I believe that is, yes, in Pyramid Lake, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, Tanya, but we did just find golden mussels in Pyramid Lake, which has already had golden mussels or quagga mussels present for some time. So yes, we officially, as of this month, have seen them. So we don't know exactly what the interactions are going to look like yet. Is there a pelagic form like quagga mussels, which do not need hard surface to settle? My instinct is no, but I'm not really sure. Tanya, do you have anything on this?
I think he's referring to the villager stage. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Again?
Yeah, so the golden mussel does have a villager stage, just like quagga and zebras.
Raised. Yeah, okay. So I was thinking like almost like native mussels where they don't need, like as adults, they don't need a space to settle. So yes, they do have a pelagic stage prior to settlement.
Okay, any more on that? Okay, I think, oh, I guess
That's the age answer. Hold on. Okay, so in food areas, like 2-3 years, but there's reports from the neighboring of 4 to 10.
All right, I think that concludes our golden mussel session. Let's give all of our speakers a round of applause. Thank you so much. Okay, you are now on your afternoon break until 3:15 p.m. We'll see you back here soon. No. Good question. Good question. Yeah.
Leah, can you hear me? Leah, I see you're there. Can you hear me?
Ben is the ballast water and biofouling unit biologist at WDFW. They received a PhD in ecology from the University of California, Davis, and they came to work for the unit in November in 2004 after postdoctoral research with Washington Sea Grant and the Smithsonian Institution. And Dr. Amanda Newsom. Amanda is the ballast water and biofouling unit leader at WDFDW. She has been with the unit for 10 years and serves as co-chair of the WRP Coastal Committee. She received her PhD in ecology from the University of California, Davis.
Thank you. So good afternoon. My name is Amanda Newsom. I use she, they pronouns. And I'm going to be introducing some of the ways in which we at DFW, or the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, address commercial shipping as a vector of ANS, and a little bit about the temporal and geographic scales at which we work. So the talks on golden mussels, Lemniperna, today illustrate the importance of marine pathways for a specific freshwater species. My team considers control and monitoring of ballast water and biofouling, two marine vectors that carry many potential ANS all at once. I see inland transport and marine transport as the two jaws of a pincher, like this old pair of ice tongs, to effectively freeze or slow ANS spread to uninfested waters. The jaws have to be coordinated. They have to be applying pressure at the same time and at the appropriate pressure. To this end, it's important to understand how marine vessels carry aquatic nuisance species. Now, Christiane talked about this a little bit with the Lemniperna introduction to California, but to recap, ballast water is water taken on by ships to control buoyancy. It's essential for the safe operation of cargo vessels. Water is taken on at both fresh and saltwater ports and then carried along the marine highway system to be discharged elsewhere. Vessels with their ballast water and their biofouling accumulated on their hulls transit marine highways rapidly. They move across oceanic basins in a matter of days or weeks, and they can move between US ports over a matter of days or hours. Marine transport of ANS along the Pacific coast is not just a vulnerability for coastal states. It is a vulnerability for everyone. This is a heat map of vessel traffic over the course of a year. Hotter colors indicate more marine routes per year. And I just want, the thing I want to illustrate at this sort of ocean basin scale is to note the strong connections between the US West Coast and ports across the Pacific, and then all along the North American coast. Zooming in to the Pacific coast of the contiguous US, this coastal transport moving along Marine Highway 5 connects us in Washington State to invasion hotspots like the freshwater port of Stockton in San Francisco Bay. We're going to be talking about golden mussel transport from San Francisco Bay today. Vessels can transit between Stockton and the Columbia River, for example, via Marine Highway 5 and then Marine Highway 84 in 2 to 3 days. Zooming in further to connected water bodies that are shared with Washington State. Vessels that transit these regions that I'm going to zoom in on here, this happens over the course of hours, a couple of hours between closely connected ports. Washington has ports on the Puget Sound here on the left, which is part of the Salish Sea, a connected system, a connected marine system that is shared with British Columbia. We also, and perhaps more importantly for kind of the first part of Ben's portion of this talk, have the freshwater ports of Kalama, Longview, and Vancouver on the Columbia River, which we co-manage with the state of Oregon. These ports are the gateway to the Columbia River Basin. Tugs and barges are transiting all through the basin, which contains vulnerable habitat and a network of dams that account for over 40% of US hydroelectric power generation as of 2021. Currently, all of this is at risk, from overland transport of Dracinid mussels and for marine transport, particularly of Limnaperna. These ports could, through activities on the Columbia River Basin, be a gateway to all of the West for any of these species. These are the sorts of vessels that we're concerned with in my unit. We work with commercial vessels over 300 gross tons. As of yesterday, there were over 50 regulated vessels moving into, out of, and rounded about these various waters of the state. They're all moving quickly. They're all using various methods to manage ANS risk. And again, to recap from Chris's talk, typically that is some combination of open ocean exchange and onboard treatment technology. Again, we are the Ballast Water and Biofouling Unit at the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. In the interest of time, I'm just going to direct you to the DFW blog post on our unit from 2023. If you're interested in learning more about our operations, Dr. Rubinoff, as our biologist, joined our team a little bit after that. They have not been here yet a year, but you'll get a chance to actually meet them during this talk. Our unit deals directly at this time with vector management and operations monitoring. Our sampling efforts in terms of actually getting a biological sample of what's happening in the ballast tanks or in the discharge, they've been project-based. And one of our projects for the next couple of years is to try and develop a sustainable and enforceable biological sampling program. Right now, typically, we are reporting out on vessel operational data each quarter. So this would be the number of arrivals, which is usually between 800 and 1,000 each quarter. The number of arrivals in which ballast was discharged, and then how much ballast water was discharged in millions of metric tons. And you can see that this number oscillates between about 4 and 6 million metric tons per quarter to the entire state. And we also report out on the manner in which these vessels manage that ballast, typically either onboard treatment or open ocean exchange, and then how many vessels were we actually able to get on board and inspect. However, these are important summary numbers, but the challenge has been to translate these for species-specific control and monitoring efforts. And with that, I want to hand over to our unit biologist, Dr. Benjamin Rubinoff, who's joining us remotely. And I see you're already up, Ben. I'm going to go ahead and turn this off and hand over to you.
Awesome. Thanks, Amanda. Can everyone hear me clearly? Yes? Sweet. Awesome. Thanks, Amanda. So hi, everyone. My name is Ben Rubinoff. I use they, them pronouns. As Amanda mentioned, I'm the biologist with the Ballast Water and Biofouling Unit. And today I'm going to kind of walk through 3 individual species as in like case studies for how we can kind of use the data that we collect to inform the risk of these species establishment, and also to highlight differences in scale in terms of the influence of this vector on, or the influence of this vector on introduction risk. You can go ahead and advance it, Amanda. So every commercial vessel is required to submit a ballast water report form that is created by the US Coast Guard 24 hours prior to arrival. You can see this form here on the right. I'm not sure how zoomed in it is, but just to kind of give a brief overview of the information it captures, there's kind of a section with some vessel information. What's the vessel IMO, the name, who's the owner, where's the flag registered. There's voyage information on where the vessel was last, where it's going next, and where it's arriving. And then there's a bunch of tank information that gives you kind of a sense for what the history of management of ballast water is. So where was it taken up, what was done to that water, and where was it discharged? So there are some limitations to this form. It doesn't actually capture any biological information. And it also doesn't tell us if management was effective. It just will tell us if a vessel undergoes a ballast water exchange, like what Chris was talking about, or uses treatment. But it doesn't necessarily tell us if that was actually effective at removing organisms from the water. And it also doesn't tell us the exact quantity discharged per source. So a lot of times these vessels are taking up water from a bunch of different locations. They might have old ballast in their tank. If they're doing an empty refill at sea, vessels technically aren't able to really fully empty their tank while underway there. So there's always going to be kind of a weird mix of unknown water. It's hard to identify the exact quantity from specific locations. But with those limitations, there still are a lot of kind of useful bits of information that we can pull from this that can allow us to kind of get a sense for invasive species risk. So what it can tell us is where the ballast water probably came from, the general ballast water origin. We can't get the exact quantities, but we know if a vessel picked up water from Stockton, for example, or if it topped up its ballast tanks while underway in the middle of the ocean, we can kind of get that sense and map where the vessel was and where water is from. It can tell us what the management operations were. So we know if the vessel has done an exchange of its ballast tank, if it's done an empty refill, or if it's done a treatment. And it can inform us to the potential risk of species introduction. We kind of use all of this information together, knowing the life history and kind of ecology of individual taxa, and that can allow us to kind of put together a general risk assessment for introduction of invasive species. So first, I'm going to start by looking at the golden mussel. There have already been a number of talks about this. That last session was super interesting and great to get some updated information on this kind of emerging invader, excuse me. To remind you, generally, it was found in Stockton. It's spread all across the state of California. In terms of kind of ports that we're worried about coming from California, the ones that were kind of used in this assessment were Stockton, Pittsburgh, and Antioch, where there are established golden mussel populations. At least they've been detected there. It was likely brought in through ballast water. It can tolerate some salinity, and it is not currently listed within the state of Washington, but the Department of Fish and Wildlife has recommended that it be listed as a prohibited level 1 classified species, which is similar to zebra and quagga mussels. Go ahead, Amanda. So looking through all of the reports, ballast water reports that we have from 2019 up until Q3 of 2024, that was around when I ran this analysis. So we don't have the current information, but I can pull those numbers together if folks are interested. On the left, we have the number of arrivals coming from invaded ports into the state of Washington by year. And the color, the top bar, which is red, is discharging, and the gray, or the bottom bar, is the number that are not discharging. So we see here that generally there's somewhere between around 8 and around 18 arrivals from these invaded ports in California into the state of Washington. I'm also going to highlight that for this analysis, we were mostly interested in coastal transport coming from California, given kind of the short voyage time and the concern for additional kind of probability of establishment. But it's important to remember that there are a variety of overseas locations that have established populations that we should really consider in this analysis, something to update in the future. And then on the right, this is kind of what we assembled as kind of the most informative risk. So this is the number of arrivals coming from those invaded ports, whether or not the water was managed in some way, meaning in this case, treated. And in this figure, we focused in just on our freshwater ports within Washington, which are Kalama, Longview, and Vancouver. So we can see that the majority of arrivals are treating their ballast water, which is great. Longview has the most arrivals over time, although it's fairly variable. And we see that in 2019, 2020, and 2021, there were still a number of arrivals in which vessels were discharging ballast water that was not treated. Luckily, this hasn't been the case since 2021, but it is something to kind of keep an eye out on. And this can also give us a sense for history in the future and can allow us to kind of potentially identify a smoking gun, although with invasive species management, it's impossible to know exactly where something came from unless you see it introduced in the first place. You can go ahead, Amanda. So overall, there were a total of 74 arrivals to Washington from the Stockton area, over 367,000 metric tons of ballast water. Most of these arrivals were discharging water that was treated, but there were some that were untreated. And remember that ballast water treatment systems aren't always effective, especially when they're taking up water from ports that are high in sediment or in turbidity. And we really need to ramp up our monitoring to help with that early detection. Amanda, you can go ahead to the next one. So next I'm looking at green crab. So green crab is a fairly common invasive species, especially along the Pacific coast. It's been around for a while. It was detected in San Francisco in 1989, detected in Washington and Willapa Bay in 1998, and it's really spread across the state of Washington and increased in abundance. But the important thing to remember is that there are locations within the Puget Sound where green crab have not been detected. And the other kind of important thing to remember is that within our legislation, vessels that are moving between essentially north of the Columbia River to south of around 50 degrees north, which is in the middle of Vancouver Island, are not required to manage their ballast water when voyaging to ports within that area. It's a common water exemption. So it is possible for a vessel to move from an invaded port to an uninvaded port, not manage its water, and discharge and introduce green crab. And you can go ahead and jump to the next slide, Amanda. So I realize there's a lot of data here, and for the sake of time, I'm not going to go over it in as much detail as I would like. On the left, here we have the number of arrivals from invaded to uninvaded ports. You can see that most of these are discharging arrivals, and on the right, this is the volume of water discharged over time. And the kind of key takeaway here is that while most of that water is managed, there still are a number of instances in which vessels are not managing their water before discharging it. Excuse me. You can go to the next slide. So overall, 17 of the 49 total common water ports in Washington are invaded. There are around 41 arrivals per year from invaded to uninvaded ports. Many of them are treating their water before discharging it, but there still are at least 5 arrivals per year with unmanaged discharges. Amanda, you can jump to the next slide. For the sake of time, I'm not going to go over the mitten crab scenario. I think maybe we can jump to the summary slide for mitten crab, Amanda. Yep, perfect. Actually, go back one if you don't mind. I'm just going to highlight some key takeaways with the mitten crab. There are a lot of arrivals from ports invaded with mitten crab. About 25% of all arrivals to Washington are from invaded ports. And yeah, there's a lot of water discharged from invaded ports. And the key takeaway here is that it looks like most of that water has been managed or treated, so it's unlikely that ballast water is kind of responsible for the most recent detection, but that's a different story. I don't have time to get into it. Amanda, you can jump to the final slide. Okay, so in summary, we focused on commercial vessels as vectors of invasive species in marine and freshwater environments. Commercial vessels will operate across multiple spatial and temporal scales. We looked at and found some information about transport of vessels from transoceanic, so from overseas, as well as coastal, as well as within the Puget Sound. But it's important to remember that multiple other vectors are operating at the same time. So that's drastically increasing the risk of introduction. So invasive species management should really focus on the synergies between these vectors, knowing that they all differ in scale, but they can act together to result in really successful establishment. And that is it.
I don't think we have time for questions, but maybe at the end.
Yeah, sorry.
Robert, do you want to start? There you go.
All right, next we have Robert Stroess, hopefully I said your last name correctly, who is a conservation warden lieutenant, aquatic species trade enforcement program administrator. Is he virtual?
He is. See if we can find him out in virtual land.
I'm here.
Hello.
Okay, now just keep talking, Robert. You're great. Keep going.
Just trying to find which one will show my screen correctly.
Oh, we're gonna have to do the same thing here. So you do your magic and we'll try to do ours here.
Just don't know if it's going to show up as my note slides or just the entire. Yeah, what do you see right now?
We're seeing your edit version. So yeah, just put, yeah.
It should be up.
It's just still in the notes version.
Huh. Interesting.
I mean, we like that version. It's
I don't even
good.
see the notes version. Well, all right, so I'll stop and reshare somehow.
What it's like to be on this side of this. Yeah. Then we gotta go back, probably someone else is in the room, right? Yes. It's okay, we should have thought about that. She's here. Yeah, she's here. He's here. He's here.
You need us to share it from here?
I think I have it.
Okay. Awesome. Looks great. Thank you,
Okay.
Robert.
All right, well, sounds good. So thanks for the intro. I'm Robert Strauss. I've been a Wisconsin Conservation Officer for 26 years. I'm the administrator of our Aquatic Species and Trade Enforcement Program. So today I'm going to talk about AIS law enforcement and how we've dealt with it in Wisconsin, especially over the last 6 years now, kind of a lot of switch to aquatic invasive species and trade. So this is what most agencies do for AIS law enforcement. You know, it's weeds on a trailer issues. It's movement of live fish away from a water body. It's dumping minnow buckets. It's I call it weeds on a trailer. It's important work, needs to be done, but that's the extent of what most law enforcement agencies, conservation agencies have done for AIS. And totally missing the boat on, well, that's play on words. I didn't even try that. Totally missing the point of AIS in trade. So there's a lot of industries dealing with invasives in trade. Enforcement should be putting some effort into this topic, and we hadn't been doing it in Wisconsin at all until 2019. But then in 2019, we had 2 different complaints that changed the focus of my work, certainly, and other staff within our law enforcement division. So we had a complaint about a red swamp crayfish in a pet store in Milwaukee. And we also had a complaint about live Asian or invasive carp species being sold in a specialty grocery store. Like I said, that changed how we started doing things. So basically, for all the time prior to that, 15 plus years, we worked in a siloed mentality within our agency. And many agencies are like this yet. I mean, we're still somewhat siloed, but not much compared to what we had been. Where law enforcement's in one doing their own thing, AIS folks are in another silo doing their own thing, fisheries is in another doing their own thing, and nobody talked. And nobody knew what the heck each other was doing. So our AIS education and outreach staff would do a great job, 15 years of doing a great job. Going out to industry, in the bait dealer industry, or the pet trade, or whatever industry it was, or user group, and educating them. But the cycle would just continue because the information didn't get shared with other programs within the agency. So we'd have an educator go out, deal with some business that was selling something illegally. They'd say, oh, thank you for the information and the handouts, and the person leaves. 2 years later, there's a new AIS educator in a position, and the same business is doing the same thing, but nobody knew because the only person who knew was the one AIS educator. And it's just this cycle that continued. And we didn't realize this until like 2019, when several of us started talking and got out of this silo mentality and realized we're duplicating effort. We've got issues that our regulatory programs or education programs have dealt with for a decade, but never involved law enforcement. Well, at some point, it just doesn't work. 95% of the violators are going to be like, oh, I'm sorry, and change what they did. but it doesn't change that other 5% that just keeps doing it over and over and over and over. And it's like banging your head against the wall. There's no progress. So we got that change. We got a lot more. We got out of the silo mentality and share information constantly now. One big thing that I see from my role, and I deal with a lot of states, lots and lots and lots of states on these topics, is that most states don't have any sort of dedicated law enforcement staff to deal with aquatic species and trade in general, in the first place, but yet alone AIS and trade. That's just a subset of these larger industries. So what happens, and this has happened in our state and even still does today, sometimes, where there is a localized issue with invasive species and trade, and that local law enforcement person, the local warden or conservation officer gets involved, and they just deal with it with like a one-off situation. It's something right in front of them right now. They deal with it and they move on. And they had no idea how it's connected to this vast network of distribution of these products. So we got rid of that. I'd say probably like 99% of that is gone in our state. But I see it in play in, I'd say, at least 2/3 of the states that I deal with. I deal with probably 20 to 30 states across the country on these topics. So take it back to your agencies. If you have that opportunity to have the discussion about having law enforcement not be this siloed program within your agency, and making sure that there's somebody, like even just a point of contact, even if it's not an expert on the topic, it's just a point of contact for law enforcement. So your states can go to that person and they can be the repository of information or disseminating it to other law enforcement staff. I also see like other states sometimes are honestly just unaware of the vast amount of trade. I gave one presentation to chiefs, conservation officer chiefs across the country, and one of them said to me, "Oh, we got that AIS and trade problem all handled here. We got park rangers at our boat landings." Like, that's great that we need to have that happen, but that's just the weeds on a trailer mentality. They didn't even recognize what the whole presentation was about. It was about AIS and trade. So we need to have that weeds on a trailer field enforcement, and we need to have AIS and trade enforcement. I serve on the Great Lakes Fishery Commission Law Enforcement Committee on the management team there, and we've got 3 separate campaigns to distributors of invasive species across the country. So these have resulted in tons of convictions in a couple of our states, where those states that have done this kind of work. But what we have found is that at least 3/4 of the distributors continue to ship the product. So they might at face value say, "Oh, thanks for the information, and we won't do that kind of stuff anymore." But then when we try to buy it, we are easily able to buy it from them. So there's a significant level of noncompliance for those. Just a couple numbers here. In the last 5 years, I listed, we have over 230 convictions for these businesses continuing to ship stuff. And then numbers wise, the actual critters that we've tracked coming in just from these illegal shipping cases has been almost 36,000 invasive critters, not even counting the plants, because that's a whole nother topic that I can't even get into here, but that's expensive also. But that's, if we know about 36,000, I mean, in reality, I say it's at least 10 times that's come in. But there's no way, if we catch 1 out of 10, I'd say we're doing pretty darn good. So I'll give a pretty conservative estimate there and say, 360,000 critters coming in to our state. That's a lot. This is the approach that we do. We figure out who these potential suppliers are, because all of these suppliers, these are not just somebody that's servicing their neighborhood or servicing the little area where they live in. Almost all these distributors are shipping all across the country. These aren't giant corporations necessarily. These can be just somebody on eBay that's selling all around the country, selling their pets, or selling live red swamp crayfish they get out of some bayou in Louisiana. It was truly going all over the place. So we have this vast network trying to identify these sellers. We educate them, document our education efforts that we do through our law enforcement program, through our invasive species program, or non-law enforcement contact. We have an organisms and trade coordinator in our state who's not part of the law enforcement program. She does a ton of these educational outreaches and documents them. And then our Fishery Commission Law Enforcement Committee does the same thing. So we've got like a three-way to identify these and educate them. And we keep track of those. We share that information. So we're not all repeating the same efforts year after year. And we can utilize, that previous letter or email that we've sent and had some correspondence back and say, no, you knew what you were doing. We've contacted you 3 times now. You knew what you were doing. It's a lot easier to take that kind of case to court than someone 3 states away who ships something that's illegal. Well, realistically, they probably had no idea that it was illegal to ship unless someone had ever contacted them. So that's this process. After we do this education, we reach out and try to buy something. And again, 75% of the time they sell it to us. And then we'll do it again, build a case against them, and then eventually get to some prosecution. Got a couple of quick case studies here. So this is the first case that got us into this realm of AIS and trade. So we had a single red swamp crayfish found in a pet store in Milwaukee. And what I said happened before, where the field warden got the information, went to the store, identified that it was an invasive crayfish, told the store they can't have it, and they took it. And the case was closed. That was it. The warden gave it to one of our invasive species specialists. And a couple weeks later, I heard about it and stepped in and said, hey, we got to stop doing whatever we're doing, because this is more than a single red swamp crayfish in a pet store. This is part of some bigger distribution. And it turned out to be, we had 4 different distributors and plus 7 different retailers, all of whom we'd previously educated about these species. And they were the ones trading these. A big supplier out of Chicago was supplying hundreds of them every year to Wisconsin. So we ended up with 965 or something invasive crayfish, red swamps and thunderbolt lobsters and other species. We had 149 convictions against these businesses, and it was a big one for us. It was a way to get our foot in the door in this topic. So this is the wholesale distribution facility for a giant Midwest pet supply wholesaler. So we can see rows 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It goes to about row 22, and tons of tanks all along, huge facilities. After I met with this wholesaler in the middle of the case, they continued to ship more of these crayfish, even after we said, hey, you can't ship these things. So, and here's one of them. It's a Curex genus thunderbolt lobster, but it's just a really pretty crayfish. Just can't have it. We outlaw the crayfish in our state other than our native species. This second one here is an invasive carp case. So we have a Wisconsin wholesale fish dealer who ironically also owns a fish farm, a registered fish farm in the state. Those 2 things don't go well together, especially when we're talking about invasive carp. And he would travel to the heart of invasive carp territory, Beardstown, Illinois, and buy 2,500 pounds of invasive carp at a time, put them in this unmarked van, and he had a second unmarked van also, and then deliver them to different restaurants, stores, and individuals in northern Illinois and southern Wisconsin. So we require these vans to be marked because we need to know what they're hauling, that they're a wholesale fish dealer. So he didn't have these things marked at all. We did some covert purchases at a store that he was selling them at, like numerous times, bought big Ed silver and grass carp. We require our invasive carp to be gutted just to minimize that chance of anything being put back into a water body and being revived. We ended up getting a search warrant for his home and found that all through records that he bought almost 100,000 pounds of invasive carp each year. Only about 10% of that was coming to Wisconsin. And he had lots of missing information. We couldn't track down over 28,000 pounds of his fish each year. That's over a quarter of his fish each year. You can't tell me what happened to them. With his ties to the fish farm industry, it's scary to think of what actually happened to those. don't know to this day what happened to him. But we ended up charging him with 22 different violations, and he was convicted on 19 charges. It was kind of neat. It was the first Asian carp case we had. It made national news and across the world in a couple different publications, so that was kind of neat. I'm cruising through things here because I can talk way too long, and I know I'm probably over my time already. So another one, marbled crayfish. So that's been on some other people's presentations earlier. So this was a case that was started in Green Bay, Wisconsin, home of the best football team in the NFL, by the way. So this gentleman was selling marbled crayfish on eBay. So he did some covert purchases and ended up seizing hundreds of these from his home. And it turned out that he'd been shipping them all across Wisconsin or all across the country. So we sent out leads to the different states that had this, including Ohio, which is a great partner in this fight. And because it turns out that his supplier came from Ohio. And that started Ohio's case, which resulted in not only finding the 13 states, but in Ohio, she had been shipping it, the supplier in Ohio had been shipping it to 36 states around the country and a territory, I believe. So combined, well, that portion of the case, they went federal with. We just stayed with state charges in Wisconsin. But, we got jointly between our states, got numerous criminal and civil convictions on this. So that pretty cool to see the marbled crayfish case, and started literally in about 3 miles that way from my office right now. Another species, which many states don't regulate, but we do in Wisconsin, are Asian swamp eels. So these are sold for generally as a food fish, but also for ceremonial releases. We've had numerous cases in the last 2 years, including just this past week. We issued 5 charges, I think, on the case for a different Asian swamp eel case. So these can certainly take hold in the southern 2/3 of the country. The northern third of the country, there's some chance that it can, or the northern fifth, I'd say. It's right about the Wisconsin-Illinois line, so way up north. So these are ones that are getting shipped across state lines. All this stuff is going across state lines constantly. So this example here, it's labeled as white eel. However, then they crossed off the white eel portion in Mandarin, and the one on the left, the sign on the left, means yellow eel, which is a swamp eel. So we've had plenty of convictions on these types of imports, and we work with the other states on tracking these back through New York and Chicago, which is generally the route that they're taking. Louisiana Crawfish Company. This is a huge one. This made lots of news across the country too. This is the biggest supplier of live red swamp crayfish in the country. We had, after we did our outreach through the law enforcement committee of the Great Lakes Fishery Commission, we ended up visiting a bunch of retail facilities just to see what was available. We didn't educate these retail facilities. We're educating the suppliers, the wholesale suppliers, but we wanted to see what was out there seasonally, the time that these would be available. So out of 11 stores that we visited, we found them in 2 stores, which is a pretty high percentage. Can't have them at all in Wisconsin. So we purchased them from the retail facility. We purchased some from Louisiana Crawfish online also. And then in the middle of this case, we had somebody report what they thought was a red swamp crayfish in Fredonia, Wisconsin. This photo on the left is what the complainant took and sent to us and said, I think this is a red swamp crayfish, walking down the street. So went down, took a look at that area, and this little line connects the dot between a home that had a crayfish boil a couple weeks earlier and where the crayfish was found. So that little guy's been walking around for 3 to 4 weeks and on the pavement, maybe. Well, not sure if he spent his whole time there. And lo and behold, it was the same company, Louisiana Crawfish Company, that was supplying them. So these red swamp crayfish are getting out. We have lots of cases where this same thing happens. When it's for a crayfish boil, they're still getting out. Kids are playing with them in the front yard in the kiddie pool, and It's more like a toy to them. We ended up charging them with the Louisiana Crawfish Company with 16 or 15 criminal counts. And we could prove at least these 13,000 red swamps that we know they shipped here, but obviously there was a lot more than that. And they ended up getting convicted on 10 crimes and paid a significant penalty. So that sent some shockwaves across the red swamp crayfish supply industry. There was a lot of calls to Wisconsin from suppliers figuring out what they can and can't do. So I have this enforcement work group in Wisconsin that consists of just a handful of our field officers, a couple investigators, and myself that get some funding, some federal funding to work on AIS and trade. We've had 3 rounds of this grant now and have had, I'd say, lots of success with it. So I have these folks, rather than, I've seen some people use their federal funding to distribute to an entire agency. And what happens is you get 4 hours of work out of 300 people and you don't do a darn thing. It doesn't do anything. I mean, I don't need to fund 3 hours of education or 4 hours of education to 300 people. I want some people that can dive into the topic, get some knowledge and really know what they're doing, and then go out and do the work. So that's how we've utilized this funding in Wisconsin. And it's looked at a bunch of industries like the commercial fishing industry, the wild bait harvest industry, pets in trade, live food trade, all the things that contribute to the movement of AIS in trade. When we started looking, we found a whole ton of stuff. Well, I guess I didn't update this slide. 230 plus convictions in over the first 4 to 5 years, with a ton in the court system right now. So we haven't even looked at plants, but this is all critter stuff. So biggest points of this presentation is please involve your law enforcement staff in your AIS work. Encourage your agency to get someone dedicated in law enforcement to being that point of contact or working on this, so they can become an expert in the topic and get out of those silos that you might be in your state, and realize that there's a whole mess of illegal trade of AIS happening. It's not just field level stuff that's boats and trailers and minnow buckets. That's important too. We need to work on that, but it's not just that. We're missing a huge pathway if you don't have enforcement staff looking at AIS and trade. All right, that's what I've got.
Thank you, Robert. Unfortunately, we don't have any time for questions, so we're going to go ahead and move on to the next speaker. Our next speaker is Hannah Mulligan. She is a wildlife and fisheries sciences PhD graduate student at South Dakota State University. Her current research focuses on population dynamics and human-mediated spread of aquatic invasive species. After she finishes her graduate degree, her goal is to become a fisheries biologist with an emphasis on AIS management and outreach.
I can do it. Okay, hopefully that was it. So, there we go. Oh, no, that's not very. Don't mind there. Well, Robert Walters. Is it? So close. So, maybe this. Now, if I advance here, is it going to advance there? No. Okay, so that's not. Okay, resume slideshow. Okay. There we go. It's not changing there. Oh, shoot. I'm still seeing. Stop sharing.
Go prison.
Oh my gosh. Leah, I need help, hon. I need help.
It's falling apart.
We're so wow.
Wait, what's?
I got it looking good, but
Oh,
I-
you want
but
the
it's-
notes?
It's not, yeah.
You want the notes?
Yes. Oh, see, thank you, sorry.
Okay.
Okay, I think we're good.
And then there's.
Okay, so before I get started today, I wanted to take a minute to acknowledge the various collaborators, funding sources, as well as everyone that has helped in the field and the lab. And a lot of the projects I'm going to be talking about today focus on the live bait trade pathway, which has the potential to introduce invasive species beyond their current range and where they're not established. And one of the main concerns is that a lot of these native species and bait fish species appear similar to a lot of our invasive species. So for instance, the figure on the right displays 4 different invasive carp species, which may remain undetected throughout the entire live bait trade pathway. And despite being prohibited in most states, previous surveys have noted that over 20% of anglers do release their live bait fish, which leads to the question of what is the risk of the live bait trade as a pathway of inland invasive fish species introductions. To address this question, we wanted to assess risk in multiple aspects of the live bait trade pathway, including bait retailers and anglers, and then assess differences in preventative actions among regions. And the first 2 projects will focus on silver carp and big-headed carp, collectively known as big-headed carp, which are established in multiple states, but limited hydrological connections, such as dams, have prevented their range expansion in the basin. And the concern is the release of live bait fish above barriers where there's no possibility of fish passage, such as Gavin's Point Dam near Yankton, South Dakota, represented by the star. Previous studies have investigated invasive species DNA in bait retailers, including Nathan et al. 2015, who found species like goldfish and silver carp. Steiner et al. 2020 also documented illegal native non-bait, such as walleye and yellow perch, as well as aquatic invasive species such as Eurasian ruff and silver carp. So invasive species DNA has been detected in bait retailers, and it could be a potential concern for the spread of these species. So the objectives of the first project were to assess the presence of big-headed carp eDNA, non-advertised species present in purchased baitfish, which is an indicator of a lack of screening of baitfish, as well as educational signage displayed at bait retailers, which is an indicator of invasive species awareness or outreach. To do this, we sampled 100 bait retailers, 20 per state, in North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Iowa, and Kansas from June to July of 2022. So we purchased baitfish, filtered the water the baitfish were in, and then sent the filters to the Basin Fish Health Center for eDNA analysis. And then for each sampling day, we also filled a jug with tap water to serve as our negative field control to ensure that contamination was not occurring. And we found that 5% of water samples tested positive for at least one invasive carp species. And the figure on the right displays the number of positive detections per Fund 6 level watershed, as distributors likely supply multiple bait retailers within a watershed, and some watersheds are invaded while others are not. So North Dakota had 1 positive detection, South Dakota had 4, Iowa had 4, and Kansas had 1. We did not detect any positive detections in Nebraska. We also had those 21 field controls that all tested negative and ensured that contamination wasn't occurring. And I wanted to note that most positive detections occurred in the current range of big-headed carp. However, we had 1 detection outside their current range, which could be a concern for the spread of this species. We also selected 3 different risk factors that we thought might influence positive detections in the Missouri River Basin bait retailers. And the first risk factor we selected was the presence of non-advertised species, which again is an indicator of a lack of screening. So for instance, you can see the black bullhead in the bucket with the fathead nose. We also selected the presence of educational signage, as this may indicate that bait retailers and anglers are aware of invasive species potentially being within bait, as well as distance to recorded big-headed carp observations, as harvest may occur in an area where invasive species are established, despite it being prohibited. For non-advertised species, we found that Iowa had the highest percent of bait shops with non-advertised species, whereas North Dakota, South Dakota, and Kansas had the least percent of bait retailers with non-advertised species. For educational signage, we found that North Dakota had the highest percent of bait retailers with educational signage, and we did not record any educational signage in South Dakota or Iowa, but overall educational signage was limited within the bait retailers. We then ran logistic mixed effect models with the risk factors as input and found that distance to known big-headed carp presence was included in all top models, indicating that as distance increased from recorded big-headed carp populations, the probability of obtaining a positive detection decreased. And then the probability of obtaining a positive detection past around 150 kilometers approach zero. So this information could be used could be used on where to prioritize the placement of educational signage within the basin. We also developed multiple side projects related to the live bait trade, including one project related to angler knowledge of AIS and compliance with regulations, as these are important factors in limiting AIS spread. So to do this, we conducted in-person intercept surveys at angler access sites near Yankton, South Dakota from September to October of 2022. And we found that 70% of anglers used live bait fish, and of those, 57% engaged in higher risk practices and either released their bait, gave bait to another angler, took bait home, or moved bait from one water body to another water body. We also found that around 7% of anglers admitted to releasing live bait fish. And we think that this value is actually a little bit higher because we were asking these questions in person. So we think that social desirability bias may have had a role in this, because we don't think that they would admit to actually releasing live bait fish since it is illegal. For information sources, we found that 40% of anglers reported not receiving any information on big-headed carp, and 19% of anglers received information only via word of mouth, which is concerning given misinformation could be spread between anglers. For carp identification, only 2% of anglers were able to solely identify both juvenile big-headed carp, and only 19% were able to solely identify at least one species, which you can see from the image collage on the right of native, invasive, as well as baitfish species. Additionally, only 48% of anglers correctly identified that carp were present below the dam and not above the dam, which is a concern because if anglers think that carp are already present above the dam, they may be more willing to release their live bait fish. So some implications, targeted preventative actions at invasion fronts, as we found that distance was an important factor in determining the presence of big-headed carp eDNA. Additionally, regional collaboration to reduce risk among regions, as well as partnering with bait retailers, as we found in a previous survey that they are willing to display signage. So from the previous projects, we did find that there is risk in multiple aspects of the live bait trade pathway. So we wanted to expand this to evaluate what states are doing to address this risk. And the three main preventative actions that are used for the live bait trade include regulations, education, and inspections, which are all important in limiting the spread of AIS. However, as we know, there are barriers such as time, funding, and personnel that can prevent the implementation of these actions across regions, which can lead to inconsistencies across states. So for instance, if one state does not have funding to implement signage, it can increase the risk of AIS and reduce the holistic benefit of prevention for an entire region, as both anglers and invasive species are not bound by political boundaries. So the objectives of this project were to assess differences and preventive actions among regions for regulations, education, and inspections. To do this, we contact invasive species experts in each state and ask them to modify a conceptual map based on 2022 regulations, education, and inspections, which you can see on the right. Information provided by these modified conceptual maps was then used to summarize regional differences and preventative actions. So for each preventative action, the number of sources and or actors that received the respective component were summarized and then divided by the total number of states that responded to the survey within the region. And then these values were then compared using a color ramp to determine the amount of resources dedicated to each preventative action. So this figure is going to show the amount of focus placed on regulations, education, and inspections from regions of the US. I want to note that focus is reflective of where states see the most benefit. And so it doesn't, least focus is not necessarily a negative thing. So we found that the Great Basin placed the most focus on regulations in the study. And states within the Great Basin region may have a greater incentive to implement regulations to protect valued fisheries that don't require the use of live bait, such as fly fishing. I also wanted to highlight some unique management approaches, such as in Vermont, where they use spatial management measures, which determine where bait can be used and moves within the state. Additionally, the model regulation created by the Mississippi-Alabama Sea Grant Legal Program could also be implemented in other regions to reduce confusion among illegal species and practices. We also found that the Great Lakes placed the most focus on both education and inspections within this study. So in the Great Lakes, bait shops regularly communicate with anglers regarding invasive species, display signage, and hand out materials. And then some unique educational approaches included mandated AIS training, such as in Minnesota, which requires the completion of a course before taking, selling, or transporting commercial big fish within the state. Signature posters have also been implemented in Minnesota bait shops for anglers to sign their name on a poster, pledging to not release bait fish, which can increase the personal responsibility to slow the spread of AIS. In the Great Lakes, multiple states also conduct inspections for bait fish pathogens, and a lot of research has been done on inspections within Great Lakes states. And then for unique or programs that could be implemented in other regions, such as the Arkansas Certified Bait Fish Program or HACCP to certify AIS-free or pathogen-free bait fish to reduce risk throughout the pathway. So overall, we found that barriers such as political, social, available resources, and management priorities have led to variation in investment across regions. So to overcome some of these barriers, we recommended an approach that focuses on regional collaboration to reduce the risk of AIS introductions. So increased information sharing among jurisdictions can alleviate funding constraints by providing a baseline of the creation of effective regulations, education, and inspections. Additionally, increased resource sharing could also alleviate some of the implementation constraints among regions. So for instance, the Baitfish Primer app, which is pictured on the top right, is available in Canada and provides information to anglers as well as to biologists on what species can be used as bait, as well as invasive species that may be present within bait. And then the Great Lakes AIS Landing Blitz, which was mentioned earlier today and pictured in the bottom right, is also a multi-agency partnership that could be implemented in other regions to sort of overcome some of those economic constraints. Overall, increased information and resource sharing should hopefully decrease inconsistencies in AIS risk and preventative actions. Okay, so in summary, the live bait trade does remain a high-risk pathway for introductions of invasive species. However, there are opportunities for regional enhancements in regulations, education, and inspections. I also want to note that all of the studies I talked about are published. I'm sorry I didn't have enough time to talk about them in depth, but if you're interested, they are published, and I will be happy to answer any questions if there's time.
We have 2 minutes for questions. Thank you for getting Does anyone have any questions?
So did you find any examples of where there's bait sales or bait stores that are actually doing a great job and having like rewards for them? Or like, you know, showcasing stores that are pest free?
Yeah, so there's a lot of states that have certified AIS, or Kansas has a certified bait fish dealer list. And then Wisconsin has a program that provides signage to a lot of the bait retailers, and they have partnered, a lot of the bait shops have partnered with Wisconsin to educate anglers about AIS. So there are a lot of bait shops doing great things to educate anglers about AIS.
Again, nice job. And I'm not defending Iowa because I know, but so we allow the use of preserved cut bait made from invasive carp. Could that be a source of contamination? I mean, it's packaged, right? I'm just wondering how that would be with eating.
That is a concern. So cut bait could definitely be a concern if you were in recent contact with a cut bait and then it was introduced into the tank. It could definitely be pause detections. There's also a concern of bait buckets as well as nets that were in recent contact with bait or with invasive species. So in two ways. One, if bait fish was wild harvested in an area that contained invasive species, they may not be actually in there, but the DNA could cling to either the bait fish or the net themselves, which could be transported to the bait shop and then detected. Or if there's someone that puts a bait bucket or net into the tank, that could also be a source. But I think it's still a concern. Yeah, but yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, our next speaker is Tim Campbell, and he is the Aquatic Invasive Species Program Manager for the University of Wisconsin Sea Grant Institute and the National AIS Liaison for the NOAA Sea Grant Program. He supports AIS prevention outreach, communications, and program evaluation, and works to apply university and sea grant resources to AIS issues.
Thanks, everyone. While we're waiting for slides, thank you for joining us in another edition of Tim Talks About Surveys. Excited about it. And my project collaborator, Adam Bristol at the University of Wisconsin La Crosse. He's in the sociology department. Really wishes he could be here talking about it instead of me, but could not get out of his teaching obligations. We also have Sea Grant social scientist Deirdre Paroff and Michael Moore, who is now at Western Kentucky, as collaborators on this project.
Where you did this? Okay.
So I don't think I need to get you all on board with trout anglers moving things. Like here's some mud snails on some boots. Here's some Didymo in the UP. Trout anglers move stuff. But what else do we know about trout angler behaviors? There's been a handful of studies. I did not put them all up here, but here's two recent ones. One I was a co-author on, looking at the extended parallel process model and kind of threat and self-efficacy messaging for reaching out to trout anglers. And the more threat people feel, the more likely they are to perform prevention actions. The more they feel like their actions matter, the more likely they are. But fun little, I guess note here is the reactance, that kind of feeling of, I don't want to do what you told me to do. The more people felt like the message was overblown or overemphasized, the less likely they were to prevent or do prevention action. So it's really about, at least in this study, trying to find the right level of kind of threat and concern, but not overdoing it. And then Sam Tank, who many of you probably know with the Great Lakes Commission and the Great Lakes Panel coordinator, has also done some work on trout anglers and New Zealand mud snails in Michigan. But yes, there's a handful of studies, but we don't have the same information about trout anglers or wading anglers as we do about recreational boaters. And it's, I think I say it quite often, it's tough to improve outreach and prevention outcomes without this information. We need some good baseline information on what these anglers are doing so we can design better outreach programs for them. So we were able to get some USGS, 1,4G, Upper Mississippi River AIS money, a great pot of funding if you have research projects that related to the Upper Mississippi River Basin. So we did a 3-state survey with Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin. We got random samples of people that purchased trout anglers, started with existing surveys, both from the Hutchins 2023 paper, but also a lot of that was really based on the ANS Task Force like rec boater survey template and adapted for trout anglers. So for each state, well, Iowa was 2,000 anglers to accommodate an inland trout program, but then 1,500 each for Wisconsin and Minnesota. For the distribution, we did an email distribution just to try to reduce costs, and then followed up with mail, a postcard, paper survey, and then a reminder postcard. So even though I am a social scientist and understand biases and ways my brain doesn't work like how I think it does, we did not budget enough time for all this, and we are still collecting surveys. So this has taken a lot longer than we thought it would. So I don't have complete data for you all. So I have some summaries just by kind of looking at patterns, and our most complete data set is Wisconsin. So if I have more specific information, it is from our Wisconsin sample. So kind of the first thing we noticed, I guess we have this idea of trout anglers in our head as people out fly fishing and this nice, lovely running stream. And yes, that is a number of our driftless or kind of our 3-state anglers, but it's not just fly anglers. It's also live artificial bait anglers, spinning anglers, and they're also multi-species anglers. So it's a really much more diverse set of anglers than I think we commonly talk about when we're thinking about AIS prevention for trout anglers. For demographics, overwhelmingly white and male. There's probably some state differences in education, but generally really well educated, like bachelors or above. Multi-species anglers, and about 50% of the anglers are using waders. It's lower in Iowa, again, probably because of the urban trout program. And in terms of the time and hobby, a lot of these people have been trout angling for 10 plus years. They only go a few times a year, probably because they're not always right next to these trout streams. And something that was surprising to us is that a lot of these anglers are not attending meetings on fishing or trout angling, like in Trout Unlimited. Again, we had this idea of this very active angler and conservation, but they're not necessarily doing the Trout Unlimited kind of things. In terms of information sources, there seemed to be a mismatch of where they're getting a lot of their information and who they trust. Internet sources were very common among our sample, but they don't necessarily trust the information they get on the internet, which I guess is a good thing, that they don't trust everything that they see. And just my experience with getting information online, it's not always easy. You have to kind of decide who you trust. For some reason, I trust this accountant who lives in West Virginia to give me information on fishing for trout. He doesn't really have any qualifications except that he fishes a bunch. But so you have to kind of sort through people to get people that you trust. And if you're on Facebook or any meta platform and getting suggested groups, you know that a lot of that information is pretty spotty in terms of its quality. So it can be tough to get good information online. And unsurprisingly, people are getting their information word of mouth, family, friends, bait shops, professional anglers, or like guides as well. In terms of prevention actions people are doing the really easy things on a scale of 1 to 5, with 5 being always. It's about a 4 across all 3 states in terms of removing plants, animals, and debris, draining water, and letting your gear dry. I like to think of these activities as really easy to do. They don't require any planning ahead, and they're just generally good for maintaining your gear. Like if you did not care about invasive species at all, you're probably doing these things to make sure your fishing gear has a good lifespan. In terms of things people had trouble doing or weren't reporting doing, they're not changing their fishing patterns to fish uninvaded streams first and fish the invaded streams last. They're not using bleach or Formula 409, which is being recommended. And they're not using brushes even to scrub their gear. And that's a 2 on 1 to 5. So in terms of like thinking about these behaviors, they're doing the easy things, but kind of the advanced prevention actions, we need some additional kind of activation energy there if we want them doing those things. Beliefs about prevention. People, unsurprisingly, think AIS prevention is important. They don't think that cleaning their gear is convenient. So that's something I think we need to help overcome. And something I noticed just kind of looking through the data was that anglers believe it's important for others to perform invasive species prevention steps, but they don't think other anglers are. So I think this gets to some of the social norms around the behaviors, and that people are feeling a little disappointed that they're not seeing people do these things. It can be tough to observe this happening. Like if you're at a boat landing, you see everyone putting their boat on the trailer. They're probably like, you see people doing these behaviors for cleaning your boots or any of your other fishing gear. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people are doing this at home. So you're just not observing it. So AI almost got a good picture of somebody cleaning their boots at a waiter cleaning station, but maybe we need to make this behavior more visible to people, like create a space for it. So that way other anglers can observe other anglers doing the behaviors. So this is where I was hoping to have a bunch of cool analyses that we don't have yet. But so from a kind of communications theory side of things, we have the theory of planned behavior and the extended parallel process model. So these are both theoretical models often used in invasive species prevention work, but we've never directly compared them. So I'm really interested in looking how these two models that we often use, trying to kind of adjust different aspects of behavior to see how they compare to each other and see if there's any differences or if there's any kind of theoretical components that might be more influential in people performing invasive species prevention behaviors. And so we'll probably run some sort of like a regression model to figure out, what best predicts invasive species prevention actions. And then we'll also do kind of our like crosstab comparisons of like kind of getting more detailed with some of our different demographic groups or just behavioral groups. Like, for example, anglers that travel a lot, just looking at the data, the anglers that only fish in state don't seem to perform prevention actions as much as people that report traveling to the Western US or internationally. So maybe there's something about traveling a lot that you are really engaged in information about angling and invasive species. So to clean your gear. Looking at by gear or kind of bait or lure, because I often hear that fly anglers are really engaged conservationists, that they're more likely to do these things. That's not something I could just see in the data. Things I couldn't pull out because I'm not great at working with spreadsheets, like only anglers. So like, for example, people that only fish for trout, people that only fish wading, we can pull those things out, but I can't do it. And these are things where I'm thinking of, these aren't anglers getting information other places. So we have a lot of multi-species anglers and people fishing by boat. So they're being exposed to AIS information through watercraft inspectors and our signs at boat landings. So we might need to be looking for ways to reach people that aren't intercepting with our AIS messaging elsewhere. And kind of gives me this idea of there might be two messaging approaches here. Like one is trying to relate trout angler AIS prevention with people that already know what they're supposed to do from boating or other behaviors, just like making sure they're aware of it in this context. And then a whole different set of outreach for people that just aren't exposed to AIS messaging at all. So that's what I have. Happy to yield my time to get us back on time for questions, but also really interested in hearing your suggestions now or later.
Do you have any questions for Tim, or do we want to go along? We're pretty behind, forgive me.
Yeah, don't want to stand in front of or like between anyone and beer and snacks.
We're getting awful close. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Tim.
Mouse like disappears. There it is. No. Okay, so we have moments. He has a couple slides. Yeah, I keep saying, leave the webinar. Go on. You're gonna introduce him while I pull up his.
All right, our next presenter is Eric Hansen. I think he's in person. Oh, there he is.
There he is.
All right, Eric Hansen is an aquatic invasive species specialist for Wyoming Game and Fish Department from the Casper region. He holds a degree in wildlife management and biology and has enjoyed the last 8 years working and recreating on the reservoirs of the North Platte River in central Wyoming. Oh, did you?
Yeah, you know, and, yeah, we're already. The beer times.
We still have a discussion to get through.
But we're gonna make that fun.
Yeah.
Okay, take it away.
All right, guys, I'll make it quick because I know we're all ready for our glass of bread, just like I am, so. I'm not gonna do anything today, science, we're not gonna talk about numbers, we're not just gonna listen to a story, so. It's story time with Eric today. So I'm calling this a tale of two hydroliths, and this was something that was very new to us in Wyoming this spring that showed up and had us scratching our heads, and we had to deal with two different ones, and they had two very different things, but both were good outcomes. So I'm gonna kind of highlight both stories, how they went, and get your guys' opinion of how you think you would like to handle these. So lift number one is the one I'm most familiar with. This is my pride and joy for the season. I know those of us that are in a WID program, you know what springtime means. We're doing hiring, we're getting ready for trainings, we're Memorial Day's coming up. So it's kind of, you know, you got that ready to go motion. And so I was in that mode in mid-May and scooter into my office. And before I can get my helmet and backpack off, I'm that guy. My phone rings in my office and I pick it up and I hear this guy on the other end named, well, we'll call him Dave for this because we kept him anonymous through this story, but he goes on to explain how he had just gotten back from a very long trip overnight with a brand new to him boat lift that he had purchased from a gentleman, I think off of Facebook. And so he had this guy had hired a dock company in Iowa to pull this for him and didn't really give our purchaser much information. He got a call, hey, it's ready, come pick it up. He took a fly-in trip for my colleagues that spent nearly 11 hours in a van with me the other day. It's a long trip to take that and go pick this up and come back. So he borrowed a trailer from a buddy, went and grabbed it, got home. He realized when he picked it up that he had an issue, but he's like, okay, now what do? I've purchased this thing and the guy's put it on my trailer and I'm stuck with it. So he gets it home, calls me the next morning. He's like, I'm a first responder. I'm a firefighter. He's like, and first thing I do when I don't know what to do is call 911. He's like, so that was what I did here. I called AIS 911. And so it was pretty clear. We knew that we had mussels. We just didn't know a whole lot about it. The thing had been pulled out of the water 3 days prior, we found out. So it was ripe and ready. Most of them were still alive. So that was fun to deal with. He also lived in a neighborhood in town that was right on a creek. These things were dying and falling off in clumps into the gutter. So we were, okay, how are we going to do this? So we went over there, we decontaminated the entire area around the street, picked up everything we could, mussels, and got this thing back to our shop. And now we're like, okay, what are we going to do? We've got the exterior of this thing scraped off, which was a job in its own. But the fun thing about how these work is that they sink to the bottom. So you can imagine what the inside of this giant water tank looked like, completely encrusted as well, full of silt, mud, and mussel shells. So after, getting all the media fun out of the way, I like whenever these things happen, I feel like for about a week, there's a lot of shine and then everyone forgets what's going on. And then you're stuck with, okay, the next 2 months, I'm cleaning this thing in every like free minute that I have. So there's a nice picture of the inside there, and we had to go through quite a few different steps figuring out how we're going to do this. We ended up flipping the thing over, filling it up, adding algicides, Clorox. We treated it numerous times. The guy was very, very cooperative and was like, whatever you need to do to it. I was like, well, we're not going to damage it for you. The fun thing in all this is that when it showed up, I happened to have our watercraft law enforcement officer in my office. And so I walked down to him. I'm like, okay, how do we want to deal with this? Because that's what WID training tells us to do. Goes, law enforcement, I've got live mussels. And he looks at me, he's like, I don't even know if we consider that a conveyance in our regulations. I've got to ask and find out. So we're already kind of like, okay, scratching our heads. And he comes back to me about an hour later. He's like, well, how do you want to handle it? And I said, I think we have an opportunity here to make sure that people know that these things are a vector and that, we could be having issues. In Wyoming, it's not that big of a thing. We don't have a lot of private lakes. We don't have a lot of docks or waters that have the ability to have these on them. But if you're in a state that you're doing preventative measures and you have lakes where docks and lifts are coming in and you don't know what's moving, these are definitely something that could be causing some issues. So we got all these mussels all killed. Now we have to figure out how are we going to get this thing clean. So my best option was I went and got a big wet vac from Walmart, and I spent about 2 weeks just filling that thing up, getting all the mud and stuff to wash down, and then sucking it out with a vacuum, dumping it out, rinsing everything so I could have all the mussels and figure out about how much we had at the end and go from there. So we spent about a month doing that. And then after we felt that the inside was good, we finally pulled it back outside and completed the exterior. So once we got everything on the outside done, we had a lot of biofouling. So we went in with sanders to actually clean off the galvanized metal and get the Bissell thread remnants off of there. And it was really, really great. This guy, when he showed up, he's like, I didn't know you were going to paint it. I was like, well, we didn't. It just is very clean now. And I almost made a almost retired fireman cry. He was like, I can't believe this. I mean, this guy had been getting shredded in the media. You had people on Facebook like, oh, this guy needs to pay. They just burn the thing, melt it to the ground, like all sorts of stuff. So at this point, he was like, I don't even know what I want to do with it when I get it back. And so he was pretty pleased with that. And it was really great to know that the messaging is working because he saw what he saw and knew what to do. But what about the folks that don't care or aren't getting the message? So if that would have been placed in the reservoir that he is a resident of, it'd be Alcova Reservoir, which is about midway through the North Platte system and those upper North Platte reservoirs in Wyoming. So could have been very detrimental to everything downstream there. Now tail number 2, and I'll get out of here so we can go and have fun and hang out like we're supposed to. So this one, my counterpart in Sheridan, Reed, if you've ever met him, he handles things in a very quiet, different manner than I do. So while I'm sitting there talking to the media and going through all this frenzy, he's also dealing with 1 or 2 of them at the same time. And come to find out, we all get together at training and he tells me his tale. And I was like, okay, so this is interesting. We both saw these at the same time. His is different though, because the actual Keyhole Marina owner, so Keyhole's in his region in Northeast Wyoming, calls him up in February, says, hey, I'm planning on buying these 2 lifts, gives him the whole background, where they're coming from, Canyon Lake in Texas, when he's planning on having them delivered. So when those get there, this guy also happens to own an oil field shop. So he has a crew, he has an incinerator. He goes ahead, removes all the mussels, talks to Reed, incinerates all the mussels and disposes of everything. has his folks spend about 2 weeks cleaning these things inside and out, and then has our inspectors come and do their job. They see that there's still some more cleaning to be done, so they go back and finish that. And really, that was all Reed could give me. There were no pictures of any of it. It was all boom and bam and done and quiet, and very, very different than my experience with a lift this summer. So. And after getting the green light from Reed and his crew, they got the lifts placed. I think sometime in mid-June, there was no hang up. The guy that purchased the lift to go in Alcova in my region, I believe he probably is hoping to get it launched next year because he didn't have an opportunity this year. So 2 different lifts, 2 different scenarios. Which one would you rather handle? And which one do you think is more positive or of an outcome than the other? Because in my opinion, I would have liked to do it Reed's way, but I also wouldn't be here talking about it if it wouldn't have been surprise. So.
All right, next up, we have our discussion. Since we are a joint panel meeting, we thought it'd be a great opportunity to kind of get some collaboration going to address pathways. So this will be interactive and fun.
Oh, here. Fun. Oh my gosh, we gotta get to all the screens. Open. Okay, so, oh gosh. Those of you, did I just literally close the meeting? No.
No, Zoom.
Oh, the Zoom's right there, but I closed my Menti.
What was that?
Okay, here we go, here we go.
Those of you, get out your phone, point it at the screen.
Uh-oh, we may.
And move it off. Okay. Here's the like button for all you
Button mashers. That's
oh my gosh. Okay, now we got to go back to this and share it with our online friends because we love them so much. Online. Okay. So, all right.
You guys get it? Or you can go to menti.com. This is the way you play along. Come on, everyone play along. Open a browser, because we're going to ask some questions that then the answers appear in real time. There's no app. You just have to just point it at the screen.
And it's anonymous, so if you've ever had a hot take, now's the time.
Hey, Leah, I got the pirate. Don't be a doctor.
Okay. How do I? Okay, I'm going forward. Okay. Pathways. Here we go. Addressing pathway. Okay.
Shoot, look at this. We want to just get rid of this.
Okay. What is your number one priority